In round 4 of the FIDE World Championship match, Ding had the white pieces. The ceremonial move was made by FIDE master Mike Klein. B3 was by far the most ambitious move we've seen, which left both players smiling at the board. Guess that's why we call him Fun Master Mike. With his opening move, C4, Ding showed that he is ready for war. He then opted for a quiet two-knights opening in the English that closely resembled a game between Rapport and Zaragotsky played in 2013, but quickly deviated on move 11 when Ding played castles instead of h4. Over in the commentary room, Anand began discussing the ideas for Nepo, highlighting the importance of c5 on move 15 by Ding.
There's
one other plan is h3, bishop h5, bishop e2, but I can't believe. Oh, he's gone c5.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
so
but he hasn't bothered with the formality of h3.
Yes,
h5,
he has not
so
bothered with throwing that in. So he has gone c5, and that definitely is starting to spice up the game.
The pawn break reminded the commentators of Garry Kasparov's 60th birthday, which he celebrated today.
It's Gary's 60th birthday, so that should be kind of inspiring the players to give him a birthday gift.
Our birthday boy has made c5 sacks on many occasions, so it's very much in his honor.
Tactics loomed as the middle game approached.
The struggle is all around these two advanced pawns on d5 and e5. White is going to solve his problem slightly tactically. The main thing is right now rook takes e5 is not possible because of bishop h7 check, and we will see the same thing going on after queen g5. We're going to play queen c3, same tactic, same way of defending. And with the bishop on e4, the pawn breaks don't undermine d5 quite as fast. So at the moment it looks like black's a stable pawn up, but white's got this central pawn mass and good chances to do something with it. And the position's unbalanced enough that it's actually kind of exciting here.
Jan rerouted his knight to f5. This is where the idea of knight d4 was introduced by the commentators.
Taking
but
a knight f3?
No, I take in rook e4. Because I wanted to ask you about your f4 pawn, how are you going to defend it?
Okay.
Yeah, and rook e4.
Yes. I feel like you got more excited about this position suddenly when you saw this pawn hanging.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you can't push it anymore. That's out of the question, so knight d4 doesn't. Knight d4 hits something, but you really want to make this exchange sack, huh? So I'm gonna let you do it, Vishy, so we can see this idea. Take it. Just to show people that, the point is that if you can't take, well, you can take.
I could go knight b3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, basically the idea is that there's some kind of fork, so we're getting rid of the knight. And let's evaluate this position. Pawns are even. White has a knight, black has a rook. But of course,
White has a pawn on e6.
Yes.
I would like to emphasize that one.
Jan, while underestimating the power of the exchange sacrifice, played knight d4, which left him in a worse position.
Okay, so he just went knight d4.
I'm going to look like a genius, and I'm going to look pretty blank at the end of this.
So you're saying just sack the exchange.
Just do it. Ding.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing image, like the opposite of the second game where Nepo was the one who made the exchange sack. And in this game, Ding has a chance to make a winning exchange sack. Well, winning is like at least, well, we're hoping this move
But did you notice the last few moves Jan has been blitzing?
Yes.
He didn't bother with, he didn't even consider bishop g6.
Yeah.
Because we thought that was a real fortress element, keeping the light squared bishops. He didn't bother with, and he just charged up to d4, and I think rook d4, cd4, knight b3.
Look at Ding. Look at that posture. That's the posture of someone who sees something and is trying to figure it out, right?
Bingo.
Yes.
Bingo, it's over.
Wow, hold on.
Game over, I think.
Ding just went for it. So the exchange sack, and Nepo looks a little bit surprised, looks a little bit taken aback by that.
But he's got to have seen knight b3 now.
Sure, and knight b3, so is the point. And basically your knight, well, if you get the pawn and you got your knight in here, then it's definitely game over.
Well, Ding's walking away.
Yeah, Ding's walking away, feeling pretty good about his position.
But this was insane. I don't think Jan's position was so terrible just 3 moves ago. He just went knight f5, knight d4, everything without thinking.
Yeah, it's true.
That's nuts.
Ding left little to criticize after this point, playing accurately till the end. Nepo soon threw in the towel and resigned.
I feel like you got to feel some happiness when you play chess. You know, you get those wins because, like, who knows when this day is going to come, and you're going to be so far from that. Queen F8 is on the board. Yeah. And Jan has resigned. Yeah, so very big comeback from Ding.
Very big and very courageous play, because for me, holding these pawns on d5, e5 seemed very difficult, but Ding went for queen f3, rook takes d4, knight b3 all instantly because it is winning.
Players spoke earnestly regarding their feelings about the game.
I guess it was a very tense game, so I think I misjudged the position after c5, letting all this structure happen. So I thought it's quite nice for black, but even if so, it's incredibly difficult to play. Yes, so I mean you have basically no idea what to do. But I guess it was more or less playable, of course, until I just lost my focus and ended up letting rook d4 happen. But I guess if not rook d4, if not go for this for this maneuver like knight f5, just play slowly like rook d8, c6 or something. So I should be still quite tense, but clearly it's much easier to play for white. Yeah, it's one of the main openings for Ding. So shame on me for not repeating lines properly. Yeah, I guess the position is very, very solid for black, but once again, probably this was over optimistic to let this c5, e5 happen. But the particular game of you said rapport, probably not. But I guess I play with Ding, not with rapport. Yeah.
Well, of course, I'm very happy to win the game, and I'm also with I'm pleased with my the quality. Yeah, it's a very hard game, and I managed to keep things under control. So I'm very happy.
Ding, the question about this moment of knight d4 and rook d4. We have seen your reaction on camera. Your face expressions changed right away, and you made this rook exchange sacrifice in about 1 minute. Can you please share these feelings that you were feeling at that moment?
When I played queen f3, I was calculating something like knight d4 and queen d3 back. But when he played knight d4, I suddenly saw the idea of exchange sacrifice, and the important point is after c5 I have d6. This is very, very lucky for me, since c5 doesn't work, and he not only lose the pawn, but also my knight is very, very strongly placed on d4. So it's like suddenly I feel I was winning at that point. Or auto prepare after knight f4. Okay. So I was on my own after that.
Ding Liren has leveled the score heading into round 5. The next round will be on the 15th, as players have time to rest tomorrow. It may be cold outside, but the heat is rising at the chessboard. See you on Saturday at 3 p.m. Don't be late.
As the world holds its breath, two unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These two titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head to head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our coverage of Game 5 of the 2023 World Chess Championship match between Ding Liren of China and Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia. My name is Irina Krush, and today, after having bid a farewell to Vichy after 4 rounds of commentary, we're joined by fan favorite Grandmaster Daniil Dubov, and yes, it is still Daniil Dubov, guys, for those of you who have been enjoying his recaps for us. Welcome to the show, Daniil.
Thank you. I actually have a very mixed feeling, because you know, from the selfish point of view, I'm happy to join. Like, I would normally follow the game anyway, and I mean, it's much bigger fun to follow with someone who's a chess player too, and a very strong chess player. But the downside is that you guys were simply too good, and I mean, especially you're still there, so I mean, I don't need to regret. But with Vichy has been simply sensational to me. You know, like with the top players, you always feel that they're good, but this time it was just like unbelievable, even by his standards, is my impression. And sometimes I would just feel like, you know, at times I would feel like he's just much better player than actually both challengers. But yeah, Vichy is gone. You have me instead. We have what we have. Yeah, you will have to live with it.
Yeah, well, definitely, I have to say that we miss Vichy. We had a great time commentating together, but you know, now it's the beginning of a new journey, so we've got 8 games, most likely ahead of us. And let's talk about where we are in the match. How do you think things are going, Daniil?
Well, many people have been actually predicting this to be back and forth match, and it seems they were right. And yeah, I talked to Vichy, I think, after game 2. And ask him what he thinks about the odds and stuff. I mean, I will not reveal his exact answer, but in general, he thought Jan is a massive favorite. And then we talked yesterday, and he said it's probably back to 50-50, and if anyone has better chances, then it's probably Ding. And yeah, this happens within, what, 3 days or something, yeah? And we only had 4 games out of potentially 14. So yeah. It's cool to watch, and actually it feels like it's going to be a roller coaster till the very end, which is always exciting for the fans, and also exciting for me, actually. I'm not really rooting for any of the players, so it's fun to watch such a match when you don't really like invest in it emotionally, right? Yeah,
I think you know, in the pre-game match predictions, it seemed like most people favored Jan a little bit more, just due to the fact that he has been having a chance to practice more in the last few years. I mean, the pandemic affected these players differently. And during the pandemic, Ding was kind of locked down in China, not playing much except this candidates tournament that he came out for in 2022, while Jan, first of all, he played a world championship match against Magnus, so he got some very valuable experience there, and generally played more. He got to his peak rating, 27.95. So it's definitely, I think, nice to be playing a world championship match when you're at your very peak rating. It's a good sign. While Ding had slipped a little bit in the ratings, he actually comes into this match a little bit lower rated than Nepo. So most players that I heard favored Nepo a little bit in the match. Actually, one exception to that was Radjabov. He thought Ding's chances were just a little higher, but he wasn't even going as far as saying 55-45. He was more like 52-48.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't really get. Like, how do you get these numbers, right? I mean, it's how many matches do you need to figure out the difference between like 55 and 52? I don't know. No, I think in general people tend, in any sport, people tend to favor someone who is like more open, and yeah, in general, like if you have more information about Jan, and he has been playing reasonably well, then it's kind of natural to favor him. Like with Ding, it's just a mystery. We don't know what he's been up to, sort of. Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, okay, how can you favor Ding? My prediction, for instance, was that basically this match is very much about Ding. much more than about Nepo. And then if Ding plays well, then he's favorite, and if not, then Jan is just like messy favorite, and it's going to be easy for him. And after first 2 games, it felt like, yeah, this latter scenario will happen. No, I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, you said a very interesting thing in your pre-match analysis, and that was that you thought that Ding's A game was a little bit better than Nepo's A game, but that Nepo's B game was a lot better than Ding's B game. And of course, well, what do you think, what kind of, are we seeing an A game or a B game in this match so far? Is it just B game for both players, or?
Well, first 2 games were actually like, I don't know.
C game?
I mean, it depends, yeah, I mean, it depends on how many letters you actually know of this alphabet, right? I mean, from Ding it was like, I don't know, D game, E game, whatever. Basically, you'd never guess those games were even played by Grandmaster. I'm not even saying like 27 plus Grandmaster, 28, 100 plus. I mean, it's just, you know, this was actually weird, and yes, Magnus would probably say absurd. Then last 2 games from him were decent, I would say. I think calling this his A game is a little bit too strong. But yeah, he's definitely, I mean, close to his, you know, B plus. Let's call it this way. And Jan is actually, Jan's consistency, I think, is in general underestimated. Like, people keep saying that he's very inconsistent and stuff. But actually, I played him a lot. I saw him a lot. I think in general he doesn't. What was that? I think in general he doesn't blunder too often. He's always there to like pick up some piece that was not protected and stuff. And I think in general his like average level of play is way more consistent than people think sometimes.
Okay, so let's talk about the last match that he played for the World Championship with Carlsen. I mean, you were there as a second, or at least you were in some location supporting Magnus as a second. And you got a first-hand view of how things go when he loses a game, right? And it seemed like that match really turned on that 6th round game that he lost, because he lost in game 6, and it almost was like unrecognizable. He lost again in round 8 and round 9, and then pretty much the match was finished. I mean, what were you guys thinking as you were watching this kind of meltdown?
Well, to me it actually feels different. As you know, the problem is that he actually lost game 6. And then it's not about emotions, it's about the fact that you need to win. And then basically you cannot repeat like all the same stuff you've been doing and make those draws and stuff. And I mean, playing Magnus, it's like much harder thing when you actually need to win. Like you're in this must-win situation long term. Okay, maybe not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but at the end of the day, you cannot just make draws. And also, Magnus knows very well how to use this kind of situation, you know, to win again. And then, I mean, I don't see Jan, let's say, losing this game and Petrov with like winning 1 check and stuff with an equal score. Moreover, I don't see Magnus doing this with an equal score, to be honest. But then, when you're in this kind of spot, it's kind of, I mean, it's kind of a tough scenario already. And I don't think it really matters if you lose like -4 or you lose -1. It's a match. I mean, if you win, you win. You lose, you lose. In these terms, I mean, he had to try, and he failed too. But I mean, Magnus has lost what? I mean, he has probably lost only 1 game in his last 3 matches, right?
Yeah, only to Karyaki that I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, which kind of shows how difficult a task Jan faced. And yeah, he failed to win a game, which is kind of normal. It's kind of something you can explain. But I wouldn't call it meltdown. I wouldn't even say that actually like the level of Jan's play really dropped. It's just that you are basically in this must win, and then at some point you have to do the things that you prefer to avoid, sort of with an equal score, and it's normal.
Okay, let's talk about another subject. I think one of the most famous images that has come out of this match so far is the picture of Ding with his second Richard report after the 4th game, and it's just a beautiful picture of Ding hugging him and has his arm around him, and they both look so happy. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I think it's going to be an iconic image, actually.
Yeah.
And that reminds me of something that I saw you talk about in an interview before the match with Nepo. So you were talking about the difference between your team and how you think the Russian team is selected. And you were basically saying, well, Magnus is picking guys that he likes. Mm-hmm. The atmosphere of the team is an important thing. Mm-hmm. And the Russian team, that's not really so much a criteria. It could basically be a hodgepodge of grandmasters. He's bringing in the big guns to help him. You know, atmosphere is not a big priority.
Yeah, which I think was true. Like, clearly, I mean, you don't need to think about it literally. Like, it's not that he will invite his biggest enemy in the team just because he's good. But in general, yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not that he's like inviting all the best friends who are good at chess, sort of. Yeah, which is more or less actually the case with Magnus, is my impression. So yeah, the atmosphere clearly matters. I also know Richard well. We're kind of. I mean, we'd probably be friends if we would meet like more often, sort of. Mm-hmm. Right, we're exactly the same age and. We played many tournaments together and stuff. He's a very, very friendly guy, and he's nice to talk to. He's nice to, you know, have dinner with and all that stuff. So these terms, he's clearly a very good choice. Like his vibe is in general very, very positive, I would say. And yeah, it's not a surprise that we could also see that as a picture, right?
Yeah. So apart from Vitsugov, who we often see here, do we know any other any other members of Nepo's team here?
I'm not sure. But I would guess, like, if you read the interviews, I would guess, like, it has to be more or less the same team. So we basically need to recall who was there for the candidates, and then we try to guess, but in general, like, our odds with each person would be pretty good. So candidates, I think they mentioned Leko, they mentioned Herulin, I guess, maybe someone else, I don't know. I'm also a little worried about like mixing up some like inside facts that I know and the public facts. But in general, I don't think there has been a major change in the lineup of the team.
Well, we have the players have arrived at the board and they just made a handshake. And today we are going to be having the ceremonial first move from Serek Sapiev, who is the 2012 Olympic champion in boxing and also the world title holder in the light welterweight division in 2005 and 2007. So we're going to get to that in a couple of minutes. And meanwhile, the players have settled in. We've seen a lot of different moves on the first move here, Daniil. So most recently, I can remember the move B3, played by Mike Klein. What's the most unusual? Has anyone ever made an unusual move for you in one of these kinds of events?
I'm not sure. But in my case, I would normally ask people to play the move I want to play. Like I wouldn't come up with this trick of saying like G4s and taking it back and playing something normal.
Well, let's talk about the actual first move that we're expecting to see today. So Nepo is back with the white pieces. After a loss, how hard do you think he's going to push today, and what do you think he's going to plan the first move? Is it back to 1e4?
I'm not sure, but I have a script prepared for each move. So whatever he plays, I will say it's interesting, and I will explain why, sort of. So yeah. But
go ahead. You gotta put yourself on the line here and make a prediction.
I don't want to, but I would say 1e4.
1e4, yeah. I mean, I do think he will go back to that. I mean, his outing with d4 didn't really yield anything too much for him, and Ding made a pretty comfortable draw. So I think they've had some time to work on 1e4, and that's what we'll see. And as a response, Ding will probably just stick to 1e5, right?
Right.
By the way, we have Ketty, our host, on the stage, and she's going to be doing this part. Let's listen to her.
very much. From here, the chief arbiter will take over.
All right, so now we're going to get to see the first move, and it is e4. So there you go. You didn't get the prediction wrong, Daniil.
Yeah.
And now we're ready to listen to your explanation of why you expected this move.
First of all, I'm 100% sure it's e4. I think it has to be e4. Right?
Yeah, it's e4.
Well, my point was that in game 3, he actually played 1d4, and thanks to this smart move order from Ding, we actually know that he was going to play the Nimzo as white, which is actually a very, very aggressive choice, sort of. So we know he was actually ready to gamble being on +1, which kind of makes sense in a way, right? Like +1 is not exactly killing, and you want, I mean, you feel the blood, you want to win one more game, and then +2 is a completely different story. And Ding played this Carlsbad that Jan couldn't be sure he'll play. So in general, it was clear that he was going to play like a real game in the Nimzo. And now, like after losing a game, he's not that ambitious anymore, right? He kind of realized the momentum is on Ding's side, and now he's back to something quiet, which kind of makes sense. Like he played two not exactly impressive games. One of them was just bad, and you want to slow down, you want to have some little pressure, probably make a draw if Ding plays well, then you defend with black, then you probably have a free day, and then you're back to thinking of how to win.
Okay, let's talk a little bit, Daniil, about the move that we just saw, because we know that the move rook e1 is the main line, and Jan goes for d3. Is this a new thing that's becoming popular? And tell us about the ideas of this move compared to rook e1.
Well, I don't even think it's like rook e1 is the main line or d3 is the main line. Like I think at the high level, actually, people normally go d3. So in terms of ideas, the difference is that basically with rook e1, you are trying to get d2, d4 in one go eventually. So let's say after b5, bishop b3, castles, you normally go c3, and then after something like d6, you can play d4 or h3 followed by d4.
Right.
But the problem with c3 is that black plays d5 normally, and then we have this marshal, which is just good for black, and that's exactly what Ding.
When you say good for black, you mean black is equalizing in the marshal gambit.
Yeah, okay. with both c6 and bishop b7 actually. Moreover, with white, you even need to kind of make sure you're not worse actually, right? It's not something that is like completely safe for white if you don't remember thing. And then otherwise, if you give up on that and you say, okay, I'm not going to get this d4 in one go, then d3 is actually a better move. As in many of the lines, you don't need this rook on e1.
Yeah, and in his last World Championship match, I mean, Nepo had this position quite a lot, and he chose anti-marshal sidelines with h3 and a4 throughout the match, so he never actually did allow even a single marshal, right, Daniil?
Right.
Okay, so...
But it's not about him, right? It's just the way things go normally. Like, I don't remember the last time this marshal was actually played in a classical game at the high level. Like, people just think it's a draw and that's it, so yeah.
Yeah, well, the most famous World Championship game where it was played was, I guess, the game Kramnik versus Liko, but that was all the way back in 2004.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, all right, so...
Actually, d3, I'm pretty sure, was actually played in the game between same players in Yekaterinburg, where Jan was white and he actually won a very nice game.
Oh, okay.
So they're not new to this.
Bishop b3, d6.
d6, now it's a crossroad. Yeah, white basically has plans with c3 and plans with a3 followed by knight c3. Jan chose the c3 h3 thing, and yeah, now black has many moves.
So let's just go back a little bit. So we go bishop b3 and they go d6. Yeah, so basically they just cannot play d5 here because this pawn isn't weak, right? And then you're just going to take and like go rook e1, pressure this pawn. That's
right.
That's the basic idea.
But what's more thematic is that let's actually figure out why you go d6, not castles first. As clearly you're going to castle anyway. So the answer is that the way I see it normally, the black bishop from c8 normally belongs to d7 in these lines.
d7.
Right. So basically, if you go bishop b7, then you're
staring into the pawn that's
yeah.
protected.
I mean exactly. I was going to use this Yasser's eyeballing, right? But yeah. And then yeah, you can play castles, but then after a4, you basically, I mean b4 is also reasonable, but normally you go bishop b7, as you are not in time with bishop d7. So the point of starting with d6 is actually to meet this a4 thing by playing bishop d7 or even bishop g4.
Ah, okay. So it's a little move order finesse, right?
Yeah.
So when I start probing you with the pawn, you get a chance to put your bishop there and connect the queen and the rook.
Right. It's pretty much the same logic that white uses with this d3, right? As black is not going to get d7, d5 in one go anyway, then why not to start with d6?
Okay, so
Ding though did something very strange that makes me look like an idiot.
bishop b3, d6. Okay, he put the bishop on b7. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So c3 castles, h3, and bishop b7. Okay, he put the bishop there anyway, and now we got a4.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've made 10 moves. And now let's start talking about the plans here. I mean, black basically doesn't really even need to respond to a4. But what kind of moves are typical here? I mean, knight a5, c5 could be maybe an idea.
I think it's either you basically try to get c5 at some point, which again, you can try to get it like different ways. You can play knight a5 and then go c5. There is actually a plan that Magnus likes a lot as well with playing, let's say h6, like you go h6, and then pretty much whatever happens, you go rook e8, then you go bishop f8, let's say knight d2, bishop f8, knight f1, and then you go knight e7, saying the knight actually belongs to g6, and then you go c5. This is also normal. And there are plans with actually playing d5, which is a little more straightforward. Like here you go, let's say, I don't know, queen d7, and then you go rook d8, and at some point you go d5. In many lines you're even going to sacrifice the pawn on a5, basically saying I'm playing the same martial style. Also, I must say this move a4 kind of doesn't, well, Jan played it quickly, which obviously means it's still a prep. But in terms of logic, it's kind of weird to me, I must say. Like normally the only purpose of this a4 is to provoke bishop b7. And when the bishop is there, I'm not sure what is this about.
Yeah, I gotta say, so actually in Jan's repertoire, this d3 move has actually featured a lot. I just looked it up. I mean, he's played d3 a ton of times, including in various games in the last few years against Carlsen, not in their World Championship match, but in other online tournaments. And he's actually played it as well against Ding. So there is a game from the Airthings Masters in 2022 where he went b5, bishop b3, d6, and a3. So, okay, it developed kind of differently than this game.
That's a different thing. a4 was actually played in a game between Ferrugia and Giri in Miami, where Giri played knight a5, bishop a2, c5, which is a reasonable thing to do. Once again, I'm pretty sure bishop c2 is a decent alternative too. And then knight a3, queen d7, bishop g5, b takes a4 happened. And yeah, this was quite an interesting game too. I'm not sure actually. I think I played this as black. I mean, pretty much the same position. Ding played something quickly. I think it's knight a5.
Okay, so we have an answer from Ding, and actually, yeah, he did go for knight a5.
Yeah.
And yeah, typical. We call this the Chigorin plan, right, Daniil?
Well, Chigorin normally wouldn't want his bishop to be on b7, I guess.
But the idea of knight a5 and c5, that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, I think you can call it whatever you want. But it's also funny, yes, that also, speaking of openings related to Chigorin, there is actually this Chigorin defense, which is considered to be a bad opening. But the fun part is that it's actually Richard Rapot who has never been too shy, and he has played it a lot at the very top level, beating people like Aronian and stuff in classical games. So it's funny, like even if you know that Ding is going to play the Chigorin, for instance, you're not sure if it's this Rui Lopez or d4, d5, c4, knight c6, right?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even realize like there was still someone playing the Chigorin at the top level. I mean, apart from Morozevich in the 90s.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's been kind of like rebirthed by reports in the more recent years.
Yeah, exactly. It was not even like one-time thing. He played it, I think, like about maybe a dozen of times or something.
All right.
Grandmasters.
So let's take a look here. We got c5 on the board, and actually an answer from Nepo. He just played bishop g5.
Right.
So that's our current position.
Yeah.
And in these positions, is the bishop, first of all, is there some interest in making this trade, Daniil, and kind of leaving black with a bad dark squared bishop, or maybe later?
Well, it's not that bad, but I think in general you have the point. So White's plan is to take at some point, let's play h6, right? I mean, let's make it obvious. So let's say h6, takes. And then the plan would be to go knight, I don't know, h3 or d2, probably.
d3,
also,
yeah.
This thing is also possible. And
Okay.
then you go rook e1, followed by knight f1, then you go knight e3. Then you make sure you kind of...
Oh yeah, let's actually start with knight a3. Maybe that saves a move.
Yeah, could be. Before is there, right? We don't have knight c2 as there is b3.
Ah, before, yeah.
So we have to go knight c4, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not sure, to be honest. But anyway, what these positions are about is, let's say I go knight c6 here. You go knight e3 happily, and then you get your knight d5 or bishop d5, like whatever you want. And then suddenly, like, it's not clear what's next. It always looks nice, but the engine is normally not impressed. Let's say I go a5.
Yeah, and a kind of a typical plan here for black would be playing maybe g6, bishop g7, and eventually preparing f5, right?
Right. Or even just waiting for white to act, right? You just go a5, you make sure your bishop makes it to g7, and then you're saying, all right, like it all looks nice, but what's my problem?
The problem here is that you've got this competition going on with the white pieces over that square, right? You can only put one of them there at a time. I mean, you generally want the knight there, but then he's blocking in the bishop. If you put the bishop there, you're not going to get a whole lot of value from him. So it's kind of like, okay, kind of a, well, definitely we're getting set up for kind of a slower maneuvering game. Would you say that?
Yeah. I mean, unless Ding will play d5 at some point. Which is actually, I start to wonder, which is actually a legal move right now, even. I mean,
it's hard legal, hard to believe,
hard to believe, but what do you play exactly?
Okay, well, my first thing that I'm going to play is takes.
Okay, I go knight takes.
Knight takes. Okay, so now you're attacking my bishop. So if I take, you're going to take with the queen, I guess.
Yeah. And then I go knight f4, and I mean, at least you'll be scared. You'll probably win the game, but it won't be comfortable, right?
Yeah. Okay.
After something like rook e1, I go knight f4. Followed by queen f6. It actually looks nice.
So already you're saying, like, I can't even take your pawn.
Yeah.
Because of bishop f3.
But even in terms of positional ideas, I'm lucky to have bishop takes f3, but my point is that in general, even, I mean, even, let's say if I go queen f6 instead.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah.
So here black is up a piece, but I shouldn't be taking that pawn. Okay, if you go, so what else can I do? I mean, I can't take your pawn with my knight. So there's a lot of pressure coming down on my position. It's actually interesting because like your knight's maybe not the best, but neither is this knight on b1 helping out very much. And this pawn is weak. Yeah, actually don't really like this very much. By the way, bishop g5, there are no games in the database after this move, so we're already in uncharted territory after 12 moves. And I think your idea of d5 is very interesting. It's like a very concrete approach to the position.
All right. The bad news for Ding is that like even if d5 is good, like you don't play d5 against someone who has barely spent a minute. Like if d5 is good, he will actually continue blitzing moves, and if not, then then he knows that d5 is bad for some reason if you are lucky, and he knows why exactly if you are unlucky. So yeah, I don't know.
So you're like basically, if this is a strong move, it's actually dangerous to play it because it's going to be in your opponent's preparation.
Right, and if it's a bad move, then it's less dangerous, but you normally don't play bad moves intentionally, right?
Yeah, well, okay, but still, I feel like we should look at this because, I mean, this has to be one of the main ideas, and it's like so natural to the position to try to open up this bishop, right, that I feel like he might know that it's his opponent's prep, but at the same time, just feeling like, okay, it's just a principled move, so I have to look at it.
Yeah, but you have so many solid moves, right?
All right, so go ahead, come up with something. I mean, are you thinking about maybe giving up the bishop for the knight at some point?
After
or
d5? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
First of all, like a takes b5, if it forces a takes, I would say it's kind of useful for white to include that.
Yeah.
D takes e4, I don't know, b takes a6, bishop takes. I mean, it looks nice for white, but I kind of failed to prove it with lines.
Yeah, so if I take...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It gets a little crazy, but...
Yeah, I just didn't want you to do that. Oh, I thought bishop takes a6, b takes a6, bishop takes a6, knight takes e5, e takes d3 probably.
Yeah.
And then I thought I would have something like, I
on
don't
f7.
know, some tactics would work. Yeah, I mean also, whenever I'll take this knight on a5 will be kind of
Yeah,
hanging
like
too,
this,
but
for example, or...
yeah, rook takes f7. Yeah, queen takes.
And
I failed to prove it, yeah. I mean, it looked very, it did look very logical from white, but yeah.
Well, white's up a pawn right now, and this rook is hanging, so...
No, queen takes a5 is there.
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry.
White is down a piece.
Yeah.
Technically, if we count pawns, white is
Yeah,
pawn
no,
up.
I agree. Pieces need to be counted too.
Yeah.
Okay, so that tactic didn't work. All right.
But here it does. I mean, knight takes e5, e takes d3.
Yeah, 1 second. Let's go back a little slower. So you're
A
trying
takes
this,
yeah.
takes, and
b6,
b6.
bishop takes, knight takes e5, e d3.
Yeah.
So let's say if I'm looking at it from far away, my like intuitive impression would be that white is much better. Maybe I just go knight d2 first. Actually, there is no rush. Whatever you play, I can take on f7 anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to do it instantly.
So you're basically saying that like these pieces are a little bit misplaced, but...
Right. And also, it's not even clear what's the way for black to
maybe
sort of...
bishop b7?
Yeah, but then d3 will be weak just in terms of like logic. Yeah, even if I don't win immediately, I'll just somehow start attacking this pawn.
Yeah, there's even, I don't know, queen b1 you might want to look at.
Yeah, something like that.
So if you take, let's say I take.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Then I thought it would just be a decent conclusion for me as white. I don't know how this helps me though. Yeah, maybe I take on f6 and then I take on d5. Let's say he takes d5, bishop takes d5.
Yeah,
and I play something like knight g2. Can it ever be better for white? Probably.
It feels kind of like decent for black. Yeah, I mean this pawn is weak and actually, but I guess you have to.
Like in some of the lines, you can be struggling with the slide squares.
Oh, you want to go queen a1 somewhere? You have some trick for me, or
yeah,
what?
Yeah. This was my point. You have e4 in the end, actually. We can show that.
Let's look at that because at first this looks like a free pawn, but then you have this idea.
Yeah.
You're piling up on this knight, which is pinned. And even that is not very clear because there's this at the end.
Right. Even queen d8 is not technically
Yeah, and
to
I
the
mean,
back.
okay,
But
it's going to be equal.
yeah, e4 has to be okay for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like there's a chance we might see d5. I mean, of course, he has a lot to think about. I think there's a lot in terms of calculation, but
Yeah.
the move itself is very interesting. So, okay, in terms of alternatives, what else can black do? I mean, pretty much
move.
anything.
No,
Yeah.
this was exactly my point. Like you can play like literally 5 different reasonable moves. Yeah, knight d7 is one of them. I actually wanted to show that too.
Yeah, knight d7. You did a move like that, I think, in your blitz match against Kramnik, right? You went for the trade of these bishops in a similar kind of structure in the Italian opening.
Yeah. Well, the point is that basically you, like knight d7 is quite a respectful move actually. So you're saying, okay, like I get your point. You want to take on f6, and then you want to bring everybody to d5. So I'm saying like I'll trade the piece that actually is not fighting for d5 potentially. So my point is that after bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, I can potentially bring my knight back to f6 or maybe even b6, where it controls d5 too. So I'm saying, all right, I got your point. I mean, I see your idea, and I kind of respect it in a way.
Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite plans in this position, Daniil, for black. Like,
I mean, I would normally follow the broadcast. I mean, I recognized the fact that you're like a very, very aggressive player. Yeah.
No, but you know, I feel like when you got a rook sitting behind a closed-up pawn and a bishop is staring into a pawn as well, it's kind of nice to unleash them both. It's not excessive aggression, just kind of common sense.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, your knight is still on a5. You normally don't checkmate with this kind of pieces. Like f5 is, I think, a healthy positional idea, but it's somewhat over-optimistic to think you are actually going to checkmate there or some King's Indian style. Most probably not.
Yeah, although it is kind of nice idea to get that pawn to f4 and then like launch that attack with the king on h8. But okay. I mean, no, knight d7 is super solid. Of course, this would not surprise me either. It's like a very thematic and solid move. Of course, it shouldn't really come as a surprise to Nepo either. I mean, such a logical move. So do you think he's going to trade those bishops, or is there some other point after knight d7?
I'm not sure.
Going back is kind of sad.
Yeah, but sometimes it does make sense. Like you go bishop e3 saying, all right, actually you don't have d5 anymore. And I'm back to preparing d4. And I don't need to worry about this d6, d5 at every move.
Let me try my sneaky idea.
All right, you're trying to checkmate me again. Okay, this is going to be tough. All right, knight b to d2.
All right.
The problem is that, like, I'm pretty sure...
I'm actually just trying to stop you from going d4 at your leisure.
No, but the problem is that I cannot fight the impression that, like, first of all, I'm sure white is better after f5, and secondly, I'm pretty sure I'll be checkmated in like 3 moves, and it's a very, very annoying, you know, combination of things. All right, normally I guess you take on f5.
Yeah. Okay, so here, I guess I just have to take back. There's no real doing anything else.
And then what you're like supposed to be doing is normally like either playing for this d3, d4, or doing something on the queen side. So let me take on b5 first. Has always some point.
Yeah, I have to watch out. Just I don't know, just to see that little double attack.
Yeah,
one
also
day.
this a file is there. So let's say I go bishop e6.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just doesn't work tactically for black, actually. So after rook
f8.
I
see what you're saying. Yeah, like in there. Okay. Well, let's go rook f8.
Yeah, but then I'm not too scared, right? It's not exactly checkmated.
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely not attacking yet.
Yeah. Then I'll just prepare d4 in some way. I don't know.
That's not so simple, right?
Q1, you go knight c6 back, yeah? Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
I think in general, the way I see these positions is that they are normally better for white, and they are easier to play for black, which is kind of a point. Meanwhile, Ding actually played h6.
Wow.
Which is... Like
and you know, Nepo seems like a little bit surprised in his reaction, actually.
Yeah, but h6 is unbelievably straightforward, right? Like, the move itself is probably okay, but it's actually funny. So it could be that h6 objectively is a better move than knight d7, for instance. But like in terms of logic, I would be surprised with h6 way more. like you're just playing bishop g5 to actually take, and as the guy says, all right, like I just want to make sure you're actually taking, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about h6 briefly, right? We mentioned that as a possibility. Okay, so he goes knight d2. We were wondering if the knight would go to a3 or to d2 here.
He played a takes b5 first.
Oh, he threw in the trade. Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. After knight b2, d2, let's say b4, you might regret not taking on b5 at some point.
Okay, he made sure the a file is going to be open.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is our current position. And the plan here for white is pretty much, I mean, there's one, right? There's this rook e1 and knight f1 idea. Is there anything else that white wants to do?
Well, sometimes you just go bishop d5.
That doesn't work so easily. Yeah, you can't really take the knight out of the center, I think.
No, sometimes you can. Also, sometimes you go bishop d5, I guess.
Oh, just
like in terms
that.
of ideas, let's say you go g6 or something. I go bishop d5.
Yeah.
You're not forced to take, but it would be your intention, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a little sad for this knight, but okay.
Yeah, but I mean, otherwise rook takes a5 is a threat, and basically if I'm allowed to play bishop d5 like that, why would I need this long rook e1 knight?
Well, hold on. Let me just make some common sense here. Let's go with like knight c6, where you're going to go, yeah, well, let's just not get that knight stuck on the side of the board forever, if I can avoid it.
Yeah, this makes sense. But then what I was doing also makes sense. So basically, I mean, I managed to avoid spending like years for bringing this knight to e3. Maybe now I'll play, I don't know, queen b3, for instance.
You found a few weaknesses in my position, yeah?
Yeah, in general, it's all about light squares, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that Ding kind of decided to stay with that bishop, but I mean, we'll see what his concept is here.
Yeah.
And so,
but this is very much the thing about Ding in general, I guess. Like he's, I mean, I don't know if you can call it weakness, but his, let's say, trademark thing is that like he really needs clarity so much. He doesn't want to play some random move and like guess if bishop g5 was played to take on f6, or maybe white wants h6, bishop h4. He doesn't want to find out that like 3 moves later. So he wants to, you know, make sure, all right, we have the straight, then I'll play. Yeah, knight b to d2. I think by this, like by the standards of this position, white got a very decent version, and also the clock situation is kind of nice for Jan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What about the move rook a5? Maybe try to defend the pawn like that.
Yeah,
maybe
but then
fight for the a file.
Yeah, but then you're really like normally there will always be some tactics that works for white here.
Yeah, you're thinking about like knight c4 somewhere.
Or maybe takes on a5 and knight c4, something like that. Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. I didn't want to put the queen on b6 for that reason, but then I wound up kind of allowing this idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can't go back because I just lose the pawn. And if I take, yeah, this is a, well, now I've given you like the most powerful bishop ever.
Yeah.
That's not good. And yeah, I'm also losing a pawn, probably. Although, I don't know, I guess you can go, well, I guess you can go there.
Yeah,
so
queen d7.
Queen d7.
Well, let's just agree that it looks scary. I mean, it could be okay for black, but anyway,
but
like
let's just take that pawn since I got a really nice pawn here.
Queen takes d6, all right, then I go bishop c4.
You're gonna get my pawn pretty easily, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I did have a very nice pass pawn for like half a second here. And
yeah, also to call it very nice is probably a little too strong, right?
Yeah, well,
I mean, it was not exactly queening, right?
No. Yeah. But yeah, okay, I see your point. So let's go back to this bishop d5 move because I think that seems to be one of the major ideas here for white.
Yeah, but the question is, let's say g6, bishop d5.
G6, bishop d5.
So let's say black is brave enough to take, and then e takes d5. So now the strategic point of what white is doing is that this knight on a5, it will be restricted for quite long, actually. So even if, let's say, you're like allowed to play many moves, there are not too many roads, you know. So basically, the only square available is b7. Then the only square available is going to be d8. And then the only square available is going to be f7. So basically, it's a good scenario. But even there, like, it takes you 3 moves to actually bring the knight to f7 after playing f5, where once again it's not going to do much, I guess. So white normally plays b4, starts doing something at the queen side and says, basically, because of this knight, I'm better.
Do you think there's any chance for black to get this move in before it's too late? I mean, I know the pawn can be weak, but it at least gives the knight some possibilities of coming here one day.
Yeah. But it's in general, I would think, bad news.
Yeah. What are you going to apply?
Yeah, probably take or queen e2.
Yeah.
It could be the best move, but if it is, then it's a clear sign of black
You
position.
think I might lose that pawn, but okay, let's just try.
Yeah.
I was afraid of kind of taking like this because even queen a4 has kind of scared me and just getting all pinned up.
Then you're gaining exactly nothing, right? Your knight is still there.
Yeah.
Like knight x4, at least you try to trade. This is actually why I should probably start with queen e2.
Queen e2.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going here. Okay, so now you're putting my pawn under attack, and I have the little move queen c7, which may help me out of this.
Yeah, but then what's your next move? I might just play, I don't know, rook a2 or something.
Oh, I got some ideas. Hold on.
So it's a rook a2, you're going to take and play knight c4, right?
Yeah, so I don't have any knight b3s here because you're going to trade with me, and then I start taking here, and I guess I lose a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, this was my hope.
But
you're actually fine after c takes d3.
cd3, queen d3, and knight c4.
Knight c4.
Yeah.
Now, as the tactics you wanted is probably rook f2, e1, knight takes b2.
No, I didn't see that far ahead, but yeah, that's I could say that's a nice tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Ding has played knight c6. You know what's interesting? Yeah, Nepo was playing really quickly, and actually he just got in this idea that we've been talking about, bishop d5.
Yeah.
We didn't look at knight c6 exactly here, but we looked at it in a different moment. Okay, the move makes sense. The knight's not that amazing on the side of the board, and Nepo is showing the concept here, which is to take the d5 square with the bishop. You know, basically, I guess get a trade of light squared bishops if it comes up, and then start playing against the dark squared bishop on f6.
Yeah, also, I mean, you're explaining this long-term plan, but simple queen b3 followed by queen takes b5 is actually not that easy to meet. But what Ding is doing, sorry for interrupting, what Ding is doing is actually what normally Zenjin wants. I've looked at these positions, and normally this is the case that Zenjin somehow plays queen b6, it protects everything at the queen side, and then it starts waiting. And it always looks brilliant for white, but you fail to come up with a real idea quite often.
So let's look at queen b6 here. Should we try that? Or, I mean, how else has black untangled this situation? Where we can also, I mean, I guess we can throw in a trade and then go queen b6, and that way, I mean, okay, I know you're going to do your queen a2, queen b3 kind of thing anyway, but we could try that. Let's go. Let's go rook a1, queen a1, and queen b6.
All right. I mean, okay, you exposed my idea, but it doesn't make it any worse. I go queen a2.
Yeah. Okay. This is a fairly common idea in these positions, right? It's not like the first time it's been seen as kind of like little queen creeping in from a2. So you target this, and now I guess I need to get this bishop trade going, or at least we need to see what this is, right?
Really, yeah, my guess would be that that's exactly what you need to avoid. I was even considering bishop c8. So here, let's say you go knight to 7, right?
Yeah.
Let's start.
Well, let's look at it.
Yeah, so I take and I go rook a1.
Rook a1. So basically, I've got these two quite poor pieces.
Right. And my knight will come to e3, and I have the a file. It's probably not lost, but all the things you can compare are clearly in white's favor, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, black is just left with this bishop that isn't doing anything. I mean, in these positions, do you want to trade the queens? Are you interested in invading here, or not?
Yeah, quite often, I guess, right? I mean, first I'll try to improve to the maximum, right? I'll make sure my knight is on a3.
Okay, so it's actually important that we don't trade these bishops. It's just funny because this bishop is so strong.
Yeah.
But okay, I guess, yeah, bishop c8 is interesting because then we can try to play this move without the offer of a trade.
Yeah, so let's say rook a1.
Maybe now knight e7.
Yeah. Yeah, but then bishop b3,
B3.
then followed by queen a7.
But wait, hold on. Can I go back to b7 here? Try to hold the squares on the queen side, and at least maybe one day have a chance to go here. I know you're still attacking this pawn, but
Yeah,
still an
not
idea,
even-
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but then we're doing something random, right? We're basically saying, okay, we're not losing immediately.
No,
We're
you
not
think it's
losing
random though?
material?
But I got rid of your bishop though. I mean,
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. But I mean, you do allow queen a7 or queen.
yeah.
queen
And
a7
I
if
was
queen
planning to
c6,
not
right?
trade
Yeah.
with you, yeah, or like something like that, and then flush out the queen.
I'll be happy to give it up actually. But
Ah, you're gonna give it up for take that pawn, yeah?
No, even in general.
Or
So let's say I go knight f1 instead of queen
you
f7.
Okay, so you
Like
want to do
one
this
move.
queen sack. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, you're not getting the
Yeah.
f7 pawn necessarily because I still have knight c8.
Yeah, but let's say even like I even allow you king h7, and I promise I'll not take.
Okay.
I'll just go knight e3. So in terms of strategic ideas, it's a very, very valid thing to do as white. I don't know if white is better, but he's certainly not worse in this kind of position. And like if I have to pick up a side, I always take white.
Interesting.
And the point is that basically at some point I go knight d5, we trade knights.
Yeah, and also, but basically you were making me, like play even an even worse move that I don't want to do because otherwise, I mean, I'm just giving away this pawn and then I mean, definitely, it's easy to agree. Yeah, the white is doing not badly here after this queen sack with the rook, bishop, and
Yeah.
rook, knight, and pawn.
It's hard to tell how good this is, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's
But
certainly.
knight c8, it's like, of course, I don't want to do that. And by the way, he did trade the rooks on a1. So
Okay.
he traded.
Yes.
So we are going to see some kind of a queen on a2 in these positions. And
Queen d7 or c7?
he goes queen d7.
Well, queen d7 is actually easy to explain, right? First of all, the lines we've just mentioned Yeah, exactly. So basically you make sure the pawn on f7 will be protected. Moreover, once you move the knight, the one on b5 will be protected too.
Oh, Jan continues playing quickly. It's amazing his speed, right? We're almost on move 20 and he's still in his preparation, like moving instantly. Ding.
Well, I'm ready to bet he's not.
Really? You think he's just playing so fast?
Yeah,
The rook
I mean,
e1 is a strange move, no?
Well, he's trying to get knight f1. Why is it strange? So basically the point of queen d7 is that you kind of prevent queen a2 at all. As there is rook a8, queen b3, knight a5, exactly. Like otherwise, I mean, otherwise it could make sense, but knight a5 is really bad news.
So basically all of the ideas we were looking at, they just don't work when that queen is well placed on d7. Yeah, that's a nice line.
Yeah, and then you can play queen c2, but it's
amazing how well the queen is guarding everything from that square. So queen d7 is a very nice move from Ding.
Exactly. And then as white, if you know that queen a2 doesn't work, then you basically, what are you left with? Like you have this plan with bringing knight to e3, and what else is there? So Jan says basically, I have no alternative.
Wow. No, but it's just when I see this move, I really have the feeling like white just can't really have much in this position. But okay, so like if I go rook a8, so you're going to go, what, queen d1 or queen?
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably. I probably go to d1, right? Just to have this queen b3.
Sometimes. It's still not really an issue, but you can have that idea. Okay.
Well, so it's like equal where you always take white, right?
Yeah, so it's still this bishop and f6 is the problem. I really need to do something about that piece. Is it time for us to finally start with this like g6 plan?
Okay, you might try, yeah? Now that you played rook a8, you will certainly checkmate me on the king side, so go ahead. Well, I'm really worried.
Yeah, I'm just trying to create some sort of active plan. Is there anything else we can do for this bishop?
No, I think in general you just go g6, bishop g7 and you wait, as I said before. This is what normally you will see.
And we control f5 a little bit, so even if you get your knight to e3, it's not so clear.
Well, it's not even, I get it, right? I mean, it's like, it's not that you can prevent me from doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you'll probably, so let's say knight f1, bishop g7, knight e3.
There's no point in like playing moves like that, is there?
Well, I wanted to make the point that actually h5 followed by bishop h6 will be like a decent.
There we go. I like that idea.
Yeah. So it's a decent, let's say, knight e3 h5.
Except, yeah, you have to worry a little about knight g5.
Yeah, which is what I was going to say. But let's say, I mean, I'm not playing, right? So if I'm blundered, it's fine. I'm just saying, like, in terms of ideas, it's kind of reasonable for black to bring the bishop to h6, and then play king g7, and then it's easier to wait. So basically, you're stopping some potential f2, f4. Yeah, here I go rook f8,
Rook
maybe.
f8, yeah. Oops, not like that.
Certainly not.
Okay, rook f8 to come back.
It kind of makes sense for white. You can like try some queen b3. I don't know. It might work.
Yeah, because the rook is not so great here, yeah?
Yeah, but bishop h6 is there. It's hard to tell. Like bishop h6, knight is6. I mean, we're quite far from the actual position. But if I push you back, if I force you to go knight f3, then I'm kind of. I was about to say I'm kind of okay, but I don't know why exactly. Maybe because I take on h3, and then I just play something like knight e7.
Yeah, because once you trade off the bad dark squared bishop, then you don't mind this trade anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Then this very important square on d5 is not under your control.
Here it's not even clear how white would take back, right? I mean, I guess with the pawn.
Yeah, I had a feeling such an aggressive player as you are will definitely consider f-takes. Yeah.
No, just because I'm looking at this and I don't really like the rook over here very much. But yeah, so basically, I mean, the idea, okay, is that we're going to defend the b5 pawn like this, and this kind of position, yeah, especially with this rook not doing much, yeah, black is fine, and so...
Yeah, then we basically say we don't really get why we're worse at all.
Yeah.
As black.
So basically, the key in this position for black is going to be figuring out how to improve this bishop on f6.
Right.
All right, so you think that Jan is not in his preparation anymore, despite how fast he's playing?
No. I mean, I played him a lot, and we've played a very big number of games where, like, I would be much better and he would keep blitzing. And I mean, I stopped buying it when I was like 16, and I'm going to be 27 in a few days, you know. So I mean, I've seen it too many times being a complete bluff.
But that's kind of a strange approach to take in a world championship match game, right? I mean, you're with like the white pieces. I mean, you got tons of time. What is it really like the benefit of bluffing here? I mean, why not just take your time, or just he doesn't have like, I don't know, much to think about in this position?
I can tell you what my guess is.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't think it's fair to call this bluff. Like, there is nothing wrong with playing rook e1. Secondly, I think Jan, you know, it's quite often the case that someone's reputation actually differs from what most of the strong players would say about him. So Jan is known to be a very creative player who plays those sharp games, and it is true to some extent. But actually, like, by the standards of the top 10, what he is really good at is, in my opinion, this small ball game, where like he's slightly better, the stakes are not too high, and you can just, I mean, you have this little pressure, like in the position we have, you have this little pressure, you play logical moves, you improve slowly, and sometimes, you know, it leads somewhere. And this is why he is doing this, basically. I mean, he's just sure it's not bluff. He just realized, okay, like, I need to bring this knight to e3. I don't have a single different idea. Then why would I spend like 5 minutes for playing rook e1 if I'm sure I'm right? And this makes sense. I wouldn't call it a bluff. Then again, now Ding played rook e8 and queen d1 happened like within 5 seconds. But then again, rook e8 is the move you expect the most. Why not to play queen d1 instantly? Yeah, we wanted it too.
No, yeah, I would say, I mean, his moves have been natural. I mean, yeah, I guess especially after bishop g5 happened, right? So if we go, when we left the theory with bishop g5, h6, I mean, taking, of course, makes sense. Nothing surprising here. Throwing in the trade of pawns, also the plan. I mean, I guess here you can think a little bit, right? I mean, you can think about where to put your knight.
Yeah.
So that was maybe one point where he could have stopped a bit.
Well, knight bd2 he could have known. Not
Yeah.
necessarily, but there is a fair chance.
Was there an issue, by the way, like knight a3 and b4 here? Was that still possible? Or
I would guess so. I don't know.
yeah. Okay. Well, so that was maybe one moment. After that, bishop. Okay, bishop d5 is very natural, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, it's been pretty easy for him to play quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like people sometimes. It's also funny that I've played so many games myself where, you know, you get a nice position out of the opening, and then the guy starts tanking, and you. I mean, they would normally think for like 30 minutes. Then he plays something where you have like the only move. You play it quickly. Then he thinks for like 20 minutes again. Then he plays some like blunder or a bad move that you could also kind of predict and calculate within this 20 minutes. So you play the right move, you win. And then you read like all the articles saying like you had it all at home and all the stuff. I mean, it's not necessarily the story. It just happens quite often that being a chess player and having like 30 minutes that your opponent spent on the previous move can actually lead to you playing good moves quickly. It's not necessarily prep.
Well, do you think like the pretty large time advantage that Nepo has built up is going to be significant in this type of game?
I would guess so.
So even here, like things are quiet. I mean, Ding is not exactly playing slowly. I mean, he's going to make move 20 pretty soon, right? He'll still have plenty of time, but Jan has just been playing so fast that the time advantage is now substantial.
Yeah. Well,
it's around 40 minutes now.
Yeah, what's a little uncomfortable for black is that, let's say even if you stabilize, like there is no real drawing potential, I would say. Like it's not exactly clear how you like trade pieces. It's not exactly clear what your plan will be, like even if you get everything. I don't see black, honestly, I don't see black ever playing f5. So it's like you stabilize, let's say you bring the bishop to h6 as we wanted.
Yeah.
Right, white just plays some h4, g3, king g2. You will have to play moves that are likely to be kind of meaningless, as we'll just go back and forth and not many things will happen. And it's actually way harder for strong players to play like meaningless moves quickly than playing some position where, I mean, it might be sharp, but at least your ideas are simple. So let's say if we look back at game 2, like Jan played a brilliant game, and he barely spent an hour, I guess. But his play, like, once you play g takes, the moves come naturally. I mean, clearly you castle long, you go rook g8, you go rook 5. I mean, it's not, I mean, it doesn't take being genius to figure that out. And in this position, it might be that black has like 7 decent moves on each move, but then, I mean, you need to choose somehow. And you're not exactly sure why. Let's say g6 and h5, I would say, are kind of obvious as a plan. So bringing the bishop to h6 as a plan is the last thing that I can call a must in terms of ideas. But once you get that, I'm not sure. So let's say I don't play knight e3, I go h4.
Okay, h4.
No, I'm threatening h5. You probably go h5 yourself, right? And then, let's say knight g5 doesn't win. As first of all, it probably doesn't win. So let's say I go g3 instead. Some bishop h6, king g2. Like you have king g7, then I play some move, and then you're basically not sure what's next. Some queen c2, I play whatever, something.
Yeah, but the thing is though, what is white doing with this knight on f1 here?
Yeah, but you have to play moves. Like we were talking the clock. Speaking of the clock, actually, I guess the break is about to come at some point.
Yeah, it's going to come whenever we announce the break, Daniil. That's how it comes.
This is how it works here. Okay.
So, okay, guys.
Such a luxury life it is, yeah?
Yeah, we are around move 20. I think it's going to be a slow game for the next few moves as both sides are going to try to improve their pieces a bit more. Obviously, we have a pretty closed position At the moment, black has the bishop pair advantage, but well, it's hard to call it an advantage because his bishops are not that amazing. However, he's still really solid, and we are predicting that in this position, very likely that Ding will be playing g6 to bring his bishop back and maybe try to reroute it to h6. And we're going to join you in a couple of minutes, and we'll resume our commentary then.
At that point was some mixed feelings because it's a big challenge for me. But now I can see I'm ready for this challenge. I'm confident about my preparation. Also, I think I grew up a little bit. I'm more mature, so I can handle the pressure. I don't feel any nervous right now. As I remember, it was Topalov Anand match, which I was in my teenagers. Topalov's attacking play inspired me a lot. Because he had higher ratings, also my recent play in White Kanze was a disaster. So maybe that's why he's a favorite to this match. But I think we have equal chance. It's not a friend, but a good and friendly chess player. Well, he can play very fast and very strong if he's in very good shape. Also, he has the experience of the World Championship. But as I said, maybe he's a little bit emotional. Sometimes he played too fast, he forgot his preparation. Or yeah, if he made mistakes, I will try to explore it. At that point was some mixed feelings because it's
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the 5th game of the World Chess Championship match 2023. And as we left for the break, Daniil, we were expecting Black, Ding, to play the move g6, but he went with a different plan. He played bishop d8 and knight f1. That's quite natural by Nepo. And then he actually just went for the trade of these bishops, which, you know, it's a theme that we've been talking about, and we didn't really think that this kind of trade favored Black very much. But let's see what Ding is thinking here. So he allows the trade, knight e3 and bishop b6. So he found a way to try to make this bishop better that is different from what we were looking at.
All right. During the break, I was trying to figure out why I don't like this. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks very counterintuitive to me. But I kind of failed to come up with a logical explanation, as yes, indeed, he's trying to activate his bishop, he's trying to get c4 eventually, and to some extent it makes sense. And my final thought was that most probably what my intuition doesn't like is that, like, compared to the lines with g6 and h5, the bishop is actually too far from the king. So I don't like something like h4, followed by h5, followed by knight h4, queen g4, or even knight h4 immediately, actually. Like after knight h4, g6.
Well, let me ask you, Daniil, like,
Yeah.
is this move just like not an immediate idea for black? Like if you go h4, can I not just, where this pawn is going to hang? But I guess, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It's that this pawn hangs in these lines.
Well, first of all, let's just try to figure out. So let's say for some reason it works here tactically.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't,
But let's say it does. But even, so let's say after c4, let's just try to figure out the idea. So let's say I go h5 simply. Well, your bishop is nice, but
yeah.
what
You're
is it?
saying, I mean, basically this pawn is the problem with black's position.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't get what your next move is exactly. Like my next move is knight h4. It's easier to play for me.
Okay, so you're going h4. So basically, well, I mean, this must be what I'm trying to do. Otherwise, what is the point of my bishop being on b6? So maybe I need to prepare things a little bit with something like rook a6.
Yeah, which kind of helps me to checkmate you even more. So I go h5.
I'm always happy to be of help here, Daniil. So
No,
yeah.
you're doing logical thing in terms of your plan. I'm just saying as white, I'm happy to see it. Like first of all, I have d4.
Okay, so
which I'm not even sure
d4,
how you.
and yeah, obviously this pawn is probably not something I can take. Yeah, you're going to throw in knight c4, and yeah,
Yeah.
and then my
But
e5 pawn collapses.
Yeah, but even if let's say, I.
So let's say I take, you take with a knight, yeah?
Yeah. No, but even like, all right, you helped me by playing rook a6. So let me help you by playing knight h4 instead of d4.
Okay,
So let's say there is no d4.
yeah.
So what's your point in general? So you get your c4, I keep ignoring it. So what happens next? What is your strategic point, sort of?
Yeah, let me figure that one out. So can I ever throw in d5?
Yeah, but then I kind of always take it, I guess.
Yeah, and there's going to be this kind of pin going on, right?
Yeah.
Like I wanted to do this, but yeah, I mean, this doesn't look very pretty. Although there's bishop e3.
Yeah, maybe white has knight e2 e5 instead of queen f3. Yeah, Jan played h4.
He went for
great,
h4, nice.
Yeah, great minds think alike. Yeah.
Yeah, good job on predicting that. I mean, basically just going for h5, improving a little bit. I mean, this was his first real think of the game. Probably took around, I don't know, 10 minutes on that, maybe a little less.
Yeah.
And all right, so now we're going to see how Ding wants to equalize this. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like you're saying that because of where this bishop went away from f6, the black's king side is feeling a little unprotected to you.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And so your idea is like go here, put the other knight on h4, bring in the queen, the knight, and just attack.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I must say in general, I don't want this to sound disrespectful, but let's say if it ever happens in my game, like, and especially let's say online where I don't know the player, my guess would be like after this bishop d8, knight e7, bishop b6 that, well, I'm not playing like exactly the best player in the world.
Yeah. So basically,
Mildly,
you don't like this plan.
Mildly put, yeah.
Yeah, you don't. But also, okay. Yeah, I mean, if things don't work out very well for Ding in this game, then of course, it'll be easy to look back and be like questioning these decisions like h6, provoking the trade, and then this whole plan over here. By the way, one thing that we did, I just want to point this out, we took a look during our break and this position, and the computer here mentioned this very nice plan of going, instead of g6 or Ding's bishop d8, he had this idea of going rook a7 with the idea of bishop c8. So you're clearing all the pieces out from that diagonal and then going bishop c8 and knight e7. And I just thought that was a really nice plan, but you didn't think it was likely that Ding was going to find that.
Right, but let's not forget to praise ourselves. Like our G6 was completely fine too.
Yeah.
As we checked. So I mean, you don't need to be insane here. Like this, Rook A7 is nice, but playing G6 doesn't take you, too much.
Yeah. But Bishop, I mean, it's just funny that he goes for a plan that we really didn't want to do, because like the whole thing that we've been talking about is that Black doesn't want to trade those light squared bishops, because then it's kind of the famous rule that when you have a bad piece, you don't want to make trades of other pieces, leaving this piece to be kind of magnified as a problem, right? Daniil?
Is there such? No, I'm just trying to figure out. Like, is there such a rule? You said
yes,
that
it's
like
a rule. Yeah, when you have a bad piece on when there's a bad piece on the board, you don't want to trade your other pieces because then and getting left with only that one bad piece. I thought that was a rule. No, you never heard of that one?
Not really, but I mean in general, like my rule is way more simple. I normally try to avoid having bad pieces. It's much easier to do actually, and you don't need to learn some strange famous rules. How to handle bad positions and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you just keep your pieces active, and then such a problem never occurs.
But there's lots of openings that just kind of start out with you having a bad piece that you need to like make better as you go along, right? I mean, if you take like the King's Indian for Black or the French for Black, or even I mean, lots of openings where you start off having a bad piece, so you have to kind of start thinking about that.
Yes, but I don't play them.
Right, I was going to ask you if you. That was one of my questions that popped into my mind, was to ask, do you play any openings?
No, but it
like
is actually to some extent true. I realized at some point it is actually a very interesting topic that we might discuss later, maybe when we'll have no things to say about the actual game. But in fact, at some point, I made a very big progress after realizing how much your first three moves and your opening choice actually affect the whole course of the game. Let's say I lost many games in the Slav as Black, as I being some kind of aggressive player, I would always try to checkmate as Black in the Slav. And then it's a wrong mindset, right? I was playing the Slav because, well, it's a decent opening, and then I was trying to checkmate because I'm an aggressive player. But it doesn't work like this, yeah? Basically, if you want to checkmate, it's fine, but you need to start thinking about it from one. And same with having active pieces and passive pieces and stuff, yeah? Then I switched to playing the Grunfeld, for instance, which would suit my style very well. Like you normally have all the active pieces in the Grunfeld. Sometimes it's dangerous tactically, but it's a very rich position where all of the pieces are active, and then you can start looking for your tactics or checkmating ideas or whatever it is. So speaking of this game exactly, for instance, I guess, well, again, it all, to me, remember, I didn't like this bishop b7 2 hours ago. To me, it all starts with bishop b7 actually. If you don't want to be in this kind of a spot as Black, I mean, just make sure you get your bishop to develop to d7 or something. Ding played queen c6 meanwhile.
Okay, so queen c6 basically protects the d6 pawn, right? So that's kind of another way that he might be preparing the c4 idea.
Yeah, but what's wrong with, let's say I do something
same
like
thing,
h5 and
right?
c4, d4. What's wrong with that?
So you had that, and before you were talking, what were we talking about, knight h4 here also, right? As an idea.
Yeah, but we were friendly.
Yeah,
we were trying to help each other, right? But in their case, it's not necessarily the intention.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Wow. I mean, yeah, d4 does not feel like a very friendly move to me. You know what? It really doesn't feel friendly to me that I have this knight on e7. I guess it does. Well, I mean, it covers these squares, but it's also very passive.
So just in general, a very, very unfriendly game by White. Well,
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
guess if you do this, you go f6 actually. This is a
Just like
concept
that.
that I can at least explain.
Yeah, it's a very unusual and kind of ugly looking concept, right?
I'm sorry.
But no, I mean, it's just unusual. You're putting more of these pawns on dark squares, lots of light square weaknesses. No, I mean, I get that your position might require that, but it's a tough move to kind of force yourself to do.
Yeah. But at least it makes some sense.
Yeah.
Like once you touch this knight on f3, I go e takes d4, and at least I'll have counterplay with this pass pawn potentially in the queen side. And if you go b3, then it is actually bad news most probably. But I'll try taking on b3 and then.
Well, basically my problem here is that I just can't bring my knight here yet, yeah, because of this pawn hanging. Or can I? Or you have actually maybe. So what? Yeah, actually, why can't I? Because you're going to take on d.
Yeah, I was going to take on d4 in play positionally.
And what's happening here?
Yeah, but then I just do something. I just thought at least I'll have counterplay. I could be wrong, but maybe I even go b4, I don't know.
Yeah, but okay.
Then at least you will have to checkmate me, otherwise I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have doubts, to be honest.
Well, I mean, this is such a beautiful looking position for white. I mean, I don't know if the white's not better here. It's that would be hard to believe.
Let me just give up once. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be doing this as black. Like even if it works for some reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I am not responsible for all the moves Ding played, and then
I mean, it's
let me leave him in the spot, you know, and
let him figure this out.
Yeah, I mean exactly. Like I would be advocating black after g6, h5. If things would go wrong, I would be. I mean, I would be feeling responsible in a way. But this, knight e7, bishop d8, b6, I never play myself. So I mean, yeah, maybe he has some point, and we're about to witness it. I mean, also queen c6 is what is queen c6? I don't even like.
Yeah, well, queen c6 is just must be a version of that rook a6 that I was trying, right? I mean, he must be trying to play c4.
Yeah, but after rook a.
I mean, it's not d5 because he always hangs that pawn.
Yeah, also after rook a6, at least in some of the lines, like whenever you'd get c4, at least after b takes.
Yeah, the rook was somewhat.
c4, yeah, the rook could protect the king there, and his pawn on b2 was hanging with the queen on b7. And now I think Jan is just puzzled. Like, it's reasonable to slow down here as white, as my feeling, and I think Jan and me, like in general, we have pretty much the same chess kind of education, and we see it pretty much the same way. So you want to slow down as you kind of completely lose the understanding on what's going on. Like after knight e7, bishop d8, b6, you think, well, it looks ugly, but at least I get what he's doing, and I don't think it's a good idea. After queen c6, you're just trying to figure out what is queen c6 about, and like I'm sure I'm much better, and just let me figure out what his one trick could be.
Yeah.
Right. You don't blitz out h5 as a. I mean, you just want to be sure that. You're not like blundering something or stuff. Like in general, I guess Jan has a feeling by this point that he's much better.
Well, by the way, I mean, it's kind of an amazing development in the game, right? Just the way it's going so far. Jan having a huge advantage on the clock, and the game starts out kind of slowly, but somehow out of nothing, it feels like his position's just getting better move after move.
Yeah, but that's what I told you. Sometimes the most difficult thing in chess is to wait. Ding basically wanted to do something with knight e7, right? He wanted to have some active plan. Which once again, I'm saying it's a normal, it's a normal intention, and in general, it's a normal way of playing chess to like always play active moves. But then you need to start doing it from one, actually, and you need to play the openings that suit that kind of intention. I mean, sure, you can do that. Go play neither of go, like even in the Ruy Lopez, I mean, alright, just play it with the bishop on d7, right? Or go for this d5 we mentioned at some point, or do something else, but or don't play h6 and try to get your plan with knight d7 followed by f5. It could be better for white, but at least you're doing something that you like in terms of ideas, right? You're trying to checkmate.
Yeah, I feel like Ding's play has been a little too straightforward, right? I mean, yeah, definitely like. These moves like h6 starting from that moment, okay, yeah, going back a little far, like h6 was certainly not forced, and everything seemed fine after that. I liked his queen d7, that was very nice. That was fine, but then then he had a really big choice at this moment on move 19.
Yep.
And I don't know why he had to like force things like this with bishop d8. Of course, I do really really like the move h4 that Jan is going to play here that you were suggesting. I mean, that's just such a nice move using all the resources of your position and planning to take more space on the king side. So that's probably like, for me, like the star move that white has come up with so far. And now we have queen c6 and Jan is thinking. So yeah, I mean, I think this must be like the most natural move. So let's go further along and like just see what could be Ding's idea.
Yeah, I actually want to say that, well, maybe h4 is a star move, but like most of the ideas in chess have been shown long ago. So this knight e3 h4 thing was, I mean, played by Steinis even. I mean, it's not it's just like it's just education, you know. You don't need to be brilliant. You just need to make sure you've read some books in your life.
Yeah, it's just a nice move though. That like
no, it is. It is, of course. I'm just saying it doesn't take much from a decent chess player to like to come up with this h4 h5 idea. It's not something that you create over the board as a concept.
Yeah. So let's see now after h5 what black could be planning. Do you think I have another idea? This one is also kind of borrowing from you, but I don't believe in it. I was like going to try to go f6 and d5, and it doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, it's like, why would you even put the queen here if that was your plan?
Yeah. Well, first of all, one of the things Jan could be thinking about is that actually white can also play c4 at any point, which we kind of ignored as we didn't see this c5, c4 thing as a threat. But at some point it can also be, I mean, okay, why not to play c4 actually?
Yeah.
I mean, say hello to this guy on b6. And like it's clearly better. That's what makes me kind of wonder, yeah? I mean, it's like clear that there are so many things that are wrong with this plan with the bishop on b6.
Well, let me say
it's
something,
not that
Daniil. Like,
tactically.
if he wanted to play c4, I guess he could have done it before h4, right? Like, if he was interested in this move, he could have played it here, and he didn't.
Well, you only play c4 if you think that c5, c4 is available for black, right? Like, you go h4, as you think, okay, c4, I actually take on c4, and then I take on d6, and I'm pretty much winning. So I don't need to prevent that yet. Then after queen c6, you're like, okay, he finally kind of shows some intention at least.
So yeah, so the question for us is, I guess, to evaluate like the c4 move.
Yeah. Well, it's not like difficult to evaluate it. Like white has many moves, it's clear that white is better. I mean, I can even play knight h4. Like the question is, how bad is it for black after something like d4? I mean, it does not feel great. What can you say?
Yeah,
right?
but I think okay. So knight h4, like knight h4, there could be some issue with that because I can take your knight.
Yeah.
And okay, it depends on how quickly you're going to come in to like mate me. But I was wondering if I could play d5 here.
Yeah, you probably can try that.
And at least my queen can often come to f6, which is actually nice and useful.
Helps, right? Yeah, I agree. Here, at least, it's not that bad in terms of ideas. Like some e takes d5 could work tactically, but now as white, I just want to like be dominating, sort of.
You have to want to have more control over the position.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
After d4, though, actually, maybe like instead of our pathetic f6, which both we liked for some reason, actually maybe you just take on d4. And then, I mean, yeah, you take on d4 again.
So this looked like it would be better for white, but you're thinking maybe there's some counterplay, even like
no, I mean you go
a2, or
no, but here you just play queen c5, let's say. And you are forcing more trades. Actually, h5 is hanging in some of the lines. So it's kind of likely that you take on c5. Where again, maybe white is better, but then I'm pretty sure it's a draw.
I definitely never want to take there. Like, is there anything else I can do? Like rook d1? Are you gonna play rook a2 at some point?
No, but even if let's say I take on d4 and go rook a6.
Yeah.
I mean, you're better, but I managed to trade many pieces. I'll bring the king to the center. it doesn't look lost anymore. Like after f6,
Yes.
it just felt like we could just resign 3
Yeah.
moves later. Here it's kind of clear that even if we lose this, we don't lose this within next hour, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, on d4, the problem is that you're taking.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, taking with the pawn feels like it's just getting unclear, right? You're getting the queen side majority. This doesn't feel very clear,
Yeah.
I would say.
I'm not even sure why it is.
Yeah. In this position, so
Is
you're
on
just
the better
saying like
side.
you're getting rid of the bishop and challenging my queen.
No, this is black. I would be just dreaming to get in this kind of position. Like here, I am sure, okay, like it's definitely not lost.
Yeah.
It could be that, let's say you take on c5, you go rook d1. It could be that it's very, very problematic for black, as this knight on e7 is very bad.
Can we try to come down?
Yeah, but then I have some check on rook d7. Like it could just
Yeah.
it could just work tactically. Also, after king f8, you probably have rook d7 followed by rook d7 or c7. And once again, it could just work tactically.
Let's just see how that works.
Yeah, check.
You're going rook d7. I also have problems with this pawn.
Yeah. Well, this is how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, it's not, yeah. I don't know.
Well, okay. I mean, yeah. If I lose that pawn, and you come with your knight, it gets a little unclear. Well, okay. Are you completely winning here?
Rook takes f7.
Get this one.
Yeah.
'Cause I get some dangerous queenside pawns too, right?
Yeah, but normally checkmate is more important. Yeah, I don't know, rook c7, I guess. Like rook c7 looks reasonable. Ah, then I take on
Then you
c5
take on
even. Yeah, I
c5,
mean,
yeah.
vary pawns exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that probably isn't working out very well for black. So you wanted to do on rook d1, which move?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, as a scenario, I'm super happy to get this as black by this point.
Yeah, and black
Like
maybe could have done.
I do this, and I feel like, okay, after rook d1, I'll play something, even if it's problematic. I mean, I don't see a decent alternative
I
at
just
all.
had a question for you, Daniil. Like, instead of queen c5, can we start with rook a2?
Well, we can basically do anything. We can even play like f6, rook a6, and wait like
Yeah,
this.
but
Rook a2, I
this
guess.
seems like a little more active.
Yeah, you're probably running into some e5 thing. I don't know if it works or not. Like you probably go d5 then, and
Okay, so you're saying I can't take because you come down and win the knight.
yeah,
Yeah, as my rook has kind of left the station.
yeah,
Okay, but d5 is interesting. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you don't need to give up at all.
I mean, I suppose you could
Sure,
do that plan. It
but this is something that is hard to figure out
yeah.
from far away, and it's actually hard to figure out even in the analysis. So, in general, as a scenario, it kind of looks good for black, given the position we have after queen c6.
Well, I see now why Jan is taking his time here. So actually,
Yeah,
it's a very
exactly.
important moment. It's a very important moment because this c4 idea is not so clear, and I think he just played.
h5 nevertheless. I
Okay,
think,
h5
yeah.
anyway. Okay, wow. So he didn't bother with the c4 move.
Well, after c4, there is d takes c4 too. Even c4 is white, sure. This was also reasonable, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying, that he could have tried that.
Yeah, but we didn't really look at it, right? We just
Yeah.
said, okay, like as an idea, it does exist too.
Would have been interesting. I mean, because this bishop really stays quite bad. But okay, he put h5 on the board after a bit of a think, and I think now Ding is pretty much.
Well, h5 does feel right.
By the way, we have a question from Twitter. The difference in time management showed in this game. Do you prefer spending time on concrete lines or general plans and conceptual positions? Well, Daniil, why don't you go with it?
Okay, let me start. Well, I think in general, it's kind of hard to figure out the plan right if you don't know what the plan is, kind of. So I would say I normally, this probably also helps when you play Rapid, by the way, or Blitz as well, where, I mean, I had some of the good results. I think in general the way I play is that I always know what kind of position I'm trying to get. like which squares the pieces belong to, and what am I doing in general. And then I need to figure out the exact details when things might work or not work tactically. So let's say, like, even in this game, we could see that, yeah, this h4, for instance, it comes naturally both to Jan and me. And like as black, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't spend time to sort of make sure that bishop d8, bishop b6 is not brilliant. So I know that in general, I want this g6, h5 as a concept, and then I might spend time for actually making sure that this knight g5 followed by taking on f7 that we looked at actually doesn't crush me. Then if it does, I will have to adjust. But in general, like, I don't spend time on trying to figure out what the correct setup would be. And then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. In general, I don't believe in my kind of ability to readjust during the game. I normally have this like very strong feeling where the pieces should be and what the plan is. And if my feeling is wrong, I know that even if I'll spend time and calculate, it will be in general very difficult to overrule these feelings that can be wrong sometimes. But I just don't try normally. And I prefer to preserve time for some concrete lines. Like here, for instance, after c4, Jan played d4.
So this is a moment where I guess black needs to think a little bit. But I mean, yeah, we're expecting pawn takes pawn, right?
No, but what about you? You're not going to avoid this question. No.
Do you prefer spending time on concrete lines or general plans and conceptual positions? I mean, well, I mean, you spend time on both things when you're playing. I mean, obviously, this kind of game that they've been having, I mean, yeah, Ding did have some things to calculate. Like, if he would have gone for that d5 move, he would have needed to spend quite a lot of time calculating that, right? What do you think, Daniil, when we check the computer afterwards, do you think that d5 move is going to be a good choice, just intuitively?
No, I'm sure it's bad.
You're sure it's bad?
Yeah. Moreover, like, over the board, I'm pretty sure I'm not even spending time to figure out why exactly.
I just want to go back for just one second.
I have this very strong feeling. I don't need to justify, and I mean, I don't need to.
It was right here, right?
Yeah, I guess
right here, d5.
Nah, I mean, come on,
so you're saying like, okay, we're going to check that, and we will let you guys know later.
Yeah.
But you're saying that you wouldn't even really be bothering to work this out over the board.
Yeah.
Why is there some conceptual reason why you think it's bad? Like, why is it? Why do you think it or just your tactical intuition telling you that?
No, it's not tactical. It's just in general. I mean, I know when it normally works, and it normally works when the knight is on c6, and in general, the pieces are better coordinated. Also, normally you need this knight on f6 to actually join the action later. So normally bishop takes f6 is not an option for white. Normally a takes b5, opening the a file is not an option. So the thing is as well, like, even if I'm wrong, like, I'm pretty sure there is nothing wrong with playing something normal.
Yeah.
That is like for sure. And then why would you gamble? Like, okay, you see this d5.
So you basically think it's, first of all, it's not even a practical choice.
Yeah.
It's not a good reason, not a moment to spend time on concrete lines when you have like non-concrete lines that you can go for and save a lot of time for more specific things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, most like d5, you start really considering when you have a feeling that actually, if you keep playing quietly, you have a feeling that you're being outplayed. Then, yeah, I mean, it's time for some like emergency, right? But otherwise, I mean, why?
Okay, well, that's an interesting way of looking at it. So let's get back to our current position.
See, here as black, I don't have like any preferences anymore. Like, I'm clearly outplayed. Like, I clearly dislike my position strongly. I cannot do much like about it in general, in terms of concepts. Like, I don't like the way my pieces are set. And then I mean, clearly I start calculating, because I mean, it does look wrong, and I understand that I'm worse. I was basically outplayed, and then I need to come up with something that doesn't lose. I need to avoid being crushed quickly. But then even in the lines we were mentioning, this e takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes, queen takes. My intuition starts kind of screaming again that you know, for black, this is just, I mean, black has not even deserved that. Like, if there is a way to get this for black, you should definitely take it. Like, you are clearly much worse in the beginning, and this one, okay, queen c5.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily bad.
Well, can I just say, like, it seems like you really got to challenge this queen, right? Because basically all of white's pieces look better here. Certainly, like, the white knight looks better. And the queen makes a big difference in the position, and that's why this is going to be one of, like, the main ideas for black, right, in terms of trying to equalize this game.
No, I mean, okay, you never equalize this game. Like, all the things we can compare are actually better for white, right? Let's just do this for our viewers. So basically, white has a better queen. White has a better knight. White has a better pawn structure, as this pawn on d6 is weak. White has, yeah, exactly. White has even a better structure the king side, as this pawn is advanced to h5, and that pawn is on h6, which is bad, as we know. I mean, like, there are literally no good news for black, except for the fact he's not forced to resign. So clearly, I mean, playing queen c5, you are not going to, like, equalize so many factors that are bad for you, like within one move or something. I mean, like, you're going to be suffering for quite long.
Well, let's continue, Daniil. Like, so when I try to play rook a2, you can make the case that maybe one of the things that's not worse in black's position is their rook. So that's why we're trying to use it actively on the second rank. So you were trying this move. Do you want to try that again or something else for white?
I'm not sure. Let me think.
Yeah.
Well, I have so many moves. This is actually where I would be thinking as white, as like, my intuition is kind of screaming that, once again, this rook a2, like, in general, your position is so bad statically. It would be really surprising to me if suddenly some tactical try works in a position that is, like, look bad, kind of.
Well, one second, Daniil. Let me make a little case for black. I mean, black, in terms of bad statically, okay, black has the backwards pawn, which we know is not great. But, you know, I'm trying to create some play against this pawn. It's not like a standardly bad pawn, but it's something that requires some defense now. My queen is at least in the center. Like, yes, it's more passive than your queen, but it's in the center. It's not the worst queen in the world. And the knight, okay, again, he's more passive, but in a way he's also preventing this knight from getting even better, right? So there's a sort of, like, you still have to push through those points.
Yeah, but you're, like, making this, oh, all right, let's say go knight f5. Let's get back to, you know, concrete
some lines.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In general, I am not a believer in the positions that look unhealthy, was my general point.
So you basically, this is an interesting idea. You want me to take, and then you want to play f6.
Yeah, I want to.
Let's just show this line.
Yeah, e takes. I want to be on the side that is checkmating for a change.
Okay, that's kind of nice. Nice idea. And basically, you're down a pawn, but you've got some huge threat, and you're saying that, like, my rook here is not going to help me very much. And
queen c5 is the only thing you could try, but
there's rook e8.
It just loses. Loses.
I just get mated. Yeah.
No, but this is how things work. Yeah, chess is to some extent about logics. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it cannot be like this. Like, why you did everything wrong, then you suddenly try this rook a2.
Yeah.
Why would it work? Yeah, queen e4.
Let's just show the line. And yeah, the black king gets.
Actually, another line I wanted to show is we are like entertaining ourselves. So let's go back and let's say you go queen c5 instead of rook takes b2. Which kind of looks reasonable to me.
Yeah.
As I'm not that optimistic that you are, and at least, I mean, I don't take b2 like really believing it works.
Well, you know, I gotta try some moves.
Yeah, sure. But what I wanted to show is actually rook a8 check.
Yeah.
King h7, queen g4.
Yeah.
And then you do something, I go queen g6, basically. So let's say rook a1.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
Let's show that. That's a really beautiful line. Oh.
Well, let's go rook a1 for a change, as rook a1 is like almost there, actually. King h2, queen takes f2. I'm actually down to this queen g6.
Yeah.
But then again, it works because I did everything right. This is actually the point that Magnus, I think, has been mentioning so many times, that in general, like when you play these healthy positional moves, they tend to work tactically. and the other way around too.
Well, I think this is one of the prettiest lines that we found in our analysis this week. Yeah, of course, it's not going to happen on the board, but actually, I do like this idea a lot. Like this knight f5, you're just, yeah, you're offering the trade of my seemingly not very good knight. You're actually kind of forcing it. You're threatening mate and the knight, so I had to take. But then this open e-file and the strong queen, and now your rook is so good, and you want to go f6, a lot of things. Okay, well, obviously, I can try to defend myself a little bit better, but yeah. Even, I mean, I don't have a lot of.
I mean, it's again, it's very much about instincts, right? Like if I'm black here, like I play rook 8 quickly. I'm like, okay, it's like a miracle that I'm not yet checkmated. I go rook 8 immediately, and then yeah, I mean, I see that there is this f6, and I hope to go, I don't know, rook 8 or something.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, rook a2 basically seems to not work at all. So we're back to looking at this queen c5 move.
Yeah.
But we were thinking that maybe white just takes and plays rook d1, right?
Yeah, but then we don't need to give up on this one.
Right. So
like d takes c5, rook d1. Let's say my like intuition or whatever says that if we are lucky, maybe we'll like trade the queen side and we'll have some 4 against 3, which will be tough, but at least we can play it on, right?
Yeah.
So what should we play here?
The problem though is the knight is so bad on e7.
Yeah. So where do you want it? You probably want it on d3, yeah. But knight c6 runs into rook d5. Can we make this work tactically? It kind of looks reasonable to try, but I don't see how this could ever work, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like hard to defend these pawns.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, knight c6 is a little strange, right? I can wait for rook d7 and then go knight c6. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just go king f8. They say king is an active piece. So rook d7. Yeah, it's not great, I must say.
Because now your rook can't leave.
Yeah. Well, maybe, okay, if I have to continue, maybe I go king e8, rook b7, rook a5. I know how this looks. I understand, but what can I do?
Okay, you're still holding on to your pawns.
Yeah, but I'm literally in Zugzwang, right? I don't even have moves, so let's say you go g3.
Yeah, basically this wasn't such a great try, because then you're going rook a2, right?
Yeah.
And then
which is probably still dangerous, but yeah.
So we go rook b7, rook a5. Okay, yeah, well,
so
this is tough, yeah, because now I can start probably trying to improve my king somehow, or...
So let's say just to show how many problems black has. So let's say I misclick and I go rook c7, and you go rook a2. No, yeah. And then I'm like, fine, I go rook b7 back.
No.
Yeah. You take, I go knight takes c4.
Yeah, it's a sad...
You managed to trade, yeah, you managed to trade 2 pawns, which is nice, but still, like, because of this kingside structure, this knight d6 check will always be pretty much killing.
Yeah, this knight is just horrible.
But everything is horrible. That's what I am saying.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I like the rook on b1. I'm just feeling like this knight is like the worst piece ever, and we're just we're suffering because of that. Okay, so queen c5, yeah, it's an unpleasant endgame.
But also from Ding, it's a little mysterious. Like, I don't want to be too harsh on him, but in general, he's a very special player who has his own way of. Like, his thinking process is in general something else, which can be good and can be bad. And I mean, I just admit it as a thing, not trying to make it like positive or negative thing, but it is. But to me, like, I'm not that special. Like, how does it work that you go c4, then like d4 is the most obvious move.
Yeah, and then you're in a long thing.
And then you're like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
It's a strange game so far.
It could be that he actually thought, which is logical actually. It could be that he actually thought that basically, like, if I don't get c4, my position is so bad So basically I go c4 and then I think, but without c4 I will lose for sure.
Yeah, he didn't think long on c4. So
Yeah.
So maybe this is where he planned to have the real think.
No, I mean clearly you spend like four or five moves to basically this make weird plan happen.
Yeah, well,
And,
let's actually figure out, are there alternatives? Oh, e takes d4. No, he actually played e takes d4.
It doesn't matter anymore, yeah.
Yeah.
E takes
All right,
d4.
he took on d4, and so, yeah, we're expecting Nepo to take with a knight.
Yeah.
Basically because this position is just feeling like too unbalanced.
Yeah, also there is nothing wrong with knight takes d4.
Yeah, and so he takes with a knight very quickly.
Let's actually show once, I'm pretty sure both
Yeah.
we saw it, but let's show queen takes c4 after knight takes d4. So what do you prefer, knight takes c4 or knight f5?
Okay, well,
Both moves are good.
yeah, they both look pretty good. I'm trying to see
Very convincing,
what's
actually.
your what's your plan on that move.
No, there is no plan. I just wanted
Yeah.
to show the people why. Why you
That's-
cannot take on e4.
Yeah, that's a poisoned pawn, and then you wind up getting discovered, attacked.
Yeah.
So he's going to be trading because obviously this knight is too strong to handle.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be, well, I mean, yeah, I don't think he's going to be doing anything like that. That would be kind of surprising, right, to like allow a knight to come here in some way.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, let's say you can play queen d7 as like this trade luckily doesn't go anywhere. So whichever knight goes to f5, you can
take the other knight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is.
Then it is probably a good move, by the way.
Maybe actually holding on to the bishop because the bishop's not so bad now.
He went queen c5.
Queen
Okay.
c5. Okay, wow, that's a move that we
It's actually
didn't
funny.
get to.
It's actually funny if he's just fine, and we've misjudged it all. But this is just how Ding plays, right? I mean, this has always been my impression that like I can never really get what he's doing, and when he's not in a brilliant shape, it just looks like super weird. But when he's in a great shape, I still don't get this. But it somehow works.
I mean, I actually do like that he's improved his bishop, and then he's kind of keeping the bishop on the board.
Yeah, so that's why he played queen c5.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice idea in that way. And I mean, okay, the main point is the tactical point, right? That there's no knight f5 because f2 is going to hang in the end.
Well, there is no, is quite a statement, but yeah, you probably don't play knight f5 here.
Yeah.
Like knight d to a5 takes e takes f5, you could make an argument for actually.
Like that.
Yeah, and then you're trying to get your knight to d5, but it will never happen, yeah? And clearly it's such a relief for black.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, f6 is coming, even that, like, it's clearly an absurd line from white, but even that, like, when you look at it,
Still has some,
yeah,
some
I mean,
sting.
yeah, it's a little unpleasant, yeah.
Okay, well, let me just see how would we equalize this position. I mean, I kind of have my queen in front of my bishop, which neutralizes the power of my bishop, but I can't really move my queen anywhere because you're going to have knight d5 ideas. So hold on. So this this move, knight d to f5, is actually
No, but come on, of course you take.
pretty interesting. Yeah.
You take instantly, and after e takes f5.
Then you start thinking. By the way, guys, if you want to play the same position as from today's game, Lichess is organizing a thematic world championship arena. Starting position is after 13, bishop takes f6. It just started now. But it's not too late to join, I think.
So yeah, going back to this position, let's play something reasonable.
Well, reasonable, I don't know, rook e8.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The moment you said the word reasonable, I was like, rook to the open file.
Exactly, yes, that's what I'm saying. But this is how chess works normally. I mean, I would recommend playing reasonably in general, you know, if you people need advice.
Okay, so
and then you want to play d5, which is also reasonable.
You want to use like
yeah,
the
you had this weak pawn for ages, and then you're
yeah, that would be a dream.
And then again, as Magnus says, when you play reasonable things, they sometimes work tactically. So let's say you go f6.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, there is queen g5, but even let's say if I play d5 and I blunder queen g4, I probably have queen f8.
Oh, wow.
And it's probably not too bad because we played reasonably.
Because your rook and your bishop are so good here.
Yeah, and I'm in time to take on a3. And if you go f takes g7, then I play something like queen d6. And then I take on e3, and I mean I'm probably slightly worse, maybe not, but it's clearly not a big deal.
Yeah, but yeah, you probably wouldn't be doing that. Yeah, queen.
Yeah, queen g5.
Queen g5
was,
is probably the
yeah.
even more reasonable. Yeah, rook
Yeah, but
e8.
knight d2 f5 was of course, you know.
Not the move we want to do. Okay.
No.
Yeah, it's too early for that. So okay, the move I was thinking about was queen g4, but the problem is you have queen g5, right? I mean, these are the ideas. I think is that.
Well, queen g5 is at very least pawn sacrifice, right?
B5 pawn.
No, I mean again,
yeah.
we probably got to the point where you cannot have it always black. Maybe you go queen g5, but I'm just saying it's not that simple.
Yeah, no, that wasn't actually something I noticed. Yeah, it wasn't planned. So okay, I mean, this is still not really a threat because I still have problems with that pawn. But I also have some ideas of maybe queen d7 at some point.
Yeah.
So queen g4 seems like a nice activation.
Yeah. Well, let's start with queen g5, right? Queen g5 is very natural. We basically want it to work.
Yeah.
So let's say you take queen d7 is
yeah,
also
queen d7
there, but
also interesting.
yeah, queen d7 we can get back to. So queen takes g5, h takes, knight takes b5. What do you think about this? We'll probably take on s3, right? We're not given too many options.
Yeah, but then how do you save all of these pawns?
I mean, even if we give up both, it's kind of. I mean, it's probably lost.
Yeah, like you're talking about this, right?
Like it's not the worst lost position I've seen.
Yeah, it's not the worst lost, but it's not where you really want to wind up, kind of straight from the opening, barely a middle game, and then just down a pawn in the end game.
Well, a pawn would be brilliant, but you're down 2 actually. That's the problem.
Okay.
No, 1 pawn down, I would be super happy here. It's black.
Ah, we're down 2.
No,
oh, yeah.
No. Like if I'm in time to take on h5 somehow, then I'm taking this like.
With 2 hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. Right. Well, after you give me the b5 pawn, then what can you do?
I don't know. I'm probably in trouble.
It doesn't look very good, yeah, just because of the continued weakness of these pawns.
Yeah, just wanted to start with queen g5 to make sure it doesn't work, but probably it doesn't.
Okay, so then it's going to have to come down to like this rook, I guess.
Or something like queen e5. In general, it kind of makes sense to open the bishop again, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I don't have any f4s. You can now safely take. Did I say safely?
Yeah, you said safely. I mean, I was also.
My idea of safety is a little.
I was also very impressed, but it seems
okay.
It works,
no, it seems like I mean, I said it's safe, but then I realized there actually is a potential discovery with I don't know, with this move that we have to look at, but no. I mean,
but then you have
black has a lot of options.
Yeah,
here.
you have also moves on the
a
board.
lot. Black can take the knight. Black can take this knight, maybe even queen b7, take a look at. So
queen f5 is also decent, I guess.
Yeah, so you actually can take the pawn. So f4, f4 is not possible for white. So what else can white do here? Yeah, I do like this move. Well, you're actually threatening my knight, so I gotta figure something out here.
Well, first
knight
of all,
f3, knight f3 is interesting, right? Do you like that?
Yeah, queen f6 would be me. Or queen e6, actually, yeah? Queen f6 somehow feels more natural to me. But queen e6 I've failed to kind of beat immediately, too.
Okay, suddenly this starts looking like not so bad for black.
To some extent, yes.
Right, I mean, bishop
let's say
is
knight
alive.
f5 takes.
Queen f6.
Yeah, queen e4 followed by queen d5. Once again, on a good day for white, it could be that he's still much better. Like this queen on f6 is basically dominated. You'll get g4, you'll play queen d5. But at least like the number of positional issues black has.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're going to have a great queen. I guess my bishop will be here quite good. This queen can't really move. That's a problem. Yeah, it's hard to say exactly how to evaluate this, but I guess, I mean, it's better for white, right? So,
Yeah.
so maybe your first...
No, but this is not like, this is not evaluation anymore, right? It will be better for white for ages, I told you. It's just like, it will always be, for quite a long time, it will always be about how bad it is for black, kind of. Here exactly, I mean, it's not even close to being the worst position ever.
So queen f6, let's go there without going queen e6 first.
Yeah.
Maybe we can save a tempo.
I don't know. Maybe at the end of the day, it's not that bad. Actually, now look, somehow, like, if you don't know the story,
Yeah.
it doesn't look this bad, right?
It doesn't, no.
The bishop on b6 is active.
Yep.
The rook on a8, like, I don't know what is doing there exactly, but at least it's an open file. The queen on f6 is normal. The knight on e7, I mean, it's not brilliant, but at least you're like making a position for this knight on e3.
Here we go. Let's highlight that this knight is not brilliant.
I like this actually. Like whenever I make some like deep positional comment, you're just yeah, okay, play moves, yeah. All right, maybe you're right. I guess I take on actually why?
Well,
yeah, maybe I take on e3. Yeah, I don't know. Because my brain somehow wants me to. I don't know why. Exactly.
Wow, you're gonna take and hold on. Let me see what you got planned there. Oh, you have a queen f4 check coming up, but I'm gonna have g3.
No, I'll be honest, I don't have a plan yet. I was just.
But it looked like you could have a plan because
yeah,
you have
I
two
thought
checks
okay,
in a row.
I'll try and maybe I'm lucky, yeah, but. So let's say I threw in this check, king h2, and then I play something more or less random, like.
I'm very happy with the job my knight is doing, like guarding all these squares.
Yeah. Maybe I go g5
and this
then
one
actually.
too.
So maybe I go g5 then.
G5.
Yeah. No, I know how this looks.
Okay. No, this looks interesting.
But it kind of makes sense in terms of.
Yeah,
ideas.
you want to go g4.
Yeah.
Well, if I take your b5 pawn, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. g5. Huh. Well. Okay, let me not panic here. But also, it's funny because if I go g3, you still. Actually, I might go g3 and like king g2.
Yeah.
And.
But I will not panic either.
Yeah. You'll panic maybe in a few moves.
Yeah, I mean, I will play something like rook b1.
All right.
No, I mean, in general, I don't feel like I'm getting checkmated. And yeah, something might work for you, but it won't be easy.
Yeah, I see rook b1's a good move. You're going to target f2.
No, I mean, again, maybe you're lucky. Maybe you take on b5, and after g4, something like e5 works for you. But maybe not. That's what I'm saying. Like, from far away, it's not crystal clear just in terms of ideas. You have to calculate, and this is where the mistakes might happen. Yeah, maybe queen takes, I don't know.
Yeah, and then you kind of get the b2 pawn.
Yeah, knight takes e5.
And then
takes, maybe knight takes
g4, and okay, white got kind of at least is up a pawn.
But it's, I mean, it keeps going knight d5. Maybe I'm not lost. Again, it's like from far away, it's hard to judge these kind of things.
Okay, let's read this tweet from David Latta. He says, I stayed in the playing hall for the first 30 minutes, taking some photos. Nepo was blitzing his opening moves, barely sitting at all. Instead, he was walking in circles around the table like a shark, focusing his eyes fully on Ding rather than the board. So that's an interesting observation on the psychology going on at the board. Nepo, when he was asked to compare himself to an animal, his playing style to an animal, he did not say a shark, but I guess he turned into one for today. Do you feel like he's like a shark today, Daniil, smelling the blood? Do you feel
well,
like
I think in general, I mean, he's clearly an exceptional player in general, but he's especially good when he's given this this kind of free roll, basically, that we could see for last couple of hours. So basically, I think against him it's very important to make sure you are like you're playing the opening ambitiously, and you don't let something like this happen. Like, he's the last person you want to be slightly better against you, except for Magnus maybe. But I mean, in general, this is a very, very unpleasant scenario where he can play quickly, he will play well, he like knows where the pieces are going, and I mean, this pressure both on the board and on the clock, it's very, very unpleasant to face, and this scenario makes him a shark for sure. Like, if he is a shark facing some, you know, aggressive opening or not, that is kind of harder to answer, I don't know. But certainly, I mean, he knows how to win this kind of games. He's very good at it. Actually, if you look at the candidates, it's just insane. Like, whenever he would be slightly better, he would win. He basically converted like pretty much all the positions that were like slightly better.
So you feel like he's very happy about this kind of position?
Yeah, I think he's also, I mean, he just knows what his strengths are, you know, and then he knows this is basically a golden opportunity, kind of.
Okay, so we were looking at, you know, Jan did play Queen G4, the move we focused most of our analysis on.
Yeah.
And so now we were talking about Queen E5, right, as a very logical attempt by Black to open up this bishop to attack the knight.
Yeah.
And so far we've only looked at Knight F3. We didn't have a chance to look at anything else. Are there any other moves here that we might have missed, Daniil? I mean, Knight F3 makes sense because you got to do something about this knight.
Yeah, but there is, like at the same time, there is a billion of moves too, right? Like
yeah, you don't really want to necessarily go there, right, and just start trading pieces, do you?
All right, let's say I do that. Let's say I go knight e to f5, let me play it this way.
And Ding is about to have a move, so we're going to see what it is. Yeah, he put Queen E5 on the board. Okay. So that's the current position, and so we're looking at knight here.
Yeah,
knight takes, knight takes. And you're trying to make the case that maybe my bishop is kind of staring into like not a very significant target here, that your play,
well,
you're going to go rook d1 soon,
kind
to
of
pressure the pawn, or maybe rook d5.
Yeah, I don't know. My intuition is basically screaming that if white gets something like g3 king g2, he'll be more or less winning.
Oh wow, that strong.
So it's like either something like d5 works for you, but then you need to calculate knight takes h6, you need to calculate many things. Still, d5 would very much be my main intention as Black.
Like that.
Yeah, and then
give up the pawn.
Yeah, and then after knight f5, you start playing reasonably, as we call it, yeah? Yeah, you probably take on e4. You can even consider actually playing d5 to d4 as an idea in general.
Yeah, but okay, if you can get the pawn back, that would be nice. But basically, okay, I'm trying to get your concept here. Yeah, if I take with the queen, and the end of all of that is rook a1 check, right?
Yeah.
And then you just pick up the f2 pawn.
Yep.
All right, so actually, guys, we are going to go on a short break as Jan ponders this important moment. We do feel like he's got a nice initiative going here. These next few moves are going to be critical. But for now, let's listen to Timur Rajabov's match predictions.
It's an exciting event for sure, and certainly even without Magnus for now, we're all expecting the great fight there, and the title will be decided in the match between two players who are currently, I think, like number 2 and 3 in the world, and in this case, yeah, certainly following the match will be a huge pleasure, and learning a lot from the players and their teams and the preparation and all that. So World Championship is always an exciting event, but certainly would be better to be a part of it. Well, there is no clear favorite, but I think the match will not be even. even though I consider the chances of it being not even equal. But I think that both players are like taking all these punches quite badly. So once somebody loses the game, I expect them to crumble at some point. And I think also that the match will end in the classical part without rapids, without the tiebreak. So yeah, but that's just an expectation. I'm not sure I'm right in this case. Yeah. I mean, in this match, probably there will be a lot of draws, I guess. But again, it depends on the one who crumbles the first in this match. So if he gets punched at some point, especially early, we can get anything, because with both of these players, anything can happen. As far as I remember, even in the candidates, I think Ding lost some games, and taking the last match of Jan when he lost the game against Carlsen there, the first game against Carlsen that he lost there, I think he also felt pretty uncomfortable and couldn't, keep his calm, his nerves and everything in the best of his abilities. And in this case, I guess they did a huge work, but still, the character of the person, is not changed in a few months. So in general, for both of the players, it's better to keep some kind of cool and to not lose the games, which is an obvious thing. But that for Carlsen, let's say, losing the game is always a kind of extra motivation. But for these players, it's a huge psychological punch. So in this case, I think that they should really control their nerves. Well, certainly, first of all, there will be different players playing the match. At least Ding would not play the match in this case. Also, it changed completely my perception of the candidates tournament, because it seemed that I could really try much harder, probably against Caruana and so on. But also Caruana, I think, was super upset because at some point he was going on something like +2 or +3, and then he ended badly at the end because he was playing only for the first place, trying to catch up Jan. And if he would know, of course, that he can end at the second place, probably he would just play calmer, and things would be much better for him. And he tried really hard, and he got out of contests at all, like losing many games in a row. And perception has certainly changed when there is no world champion. Current world champion is not defending the title. It's first time, I think, in my career probably that I see this, personally. Before we only knew about, Fischer not defending the title and so on. But I think it's a different thing, but certainly also some refreshment for the chess world. Yeah, they're having the fresh faces at the match. Not Jan again, but still Ding is a new and fresh face there. Yeah. So it's also some kind of fun.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana. This is the playing venue of the FIDE World Championship match 2023. I'm Katie, and in this video I'm going to take you to the players area as well as spectators area. Follow me. This is the playing venue. Two champions will fight for the title. And also we have here the spectators area where everyone can follow the game here. In the first round, Jan takes white pieces and he will move the first. Ding will take black pieces. Also, the chair that Jan Nepomniachtchi chose is the similar design from the World Championship match from Spassky and Fischer in Reykjavik. Ding Liren chose because he thinks this is the most comfortable for him. Compared to the previous World Championship matches, here the players will have more space during the game. And in the end of the video, I am going to take you in the most secretive place of the whole venue. This is the players' lounge, when during the game, each of the players can come and rest. They'll have drinks and also snacks on the side, as well chess game on the screen. For the first time in the World Championship match history, the players will be observed by the cameras. We are inviting you to join our expert commentary every day at 3 p.m. local time.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of Game 5 of the 2023 World Chess Championship match. And right now we have the move knight f5 on the board. And it seems, Daniil, that a couple of moves ago, Nepo missed a really big opportunity with something that wasn't entirely obvious. His move queen g4 looked very natural, but the computer really liked queen f3 more. Why don't you explain to us why this move is superior?
Well, it's not that simple, to be honest. But yeah, as we checked briefly, it seems, yeah, exactly, it seems that there is this very important nuance that in lines like queen e5, for instance, knight g4, queen g5, you cannot take on h5, obviously, there is knight f6 check. There is this resource of playing e4 to e5, attacking the rook, and then whatever happens, white plays e6. Well, not whatever. Like if we're given free d6 pawn, we'll probably take it safely, but yeah, here we go.
Maybe
e6.
even taking that pawn is possible.
Yeah, but then maybe some queen f5. Anyway, even e6 is good here, I think.
Yeah.
I think this is exactly what we looked at during the break. So yeah, queen f3 is not obvious at all. Like you need to figure out all the nuances to play it. But let's say what I can say is that, like, I think Jan should not be criticized for not playing queen f3, but we actually can criticize him for playing queen g4 that quickly. So basically, it's kind of clear that your intuition is screaming here that you're much better, probably winning even. And also, I mean, you have this 90 minutes or even more, which you won't need if you checkmate in 3 moves anyway. So you can spend some of the time thinking here. Still, queen f3 is not obvious, of course.
Yeah, you know, this reminds me of his first round against Ding, where he also had this chance for an advantage with some move h3, but it was based on a pretty difficult to spot tactic. I mean, I wouldn't say completely impossible for a player of his level, but I feel like a little bit unlucky that his advantages have been tougher in a way to convert. For example, Ding's exchange sack, rook d4, was, you know, much simpler and straightforward. Literally, you had a capture on the board to examine, and that was it. But like what Jan's chances, at least in the positions like you know, where he's been white in these games, like this is a pretty subtle move, right? To be like the only one that somehow, you know, gives white a big edge.
It is, yeah. Also, it's not only based on this e5 tactics. It's not in general only based on tactics, I guess. Let's say after rook e8, I think it is important that you basically go knight f5. I suspect.
Which knight, knighty? Yeah, probably knighty.
I don't think it really matters, but yeah, maybe this one. And then the strategic point is that actually white is like in time to avoid trading the knight for a bishop. So you're
like
in time
that.
to take. Yeah, you're in time to take, and let's say queen takes. I think you even go knight f5 maybe. And then you get like pretty much what you want, I guess, if you're in time here to play.
Is this dominating enough?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
like we had the same actually with the queen on d1.
Let's take a look at what's going on in the live position, because they've made some moves. So basically, he went queen g4, and let me just find where we are. Here we are.
Queen e5 that we wanted.
Yeah,
happened.
So queen e5 happened, knight f3 happened, and where did Ding move his queen? We looked at both of these moves. He actually went for this, and we were looking at knight f5. Yeah, we discussed this position. The trade of knights, pawn takes, and yeah, this is exactly the position we were talking about. So we looked at queen f6. Are there other moves for black? I mean, I guess there are, right? You got to look at queen d7.
7, I guess, yeah.
As well.
Well, you definitely don't play queen d5 as there is f6, right?
Yeah.
And also you don't play queen c8 because it's just stupid in general. So it's either queen d7 or queen f6.
Right, I guess this move still maintains the pin. I think we're going to get an answer from Ding very
Queen
soon,
f6.
and he went queen
Okay.
f6. Yeah, it's funny because we talked about this position like a very long time ago, so let's refresh our memories of it. We were saying that here white just centralizes the queen,
Yeah.
will bring the queen to d5, black will bring the bishop here, and there's a kind of a balance, although it feels better for white because this queen can't easily move.
Yeah. Well, again, it's still clearly better for white, I would say. The question is how much. Now that we have this hint that queen f3 was a much better move, I mean, we can. So basically, what happened next? Yeah, queen e5 was more or less a must. Knight f3. Can it be that queen e6 was such a big mistake, not playing queen f6? Like in terms of human ideas, it's kind of obvious. Queen e6, you are like not sacrificing anything. It's reasonable. You're trading pieces. After queen f6, we had this queen d7, where it was like we had great time looking at the lines. I actually forgot to mention that after queen f6, we looked at this queen d7.
Yeah.
Bishop takes e3, I guess. And yeah, in general, after rook a1 check or something, I thought later that even rook a1, rook e1 is not a fairy tale, maybe. Suddenly, like even instead of king h2, if you play rook e1.
Ah, you're talking about here, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe white could do that, try
Yeah,
to...
takes, and then like our black knight is dominated to the extent that we're not going to like. So you'll probably play something like queen, I don't know, e5, give up the pawn on f7. Like again, it's clearly still worse. It's just not that obvious if it's like much better for white or the game was most probably finished in a draw, but white is definitely on a better side, of course.
So he goes queen e6, and then we get into this forcing line with knight f5,
Right.
knight takes, pawn takes,
Yeah.
queen f6, queen e4, and Ding just played the move rook b8.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see his point. Yeah, at some point he wants to go like bishop c5 and perhaps b4, ideas like that.
Yeah.
In the position. Okay, so what do we expect Jan to do here? I mean, queen d5 seems very natural.
Or maybe g4.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Like my guess would be that he will play both in this game, to be honest.
That at some point he'll have both of these moves in, yeah?
Yeah.
I have to say, I really don't like how this queen is, placed, but the idea of b4 will be, I think will be important for black to try to get in. So, okay, go ahead, choose one.
Where are you getting exactly? So let's say go.
Yeah.
All right, let's say go g4.
All right. This is reminiscent of Ding's very nice g4 move in the previous game, also kind of clamping down on the light squares.
Well,
okay.
Ding's g4 was a little bit more obvious, I would say.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, for this position, I think it's quite a natural try. Okay, bishop c5.
Yeah, but what are you trying to do even is my question. So let's say I just ignore you. I go king g2.
Yeah.
Like when I'll figure out what your idea is, I will start.
You'll start defending.
Yeah,
right?
kind of. But first, I just want to.
Well, let's just see what happens if I sacrifice the pawn.
Yeah.
If I just go for activity, right?
Yeah. So let's say. First of all, I'm not even sure about c takes b4. But let's say I take on c4. Okay.
Now, are you going to take with the queen here? Because I didn't prepare for that.
No, I'll.
But I guess
go
I'll.
BC.
Yeah. Sorry, if you take with the queen, just rook b2 is fine.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're taking with bc. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so here rook b2.
Yeah. And then something like rook e2 even. It's like 100% clear that you're worse.
Yeah.
And you basically need some miraculous tactics to work. We are again joining this land of this, let's say, takes, queen
we
takes
just gotta
c3. You want
show the viewers.
Yeah, you want to have queen c2 in the end, but I'll go g5 here.
All right, so queen takes.
Yeah, then you have queen c2 and you're probably okay.
Wow, I get a little lucky.
Well, I have queen g6, queen a8, queen e1, but I don't think I'm winning this, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I had g5, which I think was pretty good.
So once I take on c3, you play queen e8 takes. Where do you want? Oh, you want to play g5 where? Here?
Yeah, you basically have to take on g5, and then it's a miracle if it works. It probably is a miracle.
Yeah, it's actually funny how your g pawn that you've played here is being so useful now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't just for show that you played g4.
No.
Yeah, there's pawn.
No, so it's not a miracle. I think you just lost.
Okay.
Knight takes f7. Go to take on h5.
And do you want to come back and do
maybe knight takes d6 maybe.
Yeah, okay. Well, the thing is, if my king cannot even go backwards, then I have a feeling like I'm going to get mated. Yeah, for some reason.
Yeah.
I think that's very likely to
Yeah,
happen.
I'm a bit too lazy actually to find some checkmate. And I don't see like any checkmate in 2, but it's clearly bad for black. Like you're also pawn down, yeah? I mean, it's also, it doesn't help. So, yeah.
Okay, well, we can look for the checkmate later if it comes up, but I mean, so far that doesn't look like a line that black wants to enter. Okay. So you're suggesting the move g4, and that would be pretty cool if Jan goes with that. It's certainly an attractive move, solidifying all these pawns, and even potentially giving you these dangerous g5 ideas in some later lines.
Yeah.
So
but how do you even play this as black?
Well, you know, the thing is he put the rook on b8, so I am assuming that he plans to play b4. I mean, what else? Hold on. So you still can't really go b4 because you're just queen c4, right? Like if I throw this thing in here, it's always the same. Queen takes c4.
Yeah, but it's actually funny that like you need to be insanely lucky here as black in general. So let's say I even play not queen takes c4, but king g2.
King g2.
Right.
And you want to pin me with rook b1, or like I'm
No,
trying.
I just want to show that let's say takes.
Yeah.
You take. I mean, after g5, it's
Yeah.
like extremely lucky for you that you don't lose by force.
Yeah. And did he do it? Did he do it? What's his choice? Rook e2.
E2.
Okay.
Also a good move.
So a little different from what we were looking at, but hold on. So g5 here, and you're basically threatening this beautiful checkmate.
Yeah. No, my point was
Yeah.
that basically after h takes, it's kind of lucky for you that queen a in check doesn't win. Like it is almost there actually. Queen a8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e8 takes.
Yeah, and then I think you are suddenly in time after knight takes f7, king takes h5.
Yeah, you kind of.
Like with my pawn on f3 or king on g3, I'll be winning, but here you're in time. But then again, I mean, you can see that. Like I basically decided to skip 2 moves in a row with white, right?
Yeah.
And then you survived by miracle. I mean, it's quite a bad sign, to be honest. I don't know.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what Jan did. He went for rook e2. Oops, here we go. Rook e2, and he was answered very quickly with bishop c5. So I don't know, rook e2, do you like this move? I mean, we didn't even start talking about it. I guess the idea of it is protect this pawn, protect that pawn, and just not be in a rush. So it has
I think his idea in general is that like whenever black plays b4, he just wants to take it. So this is the point.
Yeah.
So let's say now after bishop c5, he plays g4, you go b4. So the point is to take. And now the difference is that after bishop takes b4, I just have queen takes c4.
Right.
And I'm saying I prefer this pawn. And here you just get mated after queen a8 most probably. And rook e8
okay, like that.
Yeah. I mean, at least this is how it looks.
Yeah, you're not in time to do anything to this king on the diagonal. Right?
Yeah, it just goes to g2 if something happens.
No, I do love this pawn idea to g4. I hope we see that in this game. But rook e2 is a nice move, yeah. Okay, so Ding still appears to be under some pressure here.
Yeah, I must say I have a feeling we, or they, or
Jan
both.
is playing, he just put it on the board. Okay, good for him.
Yeah, g4. But
g4, yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling like we probably missed some critical moment, no? I mean, it looks very bad for black now, like really bad. If this is the 0-20 that Engine wanted as black, then I kind of say, Jan, I'm sorry. You did everything well, and it's like literally impossible to believe that this position is kind of okay for black. So.
Well, we can go back and take a look later. Like, I mean,
yeah, but where did he go wrong? This is my.
So you're basically saying Queen G4. We know that wasn't the best move. So why does he still have a good position?
We know that after Knight F3, it was more or less okay, I guess. This much.
Right, Knight F3. Yeah, this was okay. Well, okay. I mean, it could be this probably that moment, right, where I mean maybe that was a big difference.
And then he had to calculate this crazy Queen D7 whole thing, and it was supposed to work.
He went for this, and then we got this position, and once we got here, it does start to look pretty pleasant for white.
It could be Queen D7, not Queen F6.
Yes.
This I can kind of believe.
But maybe that was a better idea because the queen has more mobility here.
Yeah, but then again, it's hard to. I mean, there is Queen E4.
Yeah, there's Queen E4, and you have to look at F6. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, here I go D5. At least I have an idea, right?
Okay.
I want to play reasonably. I just want to get D4.
Yeah.
But my worry is black would be Queen F4 instead of Queen E4. And then I probably still go D5. You have F6.
Bishop C7.
And I mean, I mean, it starts to look tricky, but maybe it works for black. I don't know, Queen D4.
Yeah, you're kind of.
Yeah, maybe somehow this works, but it's not like as black. You basically need to somehow force F takes G7, and then somehow like fish around.
Yeah.
And with this pawn in your house, basically more or less. But yeah. I mean, it's like I don't know.
Yeah, well, let's see what we got right now. So Queen F6, Queen E4, and Rook E2 and G4 that Jan just played. And so let's talk about the time situation. Okay, Ding has 33 minutes, but actually they're very far into the game. He's only got 7 moves left to make. 8 moves?
8, I guess,
moves, yeah. 8 moves left to make, and that's not a terrible situation time-wise. I mean, obviously Jan has a boatload of time, but overall, I mean, with 8 moves left to make in this 33 minutes, I mean, Ding should be able to cope with that task. It's the position, though, that worries us more.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, it just looks like almost lost to me. I'm like almost ready to go D5, to be honest. Saying that again, after D5, I'm pretty sure I don't lose this like a complete retard. But I'm also admitting I'm much worse.
So basically, you're like just in order to free up that queen.
Yeah, kind of. I just go D5, queen takes,
away the pawn.
D5, queen takes, and I just play some move. Like there is no tactical point. It's just a positional thing.
Yeah.
It's also unlucky for black that after queen D6. Even the ending is probably tough, but Rook E5 is even better version for white.
Yeah, you had some dreams of like coming here, but yeah, Rook E5 stops that, and also adds in a tempo on that bishop.
Yeah. Also, in terms of ideas, just imagine we trade queens. Like imagine I go F6 at some point. You take, I bring the knight to F5. How much do you like that?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. But hold on, I mean, yeah, so I'm down a pawn here. I have to try to trade off all the pawns. Can I manage that?
Yeah, you're down a pawn and you're also worse.
Yeah, so let's defend a little bit, Daniil. Here we go.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, knight D4.
Look at how strong that bishop's going to be there when I play B4.
Yeah, but I go knight D4, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm sorry.
you want to go knight D4 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're threatening some kind of a fork, so let's go bishop F6. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blundering my pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to try B4, but then knight C6.
Yeah.
Looks very good. Oh, and this is actually cool. So you...
C3.
No, BC3, I guess I will...
Take on E7,
somehow
king
manage.
F8.
And Rook C5 and then... We can show this actually, right?
Like that, because if you take my rook, I get a queen.
Yes.
So you're going to take my bishop.
Yeah, you go
king
to
F8.
I guess I take on C3 simply, and then
take on C3.
And then I go Rook C5.
you win
I mean,
this pawn.
I know it's quite unpleasant with 3 against 3, the king
Yeah.
side. This way it's probably lost.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns that white's
Yeah.
gonna have. It's too
But
much.
the line I wanted to show is actually if you play rook b7 instead of b takes c3. Sort of saying, okay, like you kind of have things under control. But say after knight takes c7, you're praying for like takes cb. It's also bad, probably. Yeah. I mean, I wanted some rook e2, but it doesn't work. But anyway, my point was that yeah, I wanted c takes before instead of knight takes c7.
No, just like this.
Yeah, and then you take, and I go rook d8, king h7, knight e5,
Darn.
and there we go again. I
Wait.
just get knight g6.
Okay, okay. Hold on.
And bishop f8 runs into knight e5, knight d7 too. So it's just bad.
Wait, hold on. What are you saying here? So if bishop f8, what happens?
Then knight e5, I guess. And then
Oh,
we
then
just
you're going knight d7.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if you play king h7 instead, then I have knight e5 followed by knight g6. This is actually what I wanted to show. I mean,
Okay.
this,
Yeah.
Like again, this whole thing works.
Well, that seems to be like a theme of today's game. Is that checkmating ideas against black using the f5 and h5 pawns.
Yeah.
It's actually, how do you stop that idea in this position?
No, you just resign. You don't.
There's no way you can
I mean,
stop
you can
it.
play
You can go
G6.
g6,
Yeah,
but yeah,
but,
that's
yeah.
other than just dropping all your material.
Yeah.
Okay, so your idea of giving d5, I mean, you're feeling a little desperate about black's position, so you're considering moves like that, but you're thinking that it's not exactly enough, yeah, because white kind of keeps all the good parts of his position anyway.
Yeah.
And we're getting the tempo on the bishop, which is annoying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but what is enough? Yeah, it's much easier to be white here. I mean,
So Ding is actually in a really tough spot here.
is it tough?
How would you describe it?
No, I mean it's tough when you have a chance, right? I mean, I'm not even sure it's not that lost. I start to like get really pessimistic.
Okay, well, we're going to see what Ding just did.
Queen d8. Okay,
Queen
queen d8 is
D8.
reasonable. I also wanted this. So basically, yeah.
He wants to go d5
Yeah, so queen d5 will be played
quickly.
really quickly, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, because there's no way white's going to allow that pawn to move forward.
I mean, you can show off a little. You can play queen c6 maybe to be smart. Like you provoke queen c8 and then you go queen d5 and then you have this entry square on e7. But I don't think white needs to be this
So
wise.
fancy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we think this is a pretty good move. Let's see how quickly Ian plays it. I guess he's going to think for a bit. He has a lot of time to ponder this. So queen d5. And how is Ding planning to like improve these pieces? Did he just play it? Queen d5? Yeah.
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 I mean, how can you play something else, right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, the the kind of advantage that he's built up with these pawns giving the space on the king side and the beautifully centralized queen.
But then again, yeah, I mean, going back, this is what positional chess does to help your play. Like,
Yeah.
you don't get to this kind of situation because, like, 15 moves ago, you just played g6 and h5.
Right.
And this kind of, like, pawn domination on the king side never happens. Like, you might blunder, but you'll never be dominated like this.
Yeah, so you're not a fan of some of the positional decisions that Ding has taken in this game and getting left with this. I mean, it's funny because he's done a lot of work to improve this bishop, and it's not the worst looking bishop in the world, but he's still not able to be super effective in this position. And it's not even that the bishop is so bad, it's just that white's central control is so good, right?
No, I think it's just, this is actually where your like famous rules that I didn't know actually works maybe. Like, it's not that the square on c5 is bad. It's just that the position is such that even with the bishop, like the ideal square is probably f6, but white would still be much better. Like, let's say you go bishop d4 here, I just play king g2, you go bishop f6. But you are still much worse. Like, in general, you're just waiting. Like, once I'll play some knight d2 followed by f4, you will stop liking this bishop as well, right? It's just, in general, it's a complete dominance over this bishop.
Well,
And then we go back to playing h6, actually, right? I mean, this is
you go back much earlier in the game.
I mean, exactly. This is basically how chess works at the high level. Like, you play h6 in a very early stage, and then like this is a decision that has consequences always.
All right, let's figure out something here for black. So black is dreaming of getting a queen trade, right? That would be the best case scenario.
Also, the way that he's not giving up this pawn on b5, and the way that he's not mated with this rook e8, knight h4, knight g6, and so on and so on. I mean, I don't know. I'm not even sure, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not even sure what you're trying to get as black.
Well, okay. I mean, what am I trying to get? Let's go queen d7. Maybe we get a rook trade or something.
Yeah, maybe rook trade, yeah. That is true.
Let's try that. So
I guess king g2.
Okay, yeah, you don't have any of these ideas yet because I'm hitting that pawn.
Yeah, I must warn you, you're going to be a little unlucky one move later, I guess.
Okay, okay, wait. I appreciate the warning.
Yeah.
I want to figure out what you're trying to warn me about. So.
No, but I could just be bluffing too, no?
Yeah, but that's why I'm thinking before I make my move. I'm not just
You're
trusting
not buying
that.
this, yeah?
No, I want to know, but okay, so rook e8, and then there's something
No, it was probably a bluff at the end of the
that
day.
you've got
No, I just
planned, but
yeah.
go ahead, show me your idea.
I just realized I have knight e5, and then basically whatever you play, I have knight takes f7, and then I will have a discovery. And like for a second, I thought it works.
The discovery is going to be that good, yeah.
Yeah, I think queen e7 is the only move, but it does work. As you need to have the rook on the h rank. So now I take h6, king h7. There is no queen g8, right? And then it just doesn't work.
Then you don't have like a really good discovery here.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow.
Bad luck, yeah.
I survive. Yeah, and also you're attacking this pawn, so I don't even have time for knight d6, knight e8.
Okay.
Yeah. Well.
So this doesn't work. Okay.
All right. So king g2, rook e8. So if I get the rook trade, maybe I can survive.
Yeah.
Because then I'm gonna try to activate my queen with queen e2.
Or maybe not. Yeah. No, I think in general what I should be doing is bringing his knight to e4 after a trade. And I don't want your queen to be on it too, right? So I probably...
Should you have put your king on f1?
No, I think I should have started by playing knight d2 simply. Here.
Right here. Queen d7, knight d2.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so you're trying to do a reroute of the knight, and if I go rook e8, are you going to go knight e4 right away, or...
I like both, but let's say I just take.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it simple. I take, I go knight e4.
The
I think I'm back to...
The knight is visibly stronger on e4 than on f3.
No, I mean also f6 is coming. I think I'm just back to complete dominance, actually.
Yeah, this is starting to feel really bad.
Yeah, if I get f6, I think I'm just like completely winning even.
Wow. Yeah, knight d2 is a nice idea in the position. I have to say I like that one a lot.
No, but it's like a general thing, right? Your bishop on c5 is in general bad. Like I only need to avoid blundering some queen e2 thing or some other tactical stuff, but in general, like positionally, it's dead lost. And I think like you said like 15 minutes ago that Ding is doing kind of okay.
Yeah.
With the clock, but look, I mean after queen d5, it's hard to come up with a move even, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of moves to make until the time control, but right now we're on move 34, so he's got 6 more moves to make, and he's got 22 minutes, but it's just so hard for him to come up with anything here because he's got like, this position has a mix of, there's going to be tactical problems at any moment that you got to watch for with f6, and then there's like the positional problems which are just unending, simply due to the fact that this seemingly decent bishop, and I think for a lot of our viewers, it might be surprising that we consider this bishop to be not a good piece, right? I mean, because, okay, it's supported by a pawn, it's attacking, the white king, it's on a pretty open diagonal, and yet this bishop is, one of the pieces that we're playing against and basically trying to dominate. We're trying to say that, like, he's not that effective on this diagonal, and the knight is actually capable of doing more. But still, I guess a lot of the problems are also just coming from the passive heavy pieces, right?
Yeah. No, but this bishop on c5 is just, I mean, it's protected, it's kind of active, but it's just, I mean, it's like wearing a suit in the gym, right? I mean, it just, you know, it's the wrong spot to sort of to be in, right? I mean, you don't need the suit in the gym. Like, there is no one there to be impressed with it.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Well, I mean, as a plan, maybe it's black. You have to try. We're probably supposed to come up with something, which I personally don't want to do, but I have to maybe. So maybe, I mean, you try to get the queen trade with the king on f8. Like, I don't know how exactly, but let's say just let me play king f8. Let's say you go king g2. Be generous to me, yeah? I mean,
all right, you don't want me to start with this.
Yeah, I'm lost anyway, just let me do something. So I go queen d7.
Yeah. So there's no knight e5 because you want to go queen
b7. There are still knights c6 there.
c8.
Yeah. I think I'm in time there actually.
All right, but we're about to see a move from Ding.
Well, he's about to touch the king, I guess.
You think that we could actually see king f8?
Yeah. Yeah, he played it.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
You see, when you tried to find a move, you came up with it.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's a little too late to be looking for the moves. That's the problem. I mean, it's, well, the move is reasonable, but indeed, like in the World Championship match, you probably don't play king g2, right? Also, maybe we just overestimated this. No, maybe it's not like dead lost.
Okay. So
I think
now we're going to try this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what the idea of king f8 again is what?
I mean, at least you're worried about some queen h4 or queen g5, right? I guess. Are you?
Yeah, I should be, right? I should see those ideas. I see. That's why you wanted your king on g2 in all these positions. Because you could theoretically try to bother me a little bit with queen g5.
The fun part is I actually didn't see this queen g5, queen h4 at all.
Sure, yeah.
But I just know that in general, you know? I mean, you play reasonably.
Yeah.
This king belongs to
Okay,
g2.
so queen h4.
Yeah. So what do you play?
How do I defend this pawn? Well, I can't use my f-pawn. I don't want it, the things I wanted to square for my knight, and now you're making me kind of put like a queen there, and then there's d5 is going to happen.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Okay. So this is the issue, right? Is that you really start to bother this pawn. I don't have a convenient way of guarding it. So therefore, I suppose that king g2 move we were looking at actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But then again, queen, let's say, I don't know. First of all, I didn't play queen c7 here. Oh wow, I'm about to come up with a smart point.
Okay.
Wow. So actually, I didn't play queen c7 here, as I didn't like f6, just as a thing.
Yeah.
So with the queen on d7, I had this control over the
over
g4
g4,
square. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
f6 takes a knight h4, let's say, was something that I didn't like. Or even queen f5, just going forward, straight checkmate. But after queen d7, I'm allowing this knight e5 idea. So by this logic, we actually, I mean, queen b7 is probably fine. But I think we actually get everything by playing queen c8, right?
Okay. So you're saying this move has the best of both worlds. Okay, it stops knight e5 from being possible, it stops f6 from being possible, and it still does that. Okay, that's a very nice point. Okay, queen c8. Yeah, so how actually are we dealing with this idea? Because the queen trade would be extremely helpful to black, right? I mean, this queen is just amazing. White really doesn't want to trade the queens. Look at that. That looks like a shark look from Jan.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's only helpful with knight on f3. That's a problem. Like, whatever I play, if it's like a little reasonable.
Yeah.
So let's say I go knight h4, you trade queens, I take and go f6. I'm like super happy.
Yeah,
Maybe
not super happy, but let's see. Let's see. How bad is this really? Yeah, actually, okay. I mean, now I have a bishop, you have a knight. So that...
Well, it's clearly like either just bad or very bad. I mean, it's clear that white is better again, yeah? I mean, I told you a long time ago that this won't be discussed for quite some time.
All
It's
right.
just we're trying to figure out, or actually see.
All right, hold on. Like, I want to know why black is doing so badly. Let's try.
Okay. So what do you want me to play?
I don't know. Rook d2, rook d7.
I don't know. Let's say I just take on h6.
Okay.
Can I?
You can, and
Okay.
let's keep going.
Yeah, I guess I take. I go knight f5.
Uh-huh. So you're up. You're not even up a pawn here,
No.
but you're very confident that this pawn is going to be strong, huh?
No, I'm just saying I'm confident why this better is some mating ideas will come at some point. I mean, I can't believe you're not lost.
You can believe it.
Yes, I
Yes.
can. This much this much I'll give you. But let's say rook d2.
You have to constantly deal with that. Maybe
Yeah,
I
you
just go king g8, you know?
Yeah, or maybe you go rook b8 even, yeah?
Yeah,
Maybe,
but maybe king is not so bad here. Kind
Yeah,
of like
I
blocking the
agree.
pawn.
Actually, maybe you're better, no?
Maybe.
Why would you always agree with me? Maybe you're just better. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I had some little tactics in there that didn't work, and I got upset
Somehow
about it.
black survived, right? So, well, I think that white, as much as possible, is going to try to avoid this queen trade. The question is, how can he do it, right? So he basically knows this kind of idea is coming,
Yeah.
and the idea of king f8 was, you know, once you get your queen on b7, so there's not like this rook e8 trick, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why this king is here.
Yeah.
Okay. So now Jan has to find a move, and okay, king g2, still very logical. Queen c8.
Well, but king g2 is a very strange move in terms of preventing
The queen trade,
this trade.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I must say, like, I cannot agree in general that it's always such a good thing for black to trade queens. It's just, I mean, it's very much about, about white knight. So let's say I go king g2, queen c8. Let's say I go knight g1, and just give me one more move.
Okay.
So start with queen c7.
Yeah, let me just try to figure out what you want. You
Yeah.
want knight h3.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's say, yeah, in this position I have the knight on h3, you go queen b7, and I play knight f4. All right, I can play knight f4, but
Yeah.
maybe I do it this way to prevent d5. And then takes. I don't think you kind of,
You don't think I'm too happy here?
I'm not even sure actually your position improved kind of.
All right, let's go b4.
Yeah. But what's next? So you will take, I will take, so what's next? So let's say I go, I don't know, rook e4 or something.
Yeah, rook e4, my
Or-
idea was that I'm going to pressure you here.
Ah, okay.
That I could go like rook d2, and that reminds you that you have this pawn.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Still, I'm not surprised if knight c7 or something.
Okay, but look,
yeah.
we have an answer from Jan as to what
King
we're
F1,
wondering about. King
yeah.
f1. And you know, I am not shocked to see this move, right? Given like what we've been analyzing,
Yes.
we've been walking around this whole issue with the king, where to go with the king, how to deal with like, you know, not having this pawn hang. So I totally get this move. And also somehow let's just see though how it's different, right? Like how he plans to respond to queen c8 with the king and f1. Like how does that help him in these lines that we've been looking at?
Yeah. Let's think about that.
What's the plan here? I mean, okay, his king is not going to be on the same diagonal as the queen. That's nice.
But it's funny, yeah, like seeing this king f1 out of the blue would be weird.
Yes.
But now having the whole conversation, we get it instantly, yeah.
Yeah, well, we understand that it has something to do with the position, but what
Yeah.
exactly?
Well, one explanation could be that f6 works here tactically. And I think it actually is an explanation.
Wow. Well, hold on. Let's see. Oh, wow. Oh, that's really nice. Look at that. He kind of stepped out of the way of
Yeah.
queen g4 check to have rook e7.
Right.
Wow, that's a beautiful line.
Also, g takes actually.
And there's like, look at that king, guys. I mean, I think, you know, this will go down as a very famous king move if this all works out for Jan. I mean, because there is like a beautiful subtlety to this move.
Yeah.
Don't you think? I mean, it's not the most obvious move in the world.
Definitely
And,
not.
and with the point of like f6, it's just very nice.
Yeah. But let me remind you that first of all, like the only point of this queen d7 and queen c8 was to have queen takes g4 check.
Yeah.
So now that it's not a check anymore, I mean, first of all, let me play queen d7 if I want to. I mean, I don't know if I do.
Yeah, queen d7, right.
And then after f6, I will, I guess I will have to examine g takes.
Yeah.
Maybe even with the queen on c8. And I'm saying, yes, like, all the things you're doing are cool and they look brilliant, but I just take on g4, and if I lose, I lose. But at least you have to prove it, kind of. Like, it could be that you go knight f5 here, and your dominance is that overwhelming that I'm lost, despite me taking h5 and stuff, that you just improve slowly, somehow you just go king e1, maybe I'm lost.
Yeah.
But if this is the case, then it's like really phenomenal by white. Like, let's say queen takes h5, you go rook e7 maybe. There is no queen d1, there is no queen h1. And
so, first of all, just important point is that I don't think black can get a rook trade in. Oh, yeah, very. I don't think so. I don't think. Well, I was looking in this direction, okay, so I had to calculate a little. But yeah, you can't get the rook trade in, guys, because there is a 4 coming up. Okay, so that's kind of important.
I actually had like it's the same exact worry. Like I didn't see this knight g7 for quite long.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, you had to still see like, you know, queen. I think queen a8 works too. You know, queen a8 wins.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, but okay, rook e7. So we do have some form of domination on the board.
Yeah.
And amazing, like, look at this. You got all these squares that are covered by the dominant white queen on d5. If you go here,
we probably go to e1.
Just go to e1. Okay, so let's comment on Anish Giri's remark that he says, so far this match is really quite remarkable because in every game so far we have a full-fledged game. Well, first of all, I agree. I mean, it's been great to commentate on. I don't think we've had any boring moments. The games have not been long and dreary. You know, 2 decisive games out of 4, and then those other 2, there was also plenty of play. I mean, maybe the most quiet one was the 3rd game, right? The Carlsbad. That was pretty balanced, but yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ask for more from a World Championship match.
Yeah, these terms you definitely cannot. I'm not sure it's normal though that like people will these 2 will probably play more decisive games in like, I don't know, by game 10 than Magnus did in his whole life in World Championship matches. But yeah.
But that's not a bad thing. I mean,
in terms of excitement, it's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
like in terms of but in terms of like quality of play, I mean, clearly we know that chess is a draw. So it's so. I mean, it is exciting, but also it's a sign of people being not at their best, like objectively. But we are of course excited.
Yeah, I mean, I think given all the talk about is this a World Championship match or something else, right, given that Magnus is not here, I mean, I think the fact that they're giving something really entertaining for the fans around the world, I think it's important, you know, because people do want to watch something when it's exciting like this, right? And if it was just like another 12 games of draws, you know, people, I think, it'd be easier for them to say that, oh, you know, why are we watching this? But I think no one's complaining about how these games are going.
Yeah. No, I think it really depends on the people. There are different people, and but the match between Fabi and Magnus, to me, was actually like absolutely exceptional, and the quality was unbelievable. And I enjoyed it a lot, and I didn't care like if someone will win or not. I mean, they just played brilliantly and stuff. So in general, I mean, I like good games too, compared to bad games, even if good games finish in a draw. But I mean, clearly having so many decisive games is also great. It really depends on your mood. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you want to see these like little nuances, these cool games that finishes in a draw, and then you realize they were both brilliant. And sometimes you just want someone to finally win, yeah?
Yeah.
And that's it.
All right, so Ding just played rook c8. It's not a move that we were discussing. So it's funny because earlier he'd moved his rook here, now it's going there. What exactly is this rook meant to be doing here?
I'm not sure.
Right, it's a tough move to decipher. Okay, he's kept the queen on the diagonal just to stop like f6 from being an idea, knight h4 from being an idea. I mean, okay, he still has some ideas of maybe getting the queen trade in like that. And he's waiting to see how white is going to improve. So it's an interesting choice. Right? He's under 15 minutes for his next 5 moves. So a little bit of time pressure, given that there's no increment. Nepo has a ton of time, so he can think for as long as he wants. Yeah, so how can white strengthen his position? I mean, the thing with knight d2 is that there's still queen h4 as an idea, right?
Yep.
That's the problem of king f1. It was kind of nice to hold the queen on the diagonal, but if she actually stays on the diagonal, then you still have issues moving this knight.
Yeah.
But Daniil, I have a question. What if I go king g2 now? Because you don't have queen c8, you don't have queen d7 to, well, I mean, you can play queen d7 if you want, but then maybe we can at least look at knight e5.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me try that.
No, I mean, do you want me to make a joke or to play move?
I would make a joke.
I mean, if you go king f1, rook c8, king g2, I resign. Okay, I mean, I had enough. And speaking of moves, I probably go queen d7, knight e5, queen c7.
All right, here we go.
But this is honestly, like people imagine being in Ding's shoes. So someone goes king f1, then he plays king g2, and you realize you're still much worse.
Yeah.
And basically, like you cannot do anything about him trolling you for like 20 moves or so. It's like a very, very tough spot to be in. Also, I think the idea is, I mean, is exactly what you said, and I mean, it was a very good explanation that basically, like, black's position is not ideal, and he's clearly defending. And like in terms of defense, this whole setup kind of makes some sense.
Yeah.
And then you basically wait for things to happen, and you say, okay, like at least I'm not going to, you know, to make him a gift and lose in 3 moves after some knight e5 or knight g5 or something. So yeah.
Yeah, well, king g2, queen d7. Yeah, by the way, our live eval bar, which we have added to game 5, guys, there were a lot of requests so that you would know kind of how the game stands if you just tune in. And it does seem to be going heavily in white's favor after the move rook c8. So the computer really doesn't like rook c8. I guess our job is to figure out why.
But wait a second. So for this whole period, I could just look there.
Yeah, you could have.
Okay.
Well, it's good. You found out better now than never, right?
No, I don't. I'm not even sure it's good for like people that I know that now. Yeah, Jan plays rook e4 meanwhile. Okay.
Rook e4 played by Jan pretty quickly. Yeah, we didn't have an eval bar for the first 4 games, at least for the viewers watching at home. But yeah, now it's been added. And right now it is trending in white's favor.
No, it just went back actually, I think. I know it's.
Yeah, it likes white's position.
It's a strange bar, yeah. I mean, it's not responsible.
Yeah.
I think it was Korshnoy who actually explained it this way, that he doesn't like chess engines. Well, I mean, clearly they were like way less brilliant back then, right?
Yeah.
But he would say that normally, like, I don't get this. Like with a man, you can ask him to be responsible. And then I have the stupid engine. It says white is better. I play some move as black. It thinks and it says like it's black is better. Then I play another move, and the ego changes again. And I mean, I want some responsibility to be there. Yeah, Korshnoy was a great person. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, like this move, I think I get it, right? He wants to kind of overprotect this pawn. And again, kind of putting the question to black, what is black going to do? Because at some point, yeah, if they move their queen, f6 is going to be an idea. And yeah, black is finding it hard to make a move here.
Yeah, to some extent.
I mean, this queen really can't go anywhere except, well, it doesn't want to go back there at all. That would be terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible, kind of giving up the whole queen side. So, I mean, Ding already played this move, which didn't look that natural. And
He probably
Now
wants
he-
rook
yeah.
c7, rook e7. Could it be the case? That he's doing it this
Like that.
smart way for some reason? To take with the king, sort of?
Well,
But it looks a bit too
it
smart
looks-
to me, to be honest.
yeah, it looks not like the most natural idea, but I guess we can look at it. The thing is, though, is that
F6
there's
is
F6.
Krush. Yeah, exactly.
You've just left the back rank a little bit weak.
Yeah.
And you can't take me with the queen because of the check, and then it's game
Okay.
over. And if you take me with the pawn,
No, I don't.
you don't want to continue looking at this? I
Yeah,
mean,
I'd better resign than take, yeah.
but-
Actually not, maybe, but I'm dead lost here. Yeah, but after rook e4, so again, so what is the threat exactly?
Well, I think the threat is like black make a move that isn't worsening his position, right?
Okay.
Okay, so let's say I move back with my rook. I know, it's ugly.
Yeah.
But let's just try. Let's just see what you want.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So,
Somehow it looks that good that you don't want to, you know, to rush as white. I mean, maybe I just want king g2, yeah? I mean, I'll figure it out later. What's my plan? Like in general,
Right.
it's clearly an improvement for white to basically play f2, f4 in this position.
So basically right now we're settling on the fact that maybe black is just planning to move his rook back and forth from c8 to d8 and ask white how white is planning to improve, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, he will react accordingly, right? If I go, let's say, knight e1 with the idea of playing f4 followed by knight f3, I mean, I don't think you pass. You probably start queen d7, queen c6 thing. Or something else, but it's like you're only passing when I have this... It's actually nice, right? I just realized. So basically, like all the pieces we have on this...
On the light squares.
Yeah, and they are...
Yeah, it is quite
yeah.
nice. Okay, so what's your plan? You said something about this knight.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I just want my pawn from f2 to be on f4. So just in terms of ideas, like to...
So can I ask you one little question? Is this
Right.
an idea at all in these positions, like in this particular position? I know we were trying to play against this bishop.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I snap it instantly and then I think, but...
you snap it instantly, but
yeah.
like, I mean, I do plan to win that pawn.
Yeah.
And I don't know, have a nice rook end game.
Yeah, you'll probably have it, sure.
So that could be an additional idea.
No, it's probably... it's probably a decent idea, actually, but I somehow, like, this would never cross my mind even, I must say. Rook
No, but
b8,
that's
yeah,
what
I mean,
that's what
indeed
he's
they,
stuck doing. Yeah, that's kind of the impression that I was getting, is that he's just going to be moving back and forth because, first of all, he has little time, but also it doesn't seem like his position is allowing him to improve somehow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, little is like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, given the circumstances, it's kind of unlikely that you face like a really tough choice.
But I really think this idea kind of makes sense. Like king g2, rook c8, when the rook is back on c8, like knight d4. Because I mean, if this rook endgame is just good, well, go ahead, try to defend it.
Yeah, but it's not about defending. I guess it's more about you like proving it's dead loss for me.
But you also have problems with these pawns, right? It's not just
Yeah.
it's not just my extra pawn. It's actually I do have a nice extra pawn because that space is nice.
Yeah.
But it's also that I think I'm going to have a better rook, and then it's not so easy maybe for you to play b4.
Sure. No, it's certainly a very problematic position for black. I could not agree more. I'm just saying after rook b8, when someone plays rook c to b8, basically to change this kind of direction of the game with some trade, you need to be like really sure that you are exactly winning.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, this 94 you can you can have like any moment sort of.
Yep.
At the same time, I must admit, I don't see what to play after rook takes d4.
Right. Well, let me show you a funny move.
Okay, show me a funny move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go here.
Okay.
So just so you're warned, there's a checkmate threat and a fork.
Okay.
And my deep calculation is that if you take I take, and basically I'm trying to win a pawn in the same way. I'm just showing you that's like I don't know that it's better than what we've looked at, but that's sort of like the point, obviously.
No, but then you face some queen d1 check as well, right?
Yeah, but I have king g2, and this is protected, right? So.
Yeah, but let's say, so I go, I probably take on e5.
Yeah.
First of all, it's funny that after queen c7, we probably transpose to some position we had, but yeah, whatever, king j8, so you take with the queen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it has to be a major improvement for me.
So
like
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. Like generally, I would want this position without the queens, right? Like if I'm white and trying to win.
Yeah, unless b4 works, I guess so. Yeah.
Right. So having the queens on the board is like slightly helpful to black, but okay. It's still, I don't feel like it's too easy for you.
No, but it's not going to be too easy anyway.
Yeah, but I mean.
Here exactly, I don't know. I probably go, I don't know, b4 or something.
Yeah. You're gonna use that check, huh?
No, I'm just going to take on c3 actually, and then bring both pieces to the first rank. So if you take on c4,
right, but I mean, you're gonna have big check here. That's the problem, right? Like, if I take with the bc.
Yeah, there is king g2. I mean, you're not losing or something.
Okay, because b8 is hanging.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but it's just in general. Why would you want this? Like this position for the first time in the game, we actually realized that you might lose. Yeah, after some queen d1, rook b1. Like I'm pretty sure you're better, but for the first time, it's not safe anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, you did this after this rook c8 b8 sequence. Yeah, you basically don't want someone to beat you playing rook c8.
No, I'm just showing. I'm just showing some fun ideas here. Yeah.
No, I think if you want to do this, you go knight d4. Knight d4 actually failed to.
Yeah. Well, I liked it after king g2 though. King g2 rook c8 because here I don't want to go knight d4 just yet, right? Like this is a. Then I still have to do some work to win this pawn.
Yeah.
So I think if I want to go knight d4, I'll throw in king g2.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're also saying like, okay, and not only there's this, but you also just had that move, right?
Yeah. No, I think.
Oh, but here, hold on. Here though, knight c6, you're gonna go what? Rook e8.
Rook e8, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, because this was kind of a big idea.
Yeah, sure.
Rook e8 and.
But we had this, no?
Did we have this exact one? Yeah.
Maybe with the
I
king
guess
on g2,
I'm not getting anywhere. Yeah. With the knight here.
I don't know.
Okay, but let's see. Jan plays g5. Okay, so things are really spicing up. Okay.
And this is probably crushing, by the way, yeah?
Okay, hold on. Let's try to figure this out. So pawn takes, and what's the idea?
I don't know. I saw the bar that then dropped. But now now that I see the bar, I cannot see a thing by myself anymore.
No, just don't look there, Daniil.
I'm trying to, but it's there. I mean, sometimes I just make sure we're
having the right position.
Yeah, sort of.
All right, no, this is fascinating. So I mean, I thought about this move, but I just, and I even thought like with the king and f1 and the rook here, maybe he's setting this up, but I didn't see exactly what is the follow-up. What is the follow-up? Yeah.
Also, many moves are there, and the fun thing is that actually, like one of the follow-ups could be still king g2, right? I mean, it's a super fun way to play this.
Okay, he took it, so we're going to see Jan's point right now.
Yeah. Could be rook g4 simply.
Rook g4
trying to provoke f6. Yeah, but then you go back and you're basically...
Wow. But it's interesting. I mean, he didn't spend that long on this decision, which...
I mean, the bar I think it's lost, right?
No, yeah, we got to figure this out. So...
Okay.
Well, could there be something, I don't know, like f6? Queen takes knight g5. What's the...
Well...
Wow, it's a very big...
I really suspect it is just rook g4.
You really think it's just this?
Yeah.
It's not obvious.
And then you have f6, knight h4, g takes h6.
Okay, that looks like it could be the convincing line, because that is a really huge threat.
Yeah, this is typical Jan trick, right? I mean, it's not...
But it's nice.
It's not too difficult, but like exactly geometrically it's brilliant.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Like it's, I mean, it's something that you can spot like being some like amateur player, but at the same time, it's very easy to miss.
Oh yeah, I mean, the idea of like just giving up that pawn.
Yeah.
And actually, also, it's like ruining this beautiful construction that we've been enjoying for a while. So you give that up, give up the pawn, and then you're saying you're just going rook g4, and you want to take the pawn with what, the knight, I guess?
Yeah.
That's the point. And on f6, having this knight sack prepared. And I think that's what he's doing.
No, he played h6. No.
No. What did he do? Or,
no, he played rook g4.
There
yeah,
you go.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that just so stylish?
Yeah.
And who says knights on the side of the board are not good when they're played by Jan?
Yeah, but you, like, even Jan's play proves that you only need them to sacrifice them, right? I mean, it's... I mean, also, black has this knight on a5, so...
Yeah, no, this is just a beautiful line.
Yeah.
And basically, I mean, you're either going to be queening that pawn, or after pawn takes.
You have many ways to checkmate.
Yeah, I guess we can checkmate like that. And then the queen comes in for the mate.
I mean, queen e6 check was quite safe too, no? After rook g8.
Yeah, you can do it in one move. Okay. So, wow.
Yep.
I mean, the way this game is going is just, it's kind of a crazy roller coaster, and I think those are the words that Kramnik used to describe what he thought we would see in this match.
Yeah.
And like, it's really funny because I only got to watch his pre-match predictions like the morning of the, I think it was the morning of the fourth game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, so he's predicting this kind of very open match with a lot of decisive games.
Right.
And it was like the perfect thing to watch in the morning of the fourth game because that's exactly what we got,
Right.
And I just had a feeling. I was like, oh, it's interesting. And he said not, both of the players have a similar weakness, which is that they're a bit unstable.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not the most obvious thing because it's not the most obvious way that I've seen Ding described, but he attributed this sort of problem to both players. And when I watched his prediction, I was like, okay, that seems really insightful. Like I just I felt intuitively that this made sense, and it's really what we're seeing in this match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also weird that basically the only game that was not one-sided was actually game 3.
Yeah.
Which is and this is game 5? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. You don't expect 4 one-sided games with different winners in the World Championship match normally, I would say, out of 5 as well. But yeah, it is what it is. It's very interesting. It's interesting at least because we've never seen such a thing before, is my impression.
Yeah, so many, just 5 games, 3 decisive results is almost unprecedented, right? I mean, we have to really go back some long time to see that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
No, I think Kasparov lost 4 games out of the first 9
to Karpov in the first match?
In the first match, yeah. I'm not sure about the order. But still, those games he would normally lose, they were not one-sided, he was winning in some of them and stuff. But here it's always they sit and one guy is just much better, and then the very next day another guy is just much better. So here exactly, Ding was just outclassed, right? It's not that you blundered g5.
Right.
You basically,
Oh yeah, Ding knows he's in trouble.
Yeah, we've seen where this is going.
We've had a chance to talk about body language a lot during this match, and I think the hands up around the face, is a sign that things are not going well.
It's actually impressive that it's game number 4 or 5, I think, in his life, that he will lose against Jan and this Rui Lopez. They're all in a way the same. They were similar with this d5 square and stuff, but he's not going to change his attitude. Which is, in a way, it's probably correct. At least you're saying, okay, this is my pet opening. I'm playing this and I'm not going to stop just because some guy beats me from time to time. But at the same time, playing the match, it doesn't feel like supernatural strategy, right? You play exactly the opening that would basically, bring you all the losses against this guy. It's kind of strange.
Well, I think it's not even the opening so much that is the chief complaint in this game. It's more some of the decisions he made in the middle game regarding this bishop and this whole bishop d8, b6 plan. I think that could certainly something he's going to revisit and really question why he did that. I mean,
Yeah, but I can explain why he did that.
explain.
No, but it's simple. That's what I was saying. I mean, he's in general, like by the nature, I think he's quite an aggressive player, and he likes his pieces to be active and to attack the king. And that's what I'm saying. That basically, like playing this quiet Ruy Lopez and playing this exact line in the d3 Ruy Lopez does not quite suit that. And then no, it is clear. You basically play bishop d8, bishop b6 because this, you saw this maneuver many times, and you want to attack f2. I mean, you want it to be active. You think I'll go c4. Like I don't want this bishop on g7 and h6 where it's only like only doing a defensive job, and I want to attack. The problem is that basically the game doesn't start there, right? I mean, it's and by that point basically you don't have this option anymore, more or less. And this is why I'm questioning his like opening choice in general. I mean, he lost so many games against Jan with exactly the same scenario, where he would get this passive position and then he would try to play it aggressively, sort of, which normally backfires.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that you see Ding as someone who has a naturally aggressive style, right? Okay, that's kind of like a little new for me, because I mean, I've heard him described as, you know, a good calculator, good technical player.
No,
it seems like
he's all about initiative, of course. No?
Okay, by the way, guys, we have a screenshot of an article of, do you want to try to pronounce this?
No.
Okay, Xinhua News Agency.
Wow.
I mean, there we go. I just learned Chinese just for this commentary. After Ding tied the match, more than 1.2 million people looked at the article. So this match is getting quite a lot of attention in China.
Yeah, you guys can read the header if you want to read. We have it on the screen.
Yeah, how's
Not
your
anymore.
experience playing in China, Daniil?
Oh, I mean, do you want to... Like,
Just
let's do it this way. I'll just say it was negative.
really?
Yeah, and we stop right there.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's good.
Yeah.
We don't need to hear the details.
Yep.
Well, I played in China many times actually, and going to various tournaments in China gave me a chance to actually explore the country. I mean, I spent time walking around the Hutongs in Beijing and the old city there. That was really cool. And okay, I spent quite a bit of time in Shanghai as well. And I also got to go to this province, I think we call it Yunnan. It's like in southwest China. So, wait, there was another one. I went to Xi'an, and yeah, no, I got to travel quite a bit around China. I enjoyed these trips. And I remember there was I have a cool story about this. I was reading, maybe it was like the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and they have a travel section, and it was like, if you're in Shanghai, here's the restaurant to go to, and it's like this straight from the farm to the plate kind of place. And later on, when I went to Shanghai, I made sure I got reservations at that restaurant and enjoyed that meal, so that was really cool. Rook A8 is on the board. So, yeah, it's the third rook move in the past 6 moves or so. So yeah, poor Ding has been playing rook b8, rook c8, rook a8, and so he didn't try to defend this pawn. Now,
But it's funny that his only real mistake was h takes g5 though, right?
that he just,
Yeah.
he made a pawn move in
It's
between.
funny, so he played rook c8, rook b8, which was kind of a king, and after g5 he took, which was like a decisive mistake. Yeah, this
Okay,
is funny.
so we're expecting knight takes because I think we got to bring in this knight into the attack. You're threatening mate.
Yeah.
So he's probably thinking like rook a7. Not thrilled doing this, but what, you want to do something else?
No, I think he just played a random move.
Yeah, let's
Not to resign, basically.
here
but
we
then,
go.
Yeah, and then, I don't know, f6, knight h7, h6. I think everything is winning. Like, literally everything.
Yeah, literally everything. Well, let's find something super convincing here.
Okay, f6.
Okay, so what's your threat? You want to take and then just promote your pawns?
Seriously, yeah? I mean, in this position, you're asking what my strat is, huh?
I just want to know for sure.
You need to be a very, very self-confident person to ask that. I
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess it won't be taken with the queen, guys. There's a fork. So I've got to take with the pawn, and then you're going to be, hold on, you're going to be driving out my king. But I was wondering if you could sack, but you probably don't need to do that.
No, I was not even sure how I'll do this, to be honest. I somehow like evaluated this.
Yeah. So
Knight h7, I guess. King e7, and then something cool like, I don't know.
The thing is, like, if you go after my king, at least I can sort of run away.
Okay, so let's say I play queen e4, king d7, and go rook g8.
I wish someone had an idea here of knight f6, which looks nice. That's right.
Yeah.
Trap the king in the middle of the board, and well, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, but then there is rook a1 check followed by queen 8, and
check.
we're probably still winning, but it's like
Yeah.
it's still good actually.
So the point is, like, if you ever do take this knight,
there is queen g5, right?
and wait, and then what? Oh yeah, and you win. Well, here you're winning the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the check didn't help, and if you do this without, you can never take because the rook's on a7. Okay, so well, that's one way, but like I feel like we shouldn't stop there. I feel like we should explore all the opportunities here for white.
Okay.
But actually, I mean, if you compare h6 to f6, I guess it's nice to still keep an h-pawn on the board, right? Why not? So f6, I do agree, it's very tempting.
Really, yeah, so you'll say exactly the opposite. Then you'll have f6 check, no, if you go h6.
Ah, okay.
It also makes sense. No, I mean, it's a matter of taste. But what I like is, let's say I go, let's say here
f6 check is not helping me too much, is it? Like, I mean, I guess you run.
No, I mean, if you want to show off, you go queen e4, king d7, rook g8. This is how you do it. I wanted it with like h-pawn alive, just in case, to promote if things will go wrong. But I don't think they will.
Wait, so I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, then you
wait,
go.
wait, hold on. I think I see.
Okay.
I see what you're trying to do there. But okay, go ahead, show us.
No, I'm going to play knight f8 simply.
Oh, knight f8. Okay.
And then you just have to take basically. And then I'm kind of satisfied.
You're separating my king and my queen. I can't go there. You lose my queen.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can't go there. There's knight g6.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wins.
Many things do actually.
Yeah, I guess Jan can take his time here to make a decision. And what did he do? Okay, he did do knight g5.
No, I think rook a1 check will happen, just setting this last trap with
yeah, he put it on the board.
With queen trade, and then after king e2, you're like, okay, that did not quite work.
What if there's a queen e7 somewhere? A king e2, queen e7?
Yeah, we go king f3. Well, or we actually play king g2 instead and win an ending, which is also...
Oh, that would be so unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree.
We really don't want to see this. Yeah, no. Can it be? Okay, let's not look at that yet.
Okay, so let's play king e2.
King e2. Yeah, we still maintain the checkmate threat, so there's no queen a8. So you check.
Yeah.
And king f3.
Yeah.
So basically, you've come out. Okay, well, I mean, this looks at least a little better for black than what we were looking at. But your queen is tied down to this pawn. So how are you going to make progress? Is it?
Is white?
No, I mean, okay. I think it's rook f1.
Yeah, but then there is queen a8.
Queen a8 is the problem. Yeah, that wins.
Yeah, black is basically paralyzed, right?
Okay, so
it's funny that with the king on f3, it's super safe for white, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem is I really wanted to at least attack something in your position, but then I give up that square. And then you're basically going after my queen.
Yeah.
So I don't have a chance to do that.
Yeah, but I don't know if this will cheer you up, but let's say after knight f1.
After rook f1, you mean?
Yeah, rook f1, I'll just play knight e4. Just to show you that like your main problem is not that something works tactically.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I do appreciate your nice looking pieces here.
Yeah, like slow down. Yeah, it's not that you blundered in the very end. This is not the case at all. Yeah. This is funny.
Okay, so no, he's definitely going king e2 here.
Yeah.
And that's the move on the board. Okay. No, because this move I had no interest in looking at, you know.
Yeah.
But king e2, yeah, the king is going to be very safe here, but for now, black has got to defend against mate. Well, queen e7, king f3, and then black needs to find a move. But it's amazing how the bishop is of no help at all. It just sort of stands there as black is getting attacked on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, what is amazing to me is that, well, I mean, being a decent chess player, you kind of get used to it. But in general, it's very impressive how, like, the very best players can, like, stick to the strategy and the course, right? So the guy plays h6. We are saying immediately, like, white will take, white will have the light squares.
Yeah.
And then you have this final position with the queen on d5 that cannot be challenged.
Yeah.
The king on f3 is that you cannot even sort of...
Oh, he's got like 10 seconds, I think, to make his last move.
Will he though?
Oh, yeah. He needs to make a move right now, but he
yeah.
did play queen e7. Okay,
Yeah,
so
okay.
he made time control.
Yeah, and then basically, like, the light squares will exactly decide the game. This is impressive, right? Like, you go h6, you don't expect, like, normally you think, okay, many things will happen, and I'm not going to kind of lose the game because of h6. But he lost, like, indeed in a way that, let's say, could be described as a bad scenario after h6, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is impressive how Jan played, and also how this whole, like, strategy of playing on the light squares actually worked.
Yeah, I mean, I like this game from Jan.
Yeah.
I mean, well, he did all the right things. I think in general, we understood all of his moves.
Yeah.
You know, if maybe there was something a little bit stronger along the way, at least it wasn't obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some of the things that he did were really nice. Like even at the end, this king f1, the rook e4, and then just g5, and he calculated everything and just really broke down black's position right away and did not make this a long game.
Yeah. No, this is exactly the game that you basically show people when you, I mean, when you try to help them learning this quiet rule opus, right? Like all the light squares, this is exactly what's going to happen, basically.
But Jan kind of surprised me a little bit because he just played knight e4.
It could be that we were a little overexcited after
with king f3.
Yeah.
Really, like what could we have missed? What did we miss?
I don't know, rook e1, no, or maybe yes, actually.
Maybe rook e1, and then there was some sort of like queen e2 idea.
No, I mean we still have the same thing.
Yeah, then we can go knight e4, right?
Yeah. No, I mean we have this queen a8. Like in the previous line, we rook f1 we didn't like because of queen a8. So after rook e1, it also works, right?
Yeah, but this is just weird. Like knight e4, like I don't know, just putting himself into a pin. So why, like, what's his point here?
No, his point is that he's
completely winning.
Yeah.
And there's no.
I mean, you just want to play f6, takes h6 or something.
Doesn't even mind being in a pin here. So he's saying like black can't do anything. Although it's interesting, he took his eyes off the checkmate.
Yeah, it's funny is that like the position is that bad for black that I would not even consider rook takes g7 as a threat. Like then king takes, f6, queen takes. You give up a queen. I mean, you're probably lost, but it's like a massive improvement for black.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. It surprises me that he moved his knight instead of king f3 because this just felt so natural. But here, okay. So what kind of threats does white have? Like big threats? I mean, you want to give away the pawn, try to promote this one? Maybe.
I mean, you do want to promote, sort of, but I don't know if you promote at the end of the day. No, I think you do, yeah.
Okay, so you're.
But also you're in Zugzwang, no? You're like literally in Zugzwang.
I can't do anything. I can't really move my king. I can't go there with my queen because you take the bishop.
And after rook e2, you will not be stopping the h pawn by playing rook h1 in some of the lines. It's funny. This is probably.
But okay, but now with the knight not on e4, then this check isn't as, you know, dangerous because there's queen e8. But I guess it would still be pretty bad. But okay, here I'll play rook b1.
Yeah, but then
or actually rook a rook b1. Yeah.
Okay, I go f6.
f6.
Yeah.
So I take.
Yeah, but then you run into queen 8, rook g8 thing.
Ah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the threat. Okay.
But again, I don't know how many times I need to blunder to mess this up. So let's say I go f6 takes h6, rook takes b2, I go king f3, I blunder rook takes f2, okay, I go king g3.
And
nothing really happened,
the
right?
reason it's a blunder is because there's like some sort of a check.
Yeah.
So you're going here.
Okay, still completely winning actually.
You're still promoting this pawn.
And
yeah?
queen 8, rook g8 is there, and the rook is hanging just in case. Yeah, this is just.
Okay, so you're saying that basically it's impossible for white to mess this one up.
Yeah, I will not be surprised if Ding will just resign. I think let's say.
Well, I don't think he's going to resign because Nepo didn't resign for a while when he was completely lost and he did his, you know, his king dance out into the middle of the board in the last game. So I don't think that he's going to be resigning just yet.
But it really depends on one's strategy and attitude, for instance. And here exactly, I wouldn't say that, let's say, playing this forever shows like more impressive fighting spirit or like some other qualities than just resigning. Like you're playing, you know, sane person. He basically knows when you're dead lost and when you're not. And trying to like impress him or the audience with this, you know, I mean, fighting. I mean, okay, it's a bit too bad. And yeah.
And maybe we can go back to a critical moment in the game, Daniil, that we did not catch. I just turned on the computer to figure this one out because you were very curious about where did things go wrong for Ding, and
So queen d7 was the thing, yeah?
Yeah, so.
Which is actually what we mentioned.
Yeah, a couple of moves ago. So Nepo had this big move, queen g4, because apparently queen c5 was not very good. Sorry, he had this big move, queen f3. Yeah. He played queen g4. And after this, black's position was not supposed to be so bad, and yet it did seem to be quite bad. And so where was the key moment where Ding could have improved? It was actually this moment right here where he put the queen here. And we thought that this was not necessarily the right thing because this queen was going to wind up being kind of trapped on that square. So maybe queen d7 was the right way to go. And that is what the computer confirms. And after queen e4, sorry, not queen e4, because we know queen e4, there's
d5.
Yeah,
queen f4 is what we want.
Yeah, and this, now like this is the kind of a cool moment. I think you're going to enjoy thinking about this one. There's more than one move actually, but
well, if you want me to enjoy, then it's probably bishop d8. No?
Yeah, exactly. There you go, bishop d8. I mean, that's actually very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not about the bishop, right? It's basically about white queen coming or not coming to d5, which is exactly what we discussed.
So this is it's pretty very serious positional mistake, though. I mean, already, like, I mean, where you put the queen, he basically, I mean, well, he wound up just giving up all the light squares in the center.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, it's not, maybe it's not exactly positional mistake, right? If you don't see move after queen f4 and you basically think you're checkmated.
I'll tell you something interesting. The computer, even after, like, he doesn't even think that bishop d8 is the only way to play. It's just like one of the ways to play. But the other move, the other move he does to stop f6, he even goes queen d8. Like, even here, probably it's not so bad. I mean, he still wants to go d5.
Yeah. But let me show you, like, as I don't see the lines.
Yeah.
So let's say bishop d8.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just trying to explain why this is like super hard to
bishop d8.
To play. So like without an engine, my thinking would be white will probably play queen e4. Then whatever I play,
there's queen e8.
Yeah. And I could very well, I mean, not stop here, but I would be like very disappointed by.
That's a good point. Yeah, let's actually figure out what this is. So hold on. Am I going to have a rook a1 somewhere to get myself out of my troubles? Or okay, you know what? Maybe we can make this work move by move. I don't know. D5.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Queen 8 takes,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then, indeed, you are going to have some of the checks.
Yes, I have.
But I was hoping to somehow mate you like I did with this knight on g6. How do I get this? I'm not sure how I get this though. Like with the bishop on f6, there is literally
Can't you
no.
go?
Yeah, but then it's
95. Oh.
Then it's a pin, yeah. And I don't have knight h4
I
either.
see what you mean. So basically, you're saying like if you start with that, the problem is that there's like a check and then there's the pin.
Yeah. So knight g6 is a major threat here. Yeah, but there
unfortunately, I survive.
I mean, also I go f4 here. Like even here, you're probably forced to take on e5. I go e3. Like from far away, like how sure are you? You're not losing this after some e6.
Yeah, well here I'm not feeling too bad.
Yeah, you probably
not feeling too bad.
You probably suspect you're not. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but no, I agree that queen e4 does look a bit awkward. Although I just wonder, I don't even know things like I don't know how many calculations he did, but queen d7 just feels pretty good. Queen f4.
No.
But yeah, you have to find this one, yeah? You have to find the defense against f6.
No, but it doesn't feel good. I think it's just like about setting priority.
Yeah.
Like why I wanted queen d7 is actually like it's just that we had this queen e4, queen d5 after queen f6 long ago.
Yeah.
And I said immediately that I don't even understand why is it slightly worse for black, not like much worse or lost.
Yes.
And this is actually true. And then like if you understand that after queen f6 it's like that bad, then basically you have to look for something.
Yeah.
But if you don't, then why to play queen d7? Like you barely survive this threat of f5, f6. And with the queen on f6, it looks kind of safe, right? It looks stable.
Yeah. But
like you're not getting checkmated and you just don't realize you're like
you're getting dominated instead of checkmated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the problem. Man, okay, so Ding is going to be in the position of having to catch up again in this match. Yeah. He knows things are bad. He's just kind of taking his time to accept how bad things are. Okay, let's take a look some more at this moment where he could have played better.
Yep.
So queen f4, and so we're saying, okay, bishop d8.
To me, actually, queen d8 is what you can see, sort of.
So you think this just looks too dangerous with this whole optically the threat of the queen getting in. So
Don't
d5. Yeah, no, I agree. But at the same time, if I feel like I can make it work tactically, then I mean, I love the fact that I've managed to move these pawns up and get the queens off the board, and
but it does not stop here, right? I go, let's say, g3.
Yes.
Check, king g2.
Yeah, but now I have like my dream, right? Which is
but your dream
f6,
will but your dream will still face something like rook b8, and
rook b8,
you know.
Yeah.
I mean, from far away, it would be super difficult to me to estimate. I mean, I would suspect I'm almost okay.
How do we actually get okay here, though?
I don't know. No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, these people, they can make mistakes, but they're not stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, do I have to do something kind of... I mean, I guess this is not the worst move in the world, rook a5, is it?
Yeah, but then again, let's say I played g4.
Yeah.
Like, how do you know? It could be that you just don't have moves.
Right. It could be like your king can't move, your bishop can't move, maybe you're in zigzwang. Huh.
Actually, maybe you are, yeah? Maybe it's
not
like
it
could be, yeah.
Let me see what I can do to make this a little better. So you just played g3 in order to have a nice light square for your king on rook a1 check. Now, what other ideas do I have here? I mean, you're also wanting to just improve this knight.
Yeah.
Right, so this is quite annoying. You have like all these ideas. So it seems like I have to hurry to get out of the pin, right? So I did that.
Yeah.
And king g2. Now I have to move my bishop. And now that I can think about that, this seemed like the natural move. I'm also limiting your knight. Kind of like hard to say no to that.
No, I mean, otherwise you're just checkmated, no? With this knight h4 or e5 and knight
yeah,
d6.
so this made a lot of sense. And rook b8. So now I have to figure this part out.
Oh, it has to be rook b1, maybe good or bad, yeah? and then you play.
And then just give up that pawn and
No,
bishop
but you
c3.
Yeah, bishop takes c3, and I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't have to. Do I really have to pray if I have that move? Because it feels like life's pretty good.
Okay, maybe. Praying is in general not such a bad thing, right?
Yes, I agree.
But then again, let's say I had rook f8, I guess, instead of g3, right? Okay.
Yeah. No, this is probably how black gets the counterplay. I guess we can check that and see if that makes sense. That what we've just looked at, bishop d8, queen e4, d5. Yeah, that seems to be the line. And yeah, g3, rook a1. That was all correct. Bishop f6. Yeah, that's it. It was rook b1 at the end, and that kind of solves the problem. You know what I was thinking about here? If things were desperate, I was planning to kind of like go for the rook endgame like this, like that.
Okay, so why not c takes d4?
I was going to go rook d1. Oh, do you have some rook d5 pin at the end? Oops.
Yeah, you probably wanted rook b1, rook takes b5, c3.
Ah, c3, okay, yeah. Uh-huh, no.
But then again, it's like insane that 95 is not winning here. I mean, it's, like from far away you cannot really calculate this. You can only play this if you realize that basically with the queen on d5, you're certainly dead, kind of, right?
Yeah, this is a funny line. It is. It's like, but it kind of holds together for black, this position.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, like from far away, you cannot even stop here, actually, right? You need to calculate it. I mean, it could be just lost. Some king f3 or something, I don't know.
Yeah, king f3. Well, I guess black has some connected passers as well, but I got to figure out how I'm getting back. How am I getting back? Or c3.
Yeah, I don't know, e6.
c2, and then I kind of get stuck. I don't know. Should I try like rook b1? Okay, Ding has made a
maybe,
move.
but
so we can go back to the live position. But I think that was an important detour to understand where things went really wrong for Ding. It seems like that was probably the moment that was really decisive for the game.
Yeah, but the lines we looked at kind of show at the same time that chess is not an easy game, right? I mean, he made a mistake, but it's like this whole thing with queen d7 would require him to like calculate things very well, or just believe in his luck, which in my case was easier to do. You think, all right, with the queen on d5, I'll most probably lose, and queen d7, I'm either okay or just straight lost, and I kind of like the odds, kind of.
But you had a feeling like positionally after queen f6 things were pretty bad. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, again, it does look stable for black. It's not even clear what you're attacking. I mean, I don't know. Like I was the first saying it looks very bad for black, but maybe it's not that. Like maybe you can have a different point of view there. And actually, maybe it works for white thanks to some tactics that he missed at first.
All
and
right.
we missed it too. That could also be the case. So queen e8 was
Queen e8, so he just moved his queen back one square. Yeah, so he was having a tough time finding a move. He did this one. I guess it kind of covers a8, the back rank a little bit.
Okay.
Well, you know, I guess the quiet move would be something like king f3. If you're like really not in a hurry, you can try that.
Yeah, you got in the right mood. Yeah, finally you started enjoying this. Like
that was Vishy's approach. You know, when Ding had that winning position in the last round, he was, you know, he was advocating some kind of king improvement ideas. But okay.
Yeah, I thought of this too. It's it's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe.
Actually, Ding c7 was the best move, right? But it's
Yeah, it was the best. Yeah. Okay, so other than king f3, if white wants to try to win the game directly, how are we going to do it? So I get it. Like basically the idea is if you go f6, I can take, and then at least if you push the pawn, I can go here without allowing queen a8 check. Right? That's sort of the point. And you're still in this pin. And I always, you know, I kind of instinctively don't like that situation for white.
Yeah.
Because you can't do any cool tactics. You know, you can't do this tactic because you're still pinned. And that's why I'm thinking like, okay, queen e8 doesn't do much, you know, so king f3, Yeah, would make some sense, although I guess then this rook can move somewhere. So maybe, let's say she goes to h1.
Okay, f6.
f6 and...
But you tricked me, right?
Yeah, how do I trick you?
No, you basically said you played king f3 because you liked Vish's quiet moves. I believed you, and then I realized, okay, you just want to checkmate with f6. So
well, you have to. Yeah, you got to get out of the pin. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. Now this works a lot better. It's also nice how the queen like protects the pawn, but it's not very important. And then you set up this tactic, and I guess we're pretty confident. It's not too hard for white to win this one.
You're very likely to promote quickly, right?
Yeah, this h pawn, and too bad you can't do like a discovery on this rook. Can you actually get rid of the rook like really quickly? You can, right? Yeah, you can even get rid of the rook if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, and wow, that's bad.
Also, rook g check is nice, but
yeah,
like it's not that it's the only problem. You can take on f6 first. It's impressive that with the slide squares, like you don't even have checks as black. It's just, you know.
Well, what a dramatic situation, right? I mean, after Jan lost this quite bad game with this blunder knight d4 in the last round, and people were wondering how he's going to take it. I mean, to bounce back with such a convincing win with the white pieces, of course, it bodes really well for the match, but also for Jan's state.
Yeah, no, it's very impressive. This is actually, I think, the first time on his whole like way. Starting from candidates in 2020, when he managed, he finally managed to show this ability to bounce back after a loss and basically play very well after a loss. Like in Yekaterinburg, he lost, I think, against MVL, and the tournament was stopped. So I mean, he was not given a chance. Then against Magnus, he tried to, but it didn't work. Then in Madrid, he did even better. Yeah, he simply preferred not to lose a single game. And then finally we see it. Yeah, Jan playing very well after a loss, showing us that some work was certainly done in that direction too.
Well, I think I've just found with the computer's assistance another interesting moment in the game that happened earlier. If we go back a bit to some other critical moments.
Yeah.
So let's just go back. It was right around here when white played d4. So not necessarily like a much better alternative for black, but there was an option of going rook d8 in this position instead of taking on d4, which, taking on d4 led to a completely different kind of game. We were even looking at f6. Remember that move?
Yeah.
Trying to support this pawn. But obviously rook d8 is trying to support the pawn in a completely different way.
Yeah, but then again, as I don't have an engine, so how should we survive knight h4?
Yeah. Okay. Let's
this
try.
This is probably what they said too.
Okay. So still can't take this pawn. It's still poisoned because of knight here.
Yeah. Then I go queen g4.
Queen g4. Well, let's just show what that is all about, because that is a nice little line. So queen b7.
Yeah. Queen g4.
And queen g4. And do we get something decisive on that pawn? It looks pretty good, right?
Okay, you probably go f6 here and just give up another one. But again, it looks lost, right? Like even if I go rook h3, rook g3 has to be very bad.
Gonna come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, get the beautiful light squares. Okay, so Jan, we're gonna go to the current position. He just went king f3.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess maybe we don't need to go to the current position. It's we just looked at it. We can look at this for another moment. So a rook d8 and queen. Okay, queen e4 is not so good. So knight h4, you want to get into this square. And what do I do, right? Well, I guess now I can take. How about if I take now?
Yeah, knight f5 was my worry. I don't know if it works, but this was
like this.
Yeah.
So I gotta take.
Yeah.
You take.
Yeah.
And then the question is how big of a threat that is.
Well, knight e7 is for sure.
Yeah.
And then if you need to spend time preventing that, then I go queen g4.
It's interesting. You haven't yet recaptured this pawn, although I guess you can. But I just basically need some way to save my queen and my king simultaneously here. So
So queen d7, yeah?
And you want me to go f6 again, like?
Yeah, but like
yeah.
if you come up with a better...
I would love to come up with something better. Hold on.
No, it would be crazy good, but somehow f6 seems to be the only way.
Yeah, well, hold on. Why can't I do that?
Queen g4, queen f8?
No. We're going more active.
Ah, like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Because look at that beautiful dark square centralization.
Yeah.
Giving you that pawn, king f8, and then life is good because you haven't taken that pawn yet.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I'm probably not taking the pawn, right?
Okay.
But,
yeah, but then I'm okay. Right, because on f4, the problem is, I don't know, I'm going to get some sort of discovery, I guess. That's the hope.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe queen g4 was a little too hasty. I just start with c takes d4.
Okay, so knight h4 you're trying, and I am going e takes d4.
Knight f5.
Sorry, you wanted to take back here or not?
No, I wanted knight f5, and then you said takes queen e8.
Ah, yeah, queen e8.
And then I go c takes d4 simply.
Ah, I see. You want to take back here. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, situation is
not great, I must say.
So you're feeling like your knight is going to decide the story here.
Yeah.
You want to go queen g4 next.
Yeah, then maybe even rook a1.
Hold on. Let's not resign just yet.
Okay.
Because we like to keep fighting. You ready? We're gonna try this move.
Oh.
We're setting up the big defense with queen f6.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if
and queen g5.
Okay, I don't know if I will survive that. I'll certainly try. Yeah, I don't know.
Try. I mean, I got those pawns, right? I got something in my position.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I prove I'm completely winning. That is true.
Okay, Daniil, we found out something really interesting here.
Okay.
Okay, because we had a big suspenseful question, guys, that we want to answer. Now, we talked about this one in the opening.
Yeah, but it changed already. I told you you have this engine that is not, great.
Well, hold on. Let's see.
No, but really, people believe me. Irina has this engine on that is basically, it plays like my phone more or less, and she's honestly saying this is
keep going, Daniil. Keep going.
Yeah, is the truth of the world, and then she was about to say this d5.
No, I think we can make this work. Look at this. This is Stockfish 14 and depth of 36, and what we wanted to talk about.
But it's not about depth. It's about this number with 5k.
What is that? What's that number? Oh, this one over here?
Yeah, kilo notes.
The one that I never, ever thought about before in my life?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's not get too technical here. Let's talk about this move, bishop g5. We were wondering here if d5 was possible at all. Okay, Ding went for h6. And, okay, he just basically invited or pushed white to make that trade. And obviously, long term, somehow was maybe the beginning of a strategy that didn't work. But yeah, d5, okay, no, maybe we'll come back to that later because Ding just made a move.
Queen a8, yeah.
Queen a8, so let's go and take a look at the live board. Sorry, I'm just finding it.
Which will actually force Jan to accept a completely winning ending, right?
Oh, yeah, we have to trade now?
Yeah.
Oh,
but don't worry, we'll have a new queen.
Yeah, that's... we will have that good new queen. That's a comfort. Yeah. Because I was getting very, very nervous. Yeah, Jan plays f6 very quickly. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he'll probably just resign here, actually.
So this is definitely a queen that can't be stopped, right?
No, also it's really unlucky. You basically have to take knight takes f6. You want to play king e7. It's really unlucky that after... No, but knight d5 check, you are running into all the forks in the world. There is no king e6, there is no king d7. And king f8, h6, you resign just because it kind of makes sense to resign.
Yeah, so king f8, you can't go there.
Yeah.
But king d7, I guess.
King d7.
You just go. Well, you just go up. Yeah.
No, I just went crazy. Actually, I wanted knight b6 check here, but it didn't quite work.
Yeah, but it's okay because your other fork works, right?
Yeah, king e6.
Or king e6 maybe.
I mean, all right, I can always win it slowly. I can go rook h4, and so on, right? It's not that.
Like right here, rook h4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of h7 maybe.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, king e6. Yeah, somehow
Yeah.
we managed to. Ah, no, but there is rook h5. No, then we.
You're paralyzed, or there's some sort of f5.
Nah, f5 will somehow handle. Yeah, I was about to say we managed to mess this up, but now after rook h5, I'm certain white is still winning.
All right, let's make this really clean.
Okay.
f6.
Yeah.
So you got to take it.
Yeah.
So first of all, you know, h6, king e7.
h6, f5 is a problem.
Uh-huh. There's also that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Ding. It's like, this feels like a similar posture to the one Nepo was in the last game.
Yeah. Actually, you know what would be cool? Like f6 takes, and then I take c5. This would be like a super clean way if it works.
Okay, you're going for like this rook endgame with the.
Yeah. So I go h6.
Pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, I just go h7, I guess.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And like
Rook
like
h4.
that.
And then I have calculated it well from far away, and if it works, I do this, and if it doesn't, I don't. So.
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like it does work, right?
No, I mean it's a hell of calculation, no?
You think I go look at king f8 or f5 or
f5
what?
maybe.
King f4.
Yeah, king f6.
So how do I put you into zugzwang? I can't really even.
I don't know. You
I don't
just
even,
said I'm.
yeah. No, I can't even put you into zugzwang. Because
Well,
you
the
basically
way
move between these squares.
Yeah, so the way you normally do this is playing, let's say, rook h6.
Maybe come with the king for these pawns or something, or yeah, like.
Yeah, but if you want
Let's
to play,
say I go. Yeah, let's say I go here.
Yeah, king g6.
Okay, I think Ding just made a move. And what did he do? Let's see.
G6.
G6. Okay.
But then I suggest takes and knight g5 maybe, or takes twice,
Okay, so Nepo took it.
or actually h6. So many good moves.
Trade, trade.
Yeah, he just
And
takes.
okay, so he's like.
Yeah, he simply wants to finish this game. He doesn't want to be creative. Some suk swangs,
Yeah.
checkmating ideas. He just wants 1 point. And
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty simple way to play, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you basically have an extra pawn, you've got a beautiful passed pawn, a really strong knight. I mean, if you needed to, you can even get your king in, your rook coming to the 7th.
yeah, also knight g5 would create a mating strat, so you basically have to play king f7.
Yeah.
The rest you don't even need to calculate, kind of. And here you just.
But this looks a little like your king is going to f5 or something?
He played what? Rook a2?
Rook
Wow.
a2, okay. Let's take a look. Rook a2, okay, he's going for this pawn. But he's probably just going to get mated somewhere, right, with the...
Yeah, it has to be the case.
Okay, so the point is he wants to take and kind of pressure this pawn, so it might be a little hard for the knight to leave. But
Yeah,
hold
but
on, is it hard? I mean, what if I just, like, what if we go for the most direct way?
Well, I'm pretty sure he'll play rook takes b2. Good or bad.
Yeah, and okay, rook h6.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll have to play king g8 eventually, but maybe I take
You
on
take
f2
first, and
yeah.
then you go king g8, yeah? And then I've messed up a bit since I can't play f7, because you'll take it.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what black is dreaming about, basically. It just
Yeah, which could be still, like with the king on e4, for instance, it could be still problematic, but yeah.
okay, let's
Most
not
probably
do
it is not.
that. Okay.
No, I mean, white has so many ways, I guess. Let's just use the general logic. So we basically need more pieces in that.
You want to use the king?
Yeah, let's go king
King
g4.
g4.
Let's go
Rook
king
b2.
f5.
And you want to bring the king all the way here?
Yep. Now you know what the point is, but it's not going to help, I'm afraid.
And also, like, if bishop f2, there's rook g2.
Yeah.
If you need that. Okay, so hold on. And if rook e2, you're going to go like f3 or something.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm going to support that knight.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, life looks pretty tough here for black, but here we go. Let's try this.
Okay, king e6, I thought, no?
Yeah. So basically, this is your big threat. Or maybe f7.
Yeah, f7 is what I wanted, yeah.
Yeah.
Like f7 just in terms of like
Yeah.
points for style, I need to finish this on the light
On the
square.
light, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, you know, in that case, you can also attack the knight, help the pawn get to this light square.
Yeah.
And then
you take on c3 to
and
eliminate.
make sure,
It's
yeah.
only one missing, and then
right,
yeah,
and then we make sure all of white's
Yes.
pieces finish the game on the light squares, and then it's very nice.
Yeah.
I think Ding should cooperate like this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a sign of friendship. Okay.
But it's kind of true that he proved that, like, there is a reason not to resign immediately, kind of, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, if you, like the way I played it with like giving up these two pawns, you definitely wouldn't want to resign. So I like your idea, bringing in the final piece. You know, we know the king must play in the end game, and it's actually a very pretty idea. And basically, if I take, so you are going to go and actually take my bishop, right? You don't want to win some other way?
Well, if you want me to win some other way, I'll go rook h6.
Okay.
Just
yeah.
for you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Rook h6. So, man, that looks like you're preparing some unpleasant checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can choose a square, yeah? I mean, if you look...
Yeah, and
if
it's
you look
really
at
funny
it,
because
yeah.
this bishop is like stopping the rook from ever giving a check.
Yeah. No, but you
Yeah.
can choose d6, yeah? d6 is not that, like...
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually, it has
Is
its
that
own,
upsetting? Yeah.
I would say it has its own style.
Yeah.
Because you're basically attacking from two different directions, while
Yeah.
this one is like everyone is all on the same side.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we're at the point, guys, where we're talking about aesthetics of how white is going to win, because it is pretty clear that white is going to win. So can he do it in a particularly pretty way? We're going to go on a very short break as we wait for Nepo to decide on his next move, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes, guys.
In the round 5, we had a special guest who made the first ceremonial move. It was a boxer, gold medalist at Olympiad, Mr. Serhiy Sapiev. He guessed a move, he played 1e4, that was also Jan Nepomniachtchi's choice. The interesting thing about our guest was that he actually loves to play chess. I interviewed him after the first ceremonial move and also asked the question about chess boxing, what he thinks about that. Take a look at the interview. Chess is also called as mental boxing. Would you agree with this as a professional boxer yourself?
In chess and in boxing, you should think a lot. In boxing, very fast. In chess, you should think about 20 minutes.
You made the first move today on the board. I would ask, what was your move choice? Is that what you like to play?
I just guessed, and it's more easy for me than them. This is a usual move, and the atmosphere was very good. I like the atmosphere, and it is great to organize in Astana the World Championship chess. And people in Astana are very happy that World Championship passed in Astana. And I would like to express my gratitude and thank for the chess FIDE to give the chance to organize in Astana World Championship.
The chess players, we do have our favorite moves, or a move that brought us the big victory, and we remember that. Do you have your move in boxing, which you use very often to your opponent, and that knocks down your opponent?
Punch, it is jab and left hook. That's all. But that's more important to control opponents.
We are back, guys, for the final stages of this 5th round game between Ding and Nepo. And Nepo is very close to forcing a resignation from Ding. It's still his move. He's still figuring out how to put the final touches on this endgame, but he went for the move that you were talking about, Daniil. He moved up his king to g4, and final piece is entering the game to help white deliver the checkmate to the black king.
Yeah.
It's a nice move, yeah. I think we're really literally just a couple more moves away from the end of this game, because actually Ding answers quickly, he takes the pawn, and then we're expecting king f5 from Nepo. Just keep going with that king.
Yes, that's what we thought at least.
Yeah, and then there's so many threats of king e6, and oh, but he went for something else. He went for rook h6.
Which is also good, yeah. He wants to do exactly the same.
Yeah.
We had the same idea.
Basically, if they take, I mean, we can still go king f5 or
check first and then king f5.
Yeah. No, because you're saying like there's a cute checkmate coming up. Like if you check,
yeah,
and then king f5, you literally cannot stop the two-directional checkmate here.
This is actually cool, right? You don't.
Yeah.
You don't even have a check, and you cannot really give up material.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that f pawn won the game. Well, let's see how long it's going to be until Ding decides to throw in the towel. So, because he really doesn't have a whole lot of options of like keeping this king alive. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like everything is based on him trying to take that pawn, but there's no real time for that. Every time you try to attack the knight, I mean, at this point, by the way, if he attacked the knight, what would we do?
Knight g5, f3, king f5.
We have a lot of choices, yeah? The question is...
Well, knight g5 is very convincing, no? You're literally threatening mate. This is actually why he started with rook h6, maybe. Yeah?
Okay.
Just to avoid this necessity of playing f3. But I think it's very fair that like at the end of the day, it's still...
checkmate.
And the knight against the bishop.
Ah, yeah.
Like this is how it all started with bishop g5, bishop takes f6. And then like at the end of the day, you have white knight being brilliant and black bishop being still bad.
Yeah, that's an interesting sense of justice there. That we're getting close to the end of the game. Most of the pieces have come off the board, but still this bishop is getting dominated by the white knight. So that's a theme that we have encountered for the last few hours that we've been watching this game.
Yeah.
So rook h6, what can he possibly try? Knight g5 is next. Yeah. I don't think he has a whole lot of options here. This bishop has not moved in 3 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, pretty much. I mean, it's just amazing. Like, has not been able to move anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he settled in on that square and seems pretty decent there. But I mean, it's a good lesson, guys, that not every single kind of decent-looking piece that is kind of open is going to be effective. I mean, he's just getting so dominated by this knight who's able to do a lot more in this position. And of course, the passed pawn is very helpful as well.
And the rook.
Well, yeah, all of white's pieces are brilliant. Yeah, even this pawn is helpful. I mean, everything is great. Like,
well, this pawn we could probably give up, right? We'll still be winning. We don't want to.
But yeah, we don't want to give it up because there would be some checks on g2.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that clean, but this way it's very clean. I mean, I really think it would be fine for Ding to resign like now or on the next move. It's just that it takes a while for a player to like really accept the resignation is so final, right?
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there is another game tomorrow, guys, but still, even when you're losing, you're losing. I mean, before you resign, you just exhaust all your options.
Yeah. So should we come up with some sort of summary?
We're going to do that.
Wrapping it up?
No, we're going to wrap it up, I think, in... well, I mean, we can start doing it now.
Yeah, this was my point. I think he will just resign, so yeah. Because
we usually have a few minutes before the press conference starts. And by the way, guys, send in your questions to FIDE on Twitter about what you would like to have asked at the press conference, because we always have a section called Twitter Questions. All right, so let's do our quick review of the game. It was a Rai Lopez with the move 6d3.
Yep.
And okay, you were a little surprised, Daniil, to see this bishop coming to b7.
I was, that is true.
In the opening, although the computer seems to like this move, so it seems like Ding is following. At least this thing that I call the computer. Okay?
Yeah, people believe me. Like she's literally calling computer and engine things that are not a computer and engine, but
all right.
I mean,
my definition of a computer likes this move. So that's what Ding did. And then these were quite natural moves, and there was some sort of Giri game that they were following, but bishop g5 was a new move by Nepo. And this was like the first really big choice for black, right? I mean, we talked about this move, right? This was like our whole big thing, and well, I don't know. This engine I got here is telling us it's possible, but of course it's really complicated, and it's it's pretty hard. Yeah, we'll just agree to call it engine until we come up with a better word.
It's a very complicated engine, yeah. But listen, people, here's what I'm trying to explain, right? So you're like making a bit of fun of me for not liking bishop b7, which you're saying is normal.
No, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that the computer,
right?
Well, the computer seems to like it. Yeah.
Sure, but what I'm talking about is that like later on, Black's best plan was actually bishop c8 to d7.
Right, right.
And we talked it, and this is why you can normally just start with
So
something
you're thinking like starting with this would have been.
No, I mean it's just that it's a different position, but normally the plan I like is to go, let's say, knight a5, bishop c2, c5.
c5, and then later put the bishop on.
Yeah, this allows d4. It has some like other additional options for black, but just in general, if a4 happens, then of course you're never playing bishop b7. You're going bishop d7, and you are pretty much always completely fine. Like in the same bishop g5 scenario, you'll always be like 3 or 4 tempos up.
I see.
Yeah.
So basically, in these same structure positions, this bishop is just way better here than he is on b7, staring into this pawn.
Yes, this was my point. I think it's very. It was actually a very instructive game in a way. And yeah, Jan managed to kind of underline the drawbacks of this plan with the bishop on b7 and playing h6.
All right, so he went to. It's interesting, like why he didn't play knight d7, because we were also discussing this move as being very natural for black, trying to get rid of this bad bishop. And here apparently, okay, there is the move bishop e3, so that's a possibility. Maybe that was the point. Although I see there's some sort of suggestion here like this, and knight a3. So I guess it's a very specific idea of attacking this pawn. I don't know why this looks that good. Maybe it has something to do with b4 ideas in the future.
Yeah.
Because
could be.
I mean, I guess this like basically it must be something like that coming up, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's just somehow this knight
Still, you can probably bring it to e6.
Maybe eventually like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But listen, no offense.
Yeah.
Like really, no offense.
Yeah. Okay. I see you're gonna offend me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean what I'm about to say. Actually, like I would pay to watch the show.
Yeah.
That you would run.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, analyzing the openings with attention on this laptop, and I mean, I want to be able to watch the screen. And I want your comments on that. No, I mean, honestly,
okay,
like
well, it's good. We'll create that show.
Yeah, I will pay for. No, I mean, honestly, I will pay for this. I'm saying this would be great.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, so, well, knight d7 seems possible as well, but he went h6. So it's quite a fateful, I would say, decision, right? So just this one move started the whole cycle of events that eventually leads to black getting dominated on the light squares. So bishop takes, and takes. These moves by Jan were quite natural.
Yeah.
And Ding also, he took the knight back from the bad position on the side of the board. Bishop d5, nice. And what really kind of surprised us in this game was this moment right here where Ding embarked on this bishop d8 plan.
Yeah, so here black was actually more or less okay. So it's not that this whole plan with h6 is bad. It's just that Jan managed to play well and create some little problems that Ding failed to solve. And in general, whenever you go h6, you will normally face this exact kind of problems. Yeah, then you probably go g6, h5, bishop g7, bishop h6, and then slowly but surely you're supposed to equalize. But it doesn't mean Jan didn't play nearly perfectly, actually, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, so we were thinking g6, bishop g7, h5, and try to improve the bishop from here, kind of trying to hit a knight that would come to e3 was the right idea. But yeah, the computer had this very nice idea here of going rook a7 and then bishop c8 and just stepping out of this trade and then kicking back the bishop and keeping this bishop alive on the board, which would give you completely different control over the light squares than he had in the game. So
yeah,
that was, I don't know, I was hoping he would find it, but you were predicting that he would not find this kind of setup.
Yeah, I just thought g6, h5 is so natural, and it is also okay, as your computer says.
Yeah, but he played bishop d8, which really took us by surprise. We didn't see this this maneuver at all. I mean, it's a typical maneuver. It just didn't really seem that natural in this particular position. By the way, we got a tweet from Gotham Chess. I guess, do I even have to introduce who Gotham Chess is? I think most people know. The most popular YouTube streamer, and I combine those two words together. And he says this is an amazing World Championship match. So yeah, I agree. Well, you know, it's amazing for the viewers for sure, because they're getting a lot of decisive games, a lot of exciting chess. But I mean, from the perspective of a top player, Daniil, you would say this is a lower quality match than the ones that you've been used to when you've been seconding Magnus.
Yeah, I would say yes, probably. But I was actually just trying to calculate the odds. So let's say if I asked you what's Gotham, so like if I have chances to actually make you believe that, I really don't know. I find that it's not okay. Like I don't have really good chances.
I think yeah, the chances are not big. I think everyone knows now.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, I don't know what to say. But the match is amazing indeed, and I mean for chess it is actually good that people finally started playing decisive games in the World Championship matches, and that like in general, not always, but in most of the cases, people are kind of rewarded with a decisive game for watching the broadcast for like hours.
Yeah.
Which used to be a problem normally. Like you watch it for like 6 hours and then it's a draw in the end, and then basically nothing changed, and you say from this like sport point of view, like exactly nothing happened. Yeah, Ding just resigned, I guess.
Okay, the game is over. Okay, wow. Yeah, he had to think it over, but finally he just couldn't find a response to, let me just see where we are, to the move rook h6, and his king was in a bad shape here, as there were tons of ways that white was going to encircle it with the rook, knight, and the bishop, and the pawn, and leading to checkmate. So yeah, another tough blow for Ding. I feel overall that somehow I don't really love the way he handled this game. I don't feel like he got into the game, actually. As you said before, it kind of, you know, there have been a lot of one-sided games here. Well, this felt one-sided. We've been trying to give the viewers an idea of what were the key moments before all of this happened. So let's just continue our a discussion of that quickly before the press conference starts. So this whole bishop d8 plan, I mean, to me, it just looks very, very strange. And then he follows it up with this trade of the bishops, which, okay, well, that kind of makes it easier for white to get a handle on the light squares.
Are you actually bold enough to call it a positional mistake?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's...
Come on, let's do this. Yeah, I mean, probably...
I mean, it feels like it should be, right? It feels like the trade of the light-squared bishops, it should be a positional mistake in a position when you have only a bad dark-squared bishop. So, I mean, you know, maybe the computer can make this work, but it just, like, it felt wrong, and it felt surprising to see him do something that we've been trying to avoid doing for black, like in our analysis. So, knight e3, bishop b6, and h4 was a nice move. And yeah, maybe we were also thinking like this could have been a moment to improve. We were just started analyzing this move at the last part of our commentary, rook d8.
Right.
But all right, he made that capture, also made this quite unfortunate queen c5 move, as it turns out, that there was queen f3. I guess we don't have a live board anymore. It's been taken away from us. I don't know if we should be doing this analysis, Daniil. Maybe we should just do a wrap-up as we wait for the press conference.
It's probably a hint from our team that they had enough, actually.
No more review? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Daniil. You tell us, summarize this game then.
Well, I think in general, Jan played very well. Jan was a little bit better prepared. Yeah, Jan got exactly what he wanted, not only in terms of like the objective evaluation, but also the scenario of the game. And then Ding sort of failed to solve these little problems that were not exactly, I mean, it was not too difficult to solve them, but at the same time, like it was not harmless from Jan, I would say. And then again, it's a little bit surprising that, I have a feeling most of the games Ding lost to Jan. He actually lost in this exact opening, in this exact d3 system. So yeah, we'll probably see this opening again, I would guess. As in general, it has to be a very inspiring game for Jan. He basically didn't even have some opening bomb, right? It's just that he played the position better and felt the nuances better. And Ding, yeah, like I would say, on a positive note, it was not like that bad game that, let's say, game 2 was. Like, in my opinion. I mean, he faced some problems. Jan was playing quickly.
Jan played super quickly. I mean, we got to just notice how quickly Jan played this game.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like h6, okay, you play, you think it makes sense to have 2 bishops. And then this whole thing with rook a7 or g6, h5, like in both cases, there can be some things that you don't like. I get that completely. And then he was, he was given this lucky opportunity of queen d7 instead of queen f6, which once again I think we covered it nicely and we explained why, like in general, it's a kind of much more tempting to play queen f6 to protect the king than to play queen d7, basically like allowing all the f5, f6 kind of play. And then he was outplayed nicely. So again, you normally play just as good as the other guy lets you play, right? So today Jan was like exceptionally good in restricting Ding's options, and let's show this once again, this g5.
Yeah, this was the star move of the end game, guys, that really allowed Nepo to win in a very clean way.
Yeah,
he just broke through on the king side.
Yeah, but let's just show, I think it's a good finish of the day. Let's show this f6, knight h4.
And this was the point.
I like it so much, actually.
Yeah, a knight sacrifice that was planned, where the knight is trying to get in to checkmate the king. And if you take the knight, then the pawn crashes through, and you are just either going to promote this pawn or get some sort of invasion with the rook and the queen.
Or actually both.
Yeah. So that was a beautiful idea, and not the most obvious idea in the world, certainly very creative by Jan. And yeah, this game had some style for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, so guys, the press conference, it looks like it's about to start, so I don't know if we should let you go or we have you for a little bit more time. So let's just continue. The press conference may be a minute away. Okay. Rook g4. So that's why he didn't play f6. Yeah, he played rook a8, I think. Yeah, rook a8.
Yeah.
And after knight takes g5, well, there were just so many threats in the position here with the f6 and h6 ideas, and ultimately, I mean, basically, he was getting dominated on the light squares. These pieces were able to perch nicely on the light squares. You couldn't get rid of them. Yeah. Bishop wasn't of much help.
Yeah, but it's actually hysterical to me that he played the sequence of moves starting from like rook b8 to rook c8, where he literally played rook c8, then rook b8.
Let's look at it. Hold on. Yeah. Here we go. So the rook went, when did the rook go to b8? So first it went to rook b8 when it was attacked.
Okay.
A few moves later.
Then at some point he goes rook c8. Then he goes rook b8 back, I think. Yeah.
3 moves with the rook.
Then, like he's facing g5, he plays like one natural move h takes.
Yeah.
And then after rook g4, he plays rook a8. So basically, it's super weird to play this 3 moves with one rook, but it's actually h takes that was the most natural and the worst move.
All right, guys, thanks for watching and enjoy the press conference.
Welcome everyone at the press conference after game 5. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi won the game and the final result is 3-2. We're starting with the questions from my side, and then I will give the floor to journalists. My first question is to Jan. Did you feel in control of the whole game today?
Well, it's hard to say. So if I'm in time to put h4 and h5, I think white is better. And then, okay, I'm not sure. So Probably it was the way to defend better for black, but I felt like white was pressing, yeah. So that's basically it. And yeah, near the time trouble, I think he blundered this g5 rook g4 knight h4 idea. And yeah, it looks like at this point white is like almost winning. So.
Thank you, Ding. Where did you think that things went wrong for you in this game?
Well, after the game, I think the critical moment was when he played knight f5. I think I should have played queen f6 instead of knight takes f5. Yeah, I missed his move g4, which is quite strong. To not only protect the f5 pawn, but also my king side space are very. I don't have so many moves in my. So yeah, it's a very good gameplay by him, and yeah, I was on the defensive side throughout the game. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I should have played queen f6. After that, it's a very difficult position to defend.
I see. Jan, you have played about 90 moves within just a few minutes. To be more specific, in like 2 minutes, and you were walking a lot around the playing venue, very confident. Has Ding got into your home preparation today in this game?
Well, definitely the position was a part of my prep, but I should credit that for the most of the game he played quite sensible moves. Yeah, so well, it's quite normal, I think. Yeah, so due to some weather issues, it was a little bit too cold into the venue. So I mean, into the lounge. So that's basically forced me to stay in the venue, yeah, for like all the time.
And Ding, you have spent some decent time on the clock when Jan played bishop to g5. Was that a surprise move for you? And why you spend so much time at that move? You disliked your position?
Yeah, I didn't expect this line from today, so I tried to find the plans afterwards. Instead of h6, I also considered queen d7, but he will also take on b5 and play knight d2. Maybe I have to play h6 anyway. So I think my play in the opening phase is not so bad, but still the position is slightly unpleasant to play.
Okay, and my last question, and then I'll give the floor to journalists. To Jan, during the opening stage, you were constantly looking at Ding. Did you expect some body language to reveal anything important? And did he give away that he was caught in your preparation?
Actually, as I said, my preparation today was not like as deadly as probably I was trying to, as it could seem, yeah. But yeah, I mean after his day, yeah, I already missed him, yeah, so a little.
You missed him?
Yeah, a little.
Okay, thank you. I didn't expect that. Okay, thank you very much. Time for questions from press.
I guess I'm being called on.
Yeah, Mike, please.
Sorry. Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. It seemed like in today's win, you outplayed your opponent, as opposed to your first win, where some inaccuracies by your opponent led to the win. Do you care about the style in which you win a game, or is a win in a match? Does it not matter to you at all?
Well, I think like the great Lasker said, like always a good which lead to victory, yeah. So, I mean, I felt like it's going to be a very nice game if I don't like let some counterplay suddenly happen. Well, I mean, at some point I was quite unsure what to do. Like, should I play like c4 after queen c6, or and then let's say he plays bishop a5, and let's say rook e2. So this is clearly very, very good for me. But then probably he's in time to play h5, as my queen is not going to active squares like f3 and g4. So it was like, I mean, more or less a coin flip for me. Like both moves was like I liked both moves, but okay, I decided to make it a little bit more straight, because once I put my pawn on h5, I mean, I'm always better in all sorts of endgames and so on. But yeah, overall, I guess it's quite a smooth game.
Thanks.
Next question, please.
Вопрос к Яну Непомнящему. Ян, как вы провели выходной день? Как вам удалось восстановить силы?
So a question for Mr. Nepomniachtchi. How did you spend the day off? How did you manage to relax and to recharge your batteries?
Ну, в принципе, как обычно, то есть старался отдохнуть и как-то переключиться на следующую партию, да, потому что партия перед выходным, ну, в целом день как не задался.
Простите, повторите, день не задался?
День не задался перед выходным.
Well, I spent it like in a business as usual mode. I tried to relax, I tried to tune my brains to the next game, because the preceding day hadn't been the best.
Before the... Okay, next question. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I want to ask the same question to Ding. Let's go.
Ян, а вот вы гуляли вчера или, быть может, сегодня, вы уже упомянули погодные условия, вчера, может быть, гуляли, или и вчера, и сегодня было решено, что лучше избегать улицы?
So Ian, did you walk, have you walked today, did you walk yesterday, because you mentioned the climate conditions, did you decide just to stay indoors?
Ну, вчера, разумеется, гулял, вот, а сегодня, честно говоря, проснулся, посмотрел в окно и не уверен, что первое, что я сделаю, пойду на прогулку, но, может быть, там, одену все теплые вещи и все равно немножко погуляю.
Yes, of course. Yes, I did. I did walk yesterday, but today I kind of woke up and looked out of the window, and I wasn't sure if I felt like going for a walk. But then I kind of thought, why not just don some clothes and go for it.
Thank you. Before we go to the next question, I would like to ask the same question to Ding. As it was the free day, how did you spend, Ding, the free day?
Well, I go for a small walk and spend most of the time to rest. Yeah, also I listen to some music, so it's not too much things happen.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please.
Hello, Maria Emelianova, PhotoChess. Question is only to Ian. As a player with more experience playing the World Championship matches, we already mentioned the weather today. It's really cold, and you have experience playing in Dubai, where it's quite the opposite, very hot. So, discarding the fact that you're staying here in the hotel, if you were to choose to play in the conditions like this or the opposite, which one you prefer personally?
Yeah, thank you for your question. But once again, unlike, let's say, football players, here we play normally inside, not outside. Yeah, so it's not some decisive factor. So, I mean, normally it's better than it's like so. Yeah, like not too cold, not too hot. So probably, I don't know. Let's see what's going like to be with the weather in the next few days, but yeah, hopefully it gets better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Talking about the weather conditions, it's changed dramatically here. We have -7 and heavy snows. Will this affect your daily routine? I have questions to both players. I think I'll go to Jan first. Do you think that this heavy snows can change your daily routine?
Well, normally if you're a driver, that affects you, yeah. So like heavy snows here, like in Russia, they say like some special services are never ready because like snow is always a surprise. But since I'm not going to drive somewhere, I basically go by foot. So I don't think it changes a lot. But yeah, perhaps it's maybe it's just too cold to go outside. But yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm. And to you, Ding, will this snow change your daily routine, as you very often tell us that you like to walk outside?
Yeah, it's a heavy snow outside, so yeah, normally I like to leave the window a little bit open, but today when I come to the restroom, there's the paper to say it's better not to open.
Okay, you had that recommendation not to open.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next question, please, from press.
I'll defer.
Please.
I've already asked the question.
Добрый день, Ян, поздравляю с победой. Вопрос такой, какие сегодня решения были у вас, вы считаете, самыми сложными, и какими ходами вы, может быть, довольны больше всего? Спасибо.
So a question for Ian. Which decisions, chess decisions, were the most challenging to you, and what are the moves you are maybe proud about?
Спасибо. Думаю, одно из самых сложных это было решить, играть c4 или h5. Оба хода заслуживали явно внимания. Вот. И потом, я думаю, что король f1 ход не безинтересный. Где-то полезно короля убрать с большой диагонали, чтобы он не попадал под шахи. Вот. Но так потом, не знаю, мне кажется, после ладья e4 уже тяжело черными защищаться, то есть там прям начинается атака.
Well, one of the most complex, one of the most challenging decision was to play either c4 or 8-5. Those options deserved my attention, and the move king f1 was also not an uninteresting, was quite an interesting move because it really mattered. It was really important to move the king out of the diagonal.
All right, next question, please.
Mike Klein with chess.com. This question is for both players. In the last couple of World Championships, it has felt like one win is a huge lead, but as we're seeing in this one, it may not be as big of a deal. So does that allow you to play with less stress, knowing that wins are happening quite regularly?
Jan, we go with you first.
I don't know what to answer. I mean, winning is better than drawing is better than losing, like, that's it.
And Ding, since you've already won one game, do you feel like you're not as stressed about being behind in the match again?
Yeah, of course. This time, this lose even hurt more than the previous one, because I thought I was totally fine. So, but okay, we still have many rounds. I hope I can recover from this tough lose.
And just to be clear, you said this loss hurts more than the other loss, is that right?
Sorry?
Did you say that this loss hurts more than the other loss? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it can be said like this.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We do have a question from commentary team.
It's a question for Ding. You know, when white took e takes f5 and you had this choice of where to move your queen, queen f6 or queen d7, were you trying to make queen d7 work, and what was your problem with it?
Yeah, at this point I have many choices here. I thought I was very close to equal, so I was a little bit impatient at that point. I thought after bishop c5 I have b4. next, but I totally overlooked G4, which is a quite strong move. Yeah, it's about lose focus and concerns during the game.
And a question for Jan. Chess players are not so expressive with their emotions. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you inside right now?
More than 5, surely. But less than 10.
Okay, it's between 5 and 10, but like
Yeah.
5 and 7, or 7 and 10.
I won't specify.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the questions. We have one more question from press.
Yeah, my question is to Ding. I just arrived today, and I don't know if somebody else asked this question before, but in the media center I couldn't find any Chinese journalists. How do the media cover this match in your country?
Well, I don't know, since I didn't follow the media too much, so I don't know how to answer this question.
If I can answer this question, because I have seen several videos of news in China, the match is reported in the country. I can approve that. Okay, do we have more questions from press? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Спасибо. Вопрос к Яну. Сегодня отмечается православная Пасха. Вот, будете ли вы как-то ее праздновать? Может быть, там кулич на стол поставите? Там, может быть, вам родственники, друзья крашеные яйца принесут еще каким-то образом? Спасибо.
So a question for Mr. Nepomniachtchi. This evening, this night, Orthodox Christians in Russia is celebrating the Orthodox Easter, and there is a tradition to bake special Easter cakes, the kuliches, or the special Easter cakes, and also to paint chicken eggs. Are you going to do anything of this this night?
Спасибо за вопрос. Тут каждый день что-то отмечается. Недавно День космонавтики был. Вот, да, ну я не очень религиозный человек, но, конечно, стараюсь съесть кулич, если где-нибудь найду. Обязательно. С чаем.
Well, thank you very much for your question. There are lots of, we do run into holidays every now and then. There's recently been the day of space travel, for instance, the space of cosmonautics. No, I'm not a religious person. Although I'm not a religious person, of course, I will happily enjoy a kulich, a Russian Easter cake, and maybe wash it down with a drop of tea, with a cup of tea.
Thank you. One last question from press, and then we're moving to the Twitter segment.
Thank you, Katie. Mike, ClineChess.com. Final questions for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Before the match began, Magnus was asked who he thinks will win, and he said, "I literally don't care." You probably did not know this, but at the beginning of your game today, he posted a picture of himself, and it said, "Astana calling," which suggests that maybe he is starting to get interest in the match. If you had to guess, do you think he's following the match closely?
As they say, I literally don't care, yeah?
Well said.
I guess he's turning into a streamer, yeah, or something. Since this is a famous quote from another very, very strong player, yeah?
Thank you for that.
Thank you for the answers and the questions. Now it's time for Twitter segment. Please, Jessie.
Hi, my name is Jessie February. I have some questions from social media. My first question is for Ding from Irene Sukunda. Is it your first time working with Richard?
Sorry?
Is it your first time working with Richard?
Yes.
And does your playing style differ to Richard's?
Yeah, a little bit.
And how's your energy? How is your energy right now?
Right now, after the lose, of course, it's exhausted. It's very tired. So
All right, thank you. And for Jan, congrats on your win. If you were to compare this match to other tournaments, what is the biggest difference in your preparation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's match, it's not some kind of tournament, it's a title match, it's like, it's just different, yeah. I mean, not everything is different, but a lot of things.
Fair enough. And the last question is from Kent. You have a King's Gambit course on Chessable. Have you considered using any of your published material in this match?
Thanks again for the question. I guess it would be wiser to use some unpublished material rather than published. Yeah, and I'm like struggling every day like with my team. Like team tells me that just not to play King's Gambit. I say no, I should. Yeah, and that's what we do instead of preparation, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? Maybe now it's the last call, and I'll go with my final question to both players about the time control. Do you feel comfortable with this time control, Jan?
I'd say that previously in Dubai it was pretty much new to me because I think this time control is quite rarely used and the candidate control was different. But since it's like the one format for all the tournaments, like I mean the all cycle tournaments, let's say, I'm getting more used to it. Yeah, but yeah, it's probably the tough one. Yeah, like the classical 7 hours plus time control. But yeah, at least it's hard to everyone.
Thank you very much. And Ding, do you find this time control comfortable for you?
Yeah, since I'm the one who spend more time, so but okay, it can provide some dramas when the time trouble is approaching.
True. Yeah. All right, thank you very much for coming here and answer to our questions. It has been long day. I wish both players a good rest, and the 6th round will come tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. Thank you very much and good night.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family again, Sunasumus. Thank you.
I believe that
there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.